Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to MSC. It's the Mid-Season Cup. We may have been robbed of some international play, but we've got some anyway. We managed to sneak some LCK and some LPL teams together to have a little bit of a matchup. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by these two chuckleheads for the rest of the day. This is Dagda, this is Hysterics. We've got the top four from LPL and LCK ahead of us.
And I am so excited to see how this is all going to play out. I was kind of missing a little bit of something coming into the start of the summer split, but I'm glad we finally got something.
We had that big gap. Where's the League of Legends at? And finally we get towards MSC with the two best leagues in the world.
I can hear the riots from the G2 fans already. Let's take a look at how this weekend is going to be panning out across the next 4 days, including today. We've got our two groups which are going to be played in best of one. Then the top two teams from each group will move into our semi-finals, and then the winners into the final. The semis and final will be best of 5. But when we take a look at the rule book, one of the interesting things about the semi-finals, about the final as well, is going to be that the first game of each of those series will be best of one. You can see that here in our rules and prize pool graphic, which will come up in just a moment. There we go. Game one is going to be blind pick. You can see it there on the third line. And the prize pool as well, $600,000. Not too shabby.
It's nothing to sniff at, but I'm very excited for that blind pick. I think everyone who's a fan of League of Legends remembers, though, it was called for Faker, what was that? And it was from that blind pick scenario we got it. I cannot wait to see it.
And hey, we got one of the players from that scenario as well, right? We got Faker in the tournament, the Demon King himself, so hopefully we just need someone else to place there.
Where is Ryu when you need it? Honestly, come on, mate. Either way, let's take a look at the teams that are going to be coming into the competition. You mentioned Faker already. T1 is going to be sitting there pretty at the top of Group A as they're the first seed coming out from the LCK. We've got Top Esports and FBX as the second and third seed out of the LPL. And then we've got Damwon Gaming to round out Group A as the fourth seed from LCK. On the opposite side of the bracket, Group B, we've got JDG, Genji, DragonX, and IG. That's the first and fourth seed from LPL and the second and third seed from LCK as well.
And can I just take a moment to say, the mid laner pool in this tournament is so damn stacked. World champions, world attendees, and some of the best talent from these regions that haven't actually made it to that international
And in the Group A today, look at that. I mean, 3 out of the 4 mid laners that have gone to Worlds. The best mid laner not to go to Worlds and Top Esports as well. The lineups are stacked. And so are the matchups here, but I'm looking towards the first one because we have old friendships in FPX's Khan, who last year was on the side of T1, so he's going up against his old organization.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and we'll see if he has leveled up, whether FPX are going to be able to take T1 down. We didn't get to see them go head-to-head back at Worlds, so now we get that matchup for ourselves. That will be best of one. Fingers crossed they can both make it all the way to the finals. Then we get that juicy best of 5, even with a blind pick. But that's a whole different conversation. Let's get into the nitty-gritty of Group A to start off with. And we'll start with T1 as the first seed of the group. I think it's only fair. And when you look at this team, you got to bear in mind T1 is the most winningest organization in the history of League of Legends. 3 World Championships, 2 MSI titles, and 9 domestic championships within Korea.
And they do represent the way we see LCK playing. It's this control, and the way we describe them is that slow-moving juggernaut. You either get caught beneath them and are crushed, or you watch from afar as they take everything on the map and your nexus to boot. T1 will control the pace of the game from minute 1 with Cuz and Effort working together to get vision in the enemy jungle and make sure you're not taking a breath without them knowing.
You said it so well, Dagda. They define the LCK. In fact, I think at this point, T1 defines League of Legends, and especially the man in the mid lane in Faker. He is the League of Legends player that everyone thinks about. And even using the word slow-moving juggernaut, this team is an impassable object, one that many teams struggle to get through.
And it's because they make so little mistakes. There's not a huge amount of gaps in their play, and especially when they've got so much information to play with because of that vision that Cuz and Effort have worked so hard to get, it means they're able to move into positions where you're not expecting them to be. They know how they want to play out these fights, and they will execute to near perfection.
The communication, the experience, it all comes together on the side of this T1 roster. I always look at T1 as the team that will make the smallest amount of mistakes, and then if you make mistakes, they're instantly there to punish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you ask me why T1 has such great vision control throughout the game, my answer is always going to be just because. And with that, I'm going to start to move over towards
God.
someone else in the bracket. The T1's first opponents of the day is going to be FPX. Coming out from China, they came third this season, this split in the LPL. But back in 2019 summer, they won the LPL. They went on to win the World Championship. And now with Khan stepping into the roster as well, they've had some things to rearrange, but they're looking strong.
And I don't want people to see the third seed and think that FPX are a weak team, right? This is still the world champion. This is still the 2019 summer domestic champion as well, with all the players you remember from Worlds, plus, as you said, the addition to Khan. So they have a new dynamic in the top lane, a dynamic, that is quickly becoming really hard to approach.
And something that FPX have learned to play around as well. I mean, when you think of the FPX from Worlds 2019, it was all about getting these 4v2 dives in the bottom lane. Well, they've taken that knowledge and transitioned it towards the top side, where they'll often enact that 3v1 dive, make sure they're setting up Khan for success, and getting themselves rolling nice and early in these games.
But even individually, you look at Khan, you can see on your screen here, he's such a great mechanical player. In the past, FPX really lent on the fact that Gimgoon could absorb pressure and the rest of FPX could succeed. But with Khan, he absorbs the pressure and he fires it right back.
A lot of that pressure that we see from FPX comes from the man himself in the mid lane, though, Super Carry Doonby.
Yeah.
This is the guy you got to keep your eyes on, because he'll be looking to get out of lane, have those impact in the side lanes, and a lot of that teeters on what Tien can do in these early stages. If he can set up Doonby for success, if he can go hand in hand towards these side lanes and start that snowball rolling nice and early for FPX.
Giving him that freedom. Also, I love the fact that we're still calling him Super Carry Doonby, but we're also mentioning his dark technologies. He still has that wide, extensive champion pool. You never know what you're going to expect when you get towards the end of a draft.
Especially when we've got blind pick in game one of the
Yeah,
best of
good
fives.
point,
That's
good
going to be real interesting when it comes to those mid lane picks. But honestly, one of the most impressive things about FPX is often just their synergy. And you saw it in these clips. You saw it in those early fights. It goes on much longer than you'd expect. And there's extra cast members coming on into the scene constantly, and you keep on seeing more and more reinforcements, but they know how to play around that. The communication is incredible, and the way that they're able to pull results out of the hat is just exceptional.
And I'm looking forward to seeing if they can still do it here today against T1, because I feel like this is one of the biggest tests for them so far.
And I mean, let's transition the conversation then onto how this first matchup of the day is going to go, because we've got T1 going up against FPX, and when you look at it on the table, it's two very different styles of team, but both of them revolving around that mid lane.
As you said, we didn't get this at World. Finally, FPX and T1 meet up, and it is exciting. It is like a bit of a guess as to how best of one will go in the situation here, but you have to think about FPX and how they match up pound for pound, because as Dagda was saying before, can Doonby get out of mid? Can Faker control him? Because if Doonby can't leave, if he's forced in that lane, T1 will just run them over.
And I think that's actually going to be the biggest problem here for FPX, is I don't see Doonby being able to get out of lane. I think he is going to struggle, not only because it's Faker, but also with the way that Cuz and Effort have just controlled the enemy jungle for so long in the LCK. You won't be getting the helping hand from Tien, and when Doonby can't get out of lane, that's when they really struggle. We saw it in the playoffs against JDG. They banned away the likes of the Gallios, the Rumbles, these high-impact champions that can get to side lanes, and they just completely fell apart.
I mean, things like that, right, where Doonby stays in lane, you don't see those insurmountable leads where FPX control the early game, that 3-4k margin that teams can't come back from, and the roaming and the diving to set up the other lane. So that's a big problem that they have to overcome, and as another point there, Tien is going to be a big factor.
Yeah, and as you rightly mentioned as well, a lot of it is going to be about that vision war between these two teams, whether or not T1 is going to be able to control vision like they always do, and if they can, is that going to stop the roam gameplay coming out from FPX? But now we've talked a little bit about the first matchup of the day, let's move over towards the second matchup coming our way, the other half of the group, and we'll start with Top Esports, the second seed coming out from the LPL, went all 5 games with JDG in the final. And it's important to mention that this squad has made every LPL playoffs in the last 2 years, but the first time they made it to finals was literally just a few weeks ago.
And a lot of that is coming off of the back of Jackie Love entering this roster. They went on an absolute tear with their new AD carry, and they look incredibly strong across the board now. 369, magnificent in the top lane.
Yeah.
Knight, the best mid laner in the world to never make it to Worlds. And now you add that AD carry from the 2018 World Championship roster of IG, and it just takes on an entire new lease of life for this squad.
Because fans will remember at the start of the LPL spring that Knight and Karsa paired together, and everyone said this would be the best jungle mid duo, and it wasn't. The communication issue was evident there. But then as soon as Jackie Love joins, it's a win streak, it's domination, it's finals for the first time in top esports history, and they're looking like a team well put together.
And this clip says it all. Look at Jackie Love and Knight taking on the whole squad of JDG.
And this is why it feels like top esports have leveled up with Jackie Love coming in. Karsa has been unleashed where he doesn't have this horrific mantle of trying to be the shot caller. He's now freed up to make those early game plays. And because you've got 3 lanes that have the potential to carry on this team, so many different play styles have been available, and they've played a plethora of different styles.
Which is so important because, as well, remember, individuality in this team is what sells top esports. 369 last year was his rookie year. He came through and people saying, oh my god, this guy could be as good as Zoom as the Shy, our top laners in the LPL. And then now you have Karsa, Knight, Jackie Love. The only weakness being support. Where can you go wrong for top esports?
It's definitely an incredibly strong squad, but on the other side of the board in their first matchup, they're going to be going against the 4th seed from the LCK, who have some pretty strong individual players themselves. Damwon Gaming coming on into Group A. And let's bear in mind that it's a similar story to what we just said about top esports. They've made playoffs ever since promoting into the LCK in 2019 spring, and in their first year of the LCK, made it all the way to Worlds.
People remember they were the 3rd seed for the LCK last year, went all the way through play-ins, came through groups and made the quarterfinals, only to be knocked out by G2. But Damwon Gaming still a scary team. As Munchable said, that individuality is strong here to the solo lanes of Damwon Gaming.
Yeah, what Damwon want to do is win that top half of the map. You're looking at Showmaker to have a lot of pressure in the mid lane, and then as well enable Nuguri in the top side of the map. Even if he has to go 0-2 before he gets there, he still wants to outperform his top laner. And when you've got Showmaker and Nuguri creating these pressure in both the solo laners, it enables Canyon to operate one towards the top side of the map to again set up Nuguri for success, but also get in deep, start invading that enemy jungle and causing a ruckus for whoever his opponent is.
It worked together before. Remember, this roster hasn't changed much since we last saw it last year at Worlds as well. Only a couple of additions. You now see Ghost down in the bottom lane alongside Nuclear, but I want to come back to Nuguri because Nuguri is such a fun top laner to watch. He's so innovative. He adds so much character to the lane of, or at least the team of Damwon Gaming. The kleptomancy is gone, unfortunately. That was just so great watching him at Worlds.
I swear to God, the guy's dad must have been an accountant or something, because he was kleptomancy all of last year. Now he's building coal on basically every champion.
He's got a tax debt, man. He's got to make it up.
He just loves his gold. He loves to build the bank.
I mean, how are you going to carry if you don't have that gold? You need to get every little bit, and that's where Nuguri wants.
All right, so we talked about the strong solo laners for each team. Let's talk about this as a matchup then. Top esports against Damwon Gaming. Strength in the solo lanes on each side. But then when we look towards the duo lane in the bottom side, looks a little weaker on both sides.
I want to go back to your first point there, Munch, because I think we've got to look at just how these two match up pound for pound, and I feel like it's fairly even across the board. I know a lot of people won't have seen top esports before, but their solo laners are both incredibly strong, and you've got Karsa there who's looking to facilitate them in the same way that Canyon plays towards the top side of the map. But as you said, I think the bottom side of the map is actually where top esports is at its weakest. If you can look to exploit Yuanji and Chocho, the two supports, that's not their best lane so far. And even though you've got it paired with Jackie Love, you can definitely get in there and start to mess around with top esports. Unfortunately, though, I don't think Damwon Gaming is strong enough to actually go up against them in that Ghost and Barrel. I think you need someone that can actually get the help of Canyon down there to try and exploit that.
I was going to say on that point, because if I'm looking at, Ghost and Barrel, or I'm looking at Nuclear and Barrel, and I think to myself, well, that's not really a strong lane at all for Damwon Gaming either. I don't expect us to pay homage or pay attention to the bottom side whatsoever. I expect that jungle attention to be towards the solo lanes, especially when we talked about Nuguri, we talked about the volatility of 369 and what can also be done in the mid lane with Showmaker and Knight. It's solo lane heaven, and if I look at bottom lane, I think I might fall asleep.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case, whether we do have a brawl over on the top side of the map. But we're going to be jumping onto not only a new tournament here, but a new patch as well. We're jumping into patch 10.10. And I've nicknamed this one Pandora's Patch, because across the top level solo queue around the world, we've seen some really weird picks coming through.
This, yeah, some very weird picks, I'd agree. We've got a lot going on at the moment, Dagda, don't we?
Yeah, we most certainly do. I think the most interesting one for me is that Soraka in that AD carry position in the bottom lane. So Soraka got nerfed to get her out of that top side of the map, but over the last couple of patches, they've been removing a lot of those nerfs, and now she's found herself a nice little home back on that bottom side of the map.
I just got to say, I'm not happy about this. I don't think anyone is.
No.
The Ziggs to me as well, Dagda, is quite interesting because off camera we did talk a lot about the flex potential of DRX, who we'll see tomorrow, who can really play around with this one.
Yeah, Deft has been having a lot of fun on that on the bottom side of the map, and it is flexed towards Chovy, but definitely one I expect to see in that mage bottom side of the map. And we look towards some of the other ones that are there. The mid lane, we've got the AP Kog'Maw, a different variety of the Twisted Fate with the AD coming out. And again, more supportive styles in the jungle with the Ivern, and Evelyn carrying the bottom side, or on the jungle as well, is going to make a lot more interesting.
Looks like a lot of fun. That's all I'm going to leave it at.
It certainly does. As a Kog'Maw enthusiast, I'm excited about Ivern in the jungle coming on through, but we'll have to wait and see. Kog'Maw in the mid lane too. We'll see whether those picks are going to come through. Bear in mind, these are picks we've found in solo queue, so whether or not these teams will be bringing them to the
LPL's
to the
in a tournament
stage
might happen.
It very much
likely.
might happen. And we've got, I mean, we were just talking about Nuguri, we were just talking about Showmaker. These guys like the weird picks, but let's talk a little bit about predictions here and put some money on the table when it comes to our predictions for what's going to be going down. And I'm the only one that's seeing any sense here, because Top Esports, clear favorite.
That's one word for it, much. I'll tell you that
well,
much.
See, we had to try and show that the LPL isn't biased on the desk, so we had to try and go over towards the T1. But we all know that Top Esports is going to win.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing to take away from these predictions here is the fact that the majority are saying, or everyone's saying T1's going to make it on through. The majority saying Top Esports. Hysterics, talk to me a little bit about why you put FPX.
I mean, at this point, I think first and fourth are so secure to me. Down one don't seem strong enough to get past the likes of a team like Top Esports or FPX. I think one LPL team, of course, is going to make it through with T1, who look insurmountable at this point in that first position. And I'm just so concerned that Damwon could come out of nowhere and just kind of right flank this one. But I think for now, it's safe to say that the world champions with Khan have fixed their issues enough to hold that second spot, as Mr. Valdez thinks the same thing as well. So shout out to my LCK brethren.
You guys definitely on the same page there. So, gentlemen, as we move towards our tournament, then, any final thoughts on what's going to be coming our way today?
Excitement, happiness, greatness. That's all I want from today. I'm so excited for this tournament.
I just want to get revenge for last Rift Rivals and just take down LCK, but neutral.
We'll have to see if that's going to happen. We're going to head over to our compadres over at the LCK LoL Park, as it's time to jump into our games. It's time to kick off MSC.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, guys out there from the LPL, for introducing the tournament. But we are back here, and we are ready to go. It's me and LS, a.k.a. Lobster Sauce, who is looking pretty good today. How are you feeling today coming into this tournament?
I am curious what we're going to end up seeing here on 10-10. I'm curious what the meta is going to end up being like. It's been 3.5 weeks since the last competitive matches were played. There was a couple of patches in between then, given that finals were played on different patches globally across the world, and there's not a whole lot to go off of. So I liked at the very end we started touching on some champion picks that we can expect to see. I'm curious to see what that's going to mean with these two regions colliding.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, we saw mentions of Ivern, Soraka, AP Kog'Maw. I feel like teams on the LCK side of stuff might take that kind of, scaling defensive type of play style, where I'm not sure if the LPL teams are really going to jump on that ship just yet. Who's going to the ship? That's the real question here at the LCK, as it always is. But now we're at the MSC, the Mid-Season Cup. So thank you guys for joining us here. We're going to be taking you through the first 6 games of the tournament. And then tomorrow it will be Atlas and Wadid bringing you the second 6 games before we do get to the knockout stage. So we got 4 days of amazing League of Legends that will be coming your way. And we should be getting into a bit of an opener as well, an intro to the tournament here in just a minute, guys. So hold on to your seats before we do get into that. Looks like we still need about 30 seconds or so before we do, but it's the top of the table here in Asia. It really is, and we got 8 of the best teams in the world, and I'm just really excited to get into it.
And I mean, we're kicking things off with T1 versus FPX. So That is quite a good appetizer to really get into it.
It's pretty amazing. But guys, we do have that insert.
미드 시즌컵에 오신 여러분 환영합니다. 긴 휴식기 동안 모두가 오늘만을 기다려왔을 텐데요. LCK와 LPL 최강자들이 모두 모인 이번 미드 시즌컵. 총 8개 팀이 앞으로 나흘간 각 지역의 명예를 걸고 치열한 대결을 펼칠 예정입니다. 자, 사상 최초로 진행되는 미드 시즌컵. 과연 새로운 챔피언은 누가 될지 오늘 그 첫 시작을 준비하고 있는 LCK 두 팀을 여러분께 소개합니다. 자, 새로운 LCK 시대의 라이징 스타, 2019 월즈에서도 멋진 활약을 보여준 담원 게이밍. 탑 너구리, 정글 캐니언, 미드 쇼메이커, 바텀 고스트, 서포터 베릴, 담원 게이밍입니다. 자, 그리고 LCK 9회 우승, 월드 챔피언십 3회 우승의 전설. 자, 새로운 유일신 T1을 소개합니다. 정글 커즈, 미드 페이커, 바텀 테디, 서포터 에포트. 다시 한번 환영해 주십시오. T1입니다. LCK 팀들은 모든 준비를 마쳤습니다. 자, 이제 이들에 맞서 대결을 준비하고 있는 LPL 팀들을 만나보시죠. Candice, please take it away.
Thank you, 宁。是的，在过去的20多天里，我相信非常多的召唤师跟我一样，很期待这一次季中杯的到来。来自2个赛区的佼佼者，到底会有怎么样的精彩的对决呢？让我们拭目以待。接下来我们有请到的就是登台的2支 LPL 战队，让我们首先欢迎的是2019年英雄联盟全球总决赛冠军战队，同样也是百折不挠的火凤凰 FunPlus Phoenix。上路看，打野天，中路 Doing B， 下路林伟翔，辅助 Crisp。再次欢迎 FunPlus Phoenix。那么接下来我们登场的是天赋异禀的挑战者们，带着必胜的决心来到季中杯的赛场，让我们欢迎 Top Esports。上路369，打野 Karsa， 中路 Knight， 下路 Jeffrey Love， 辅助预言家。再一次欢迎 Top Esports， 为时4天的季中杯即将拉开序幕，到底我们的选手们会带来怎样的精彩表现呢？让我们拭目以待。2020年英雄联盟季中杯小组赛第1日，精彩即将呈现。
我觉得 LPL 这个赛区的优点在每个人的个人操作都非常好，所以我觉得这次比赛应该蛮好看的。
중국 팀들은 역시 작년 롤드컵에서도 되게 좋은 모습을 보였기 때문에 이번에도 국제대회에서는 경기에
와! 마지막에 어떻게 되는 거죠 이게? 이거를 간다! 제압되었습니다! 제왕!
T1的2位打野都就是表现得比较优秀，如果面对他们的话，我会在野区里打得更加谨慎一点。
这波龙看看啊，盲僧之内还有机会，700多龙是谁的？来和这波先行拿到一个大龙墙位置还是不错，剑魔已经先行倒在地上，防普拉斯又是一波追击之势。
我觉得和 Faker 对线的话就，他这 ID 就压制力比较强了，就我和他打的话就把 ID 遮住就行了，就打好自己的应该也能把自己发挥出来。
这边在等你闪，然后再给技能，你看到了，对的 A 下，我的天哪！哇
제가 나이트 선수랑 작년에 이제 리프트 라이벌즈에서 한번 만난 적이 있는데 그때 제가 이겼어가지고 좀 더 상대하는데 자신감이 있는 것 같아요.
야 이거 투실이 죽었고요. 투실 죽었고. 야 이거 너구리까지.
这次比赛对 T1整台来说是一个很好的锻炼机会，希望我们能打到后面。
결승 가보고 싶다? 그냥 결승이라는 무대를 MSC든 리그든 어느 대회든 좀 가보고 싶다는 생각이 좀 있어서 결승을 좀 가보고 있습니다.
我们正在调整我们的状态，希望这次 MSC 比赛有好的成绩。
국제대회 우승 경력이 없어서 한번 제 커리어에 국제대회 우승을 한번 놓고 싶네요.
Guys, we are here at LoL Park, bringing you all the action for the Midseason Cup 2020. It's me, Valdez, with LS, and that was a pretty hype opening video, LS. We got these 4 teams coming in for the first day that are going to be bringing us some pretty insane League of Legends action. I mean, we have the 2019 World Champion team, FPX, FunPlus Phoenix, up against T1, a many-time World Champion themselves. And they're going to be going head-to-head here on the Rift. It's going to be some pretty fun stuff, Ellis.
No, and I'm expecting that T1 are the favorites coming into this match. If we're just going off of the finals and the playoffs of each respective regions. And just T1 looking so dominant also in their series. So the lineup today is going to feature Khan up in the top lane for FPX, with the rest of the roster not too much of a surprise.
Yeah, he really popped off in that 3rd, 4th place match against IG, up against the Shy in the top lane. We saw a little highlight of that during the pre-show from the LPL guys. Well, thank you once again to you guys for holding that down. Wish we could have you here, but the technical issues to get that all set up were a little bit too much to have it work. But we're going to be still bringing you the action here from Korea while having the teams here in the LPL arena. You can see that Khan, as we did mention, is going to be starting here instead of Gimgoon for this first game. Of course, that can change as the tournament does move along.
And we'll see what their approach in game number 1 is going to be. And this is best of 1. So best of 1s get a little bit tricky when it comes to how are you going to try to approach the meta as well as your particular opponent. Because obviously, I would actually expect that the LPL might have an edge in the best of 1s before we head to the best of 5 format.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you there. I think they can really come out swinging and catch a lot of these defensive LCK teams off guard. I think that T1, though, might be a little bit, not immune, but a little bit better prepared for that kind of thing. They've been on so many international stages before that I think, as you mentioned before, I think it's FunPlus Phoenix's job to kind of come in here and be the underdogs and try to take over against T1, who, with their new lineup here, Cuz in the jungle now, they got Kana, a rookie, up in the top lane. It's kind of funny because it's Khan versus Kana in the top lane for the first game. Kana mentioning Khan many times in interviews, as well as Effort, who is a guy who, you know, used to be the youngest and the most new, the most green on the team, but actually he's really shaping up to be a big top performer in the support role. I know a lot of us voted for him as first or second in terms of all supports in the LCK, so definitely looking to see if he can hold down that support role this time around. Of course, other names you will recognize, Teddy and Faker, are going to be also rounding out this lineup.
And you can see Kana on the screen right now. He is going to have a bit of a hard job cut out for him here. This game number 1, trying to really find the right words to describe it. And this will be interesting to see how he is going to fare here today. But then also just T1 in general, because again, there's a lot of expectations on them coming into this tournament. If you saw how they performed in the second half of LCK Spring, as well as, again, in the finals versus Gen.G, so dominating. And it's only been a couple of weeks since that's happened. So we'll see what they're able to do. There is also the factor that there's the ping.
Yes.
That is manually set in place that I believe that we spoke about before. So
yeah,
I wonder what that's going to sort of influence.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know a lot of the guys, especially here in Korea, we're used to playing on 8 to 10 ping, right? It's kind of the baseline, the standard. Sometimes you'll feel like you're lagging if you hit 11. I know I'm not the only one on a desk with LS. But now we've set the ping to 30. So it's going to be 30 for everybody in the game on both sides. So we don't really have to worry about that, even though we are playing online. And it's definitely something to talk about. It will be a kind of new feeling when it does come into the game, even if it is a very minuscule one.
The interesting thing is I remember back when I used to live with Samsung White and Blue, when they were MVP, Blue, White, Red, and or MVP Ozone, etc. Sometimes they would play in tournaments that were online in China, and they would complain about 40 ping, saying, don't pick me this champion, or I won't play this champion in 40 ping, because there's things that you can't do. And so, interestingly enough, certain champions might be not selected on the basis that maybe they don't want to be out of their element with certain abilities. I know that Jace and Ezreal, for instance, are two champions that can get influenced even by this minuscule amount, or at least in the eyes of some of the professional players historically.
Yeah, no doubt.
Was it Faker who complained about NA ping once?
Probably.
It might have
probably was him.
Yeah.
And we've made many jokes about that in the past here, even in Korea, where it's like it jumps up to 20 and the players are like, nope, no, we're not playing on this. Not happening. Absolutely not. But we are getting into the big band here, guys. FPX on blue, T1 on red for this best of 1.
Some things never change, Valdez.
Yeah.
T1 opening with Elise, FPX having banned away set, and now Trundle getting banned away. So Graves, okay, there it goes. All right, this is going very quick. Not really wasting any time. And so the meta, now this is going to be really defining, not just for this tournament, but also for the LEC, for the LCS, LPL once it resumes, LCK once it resumes. This is going to be basically the tournament that can sort of set the competitive standard, perhaps, for what's going to be happening in maybe scrims over the next couple of weeks before all the splits resume in summer 2020, as Aphelios is going to be picked here B1 by FPX. Now, T1 can respond in traditional fashion to punishing Aphelios with just long-range control.
Syndra.
Syndra, Orion.
Syndra flex.
Lots of long-range mages are pretty good. Now, Callista's being hovered. She is still able to be flexed.
Yeah,
she
definitely
get locked
can
in.
be flexed rather, and Syndra, definitely something we mentioned. We see a bit of Syndra jungle from time to time in solo queue. Not so much in pro play just yet, but it's not going to come in here as Olaf is going to be the pick into the jungle.
So they have Kalista Olaf so far. We don't know if the Kalista is going to go top lane yet or AD carry. And FPX now with the Kindred lock-in. Now, interestingly enough, Kindred can go top lane, not just jungle.
Okay.
So this is definitely a interesting pick here at this point in the draft because it conceals whether or not it's top Kindred or if it would actually be jungle. If Aphelios wasn't locked in, I would say he can even go AD carry because there are Kindreds on the Korean solo queue ladder as well as in the Chinese solo queue that will play Kindred in AD carry mid and top. So would be interesting to get that here on game 1 opening as Jace has been selected for T1. Lots of early aggression and lane control coming out of them.
No, which is not necessarily something we were expecting from an LCK team. We were leaning more towards the LPL teams to bring in the flair, you know, the fire, especially into the early game. You know, seeing a very famous Lee Sin player is going to potentially not play that just yet. Wukong is going to be banned, so this is definitely something that we see a lot in solo queue. It has been changed and buffed a bunch, and they will respect that up against FPX.
And Thresh and Taric were both banned away, so they're acknowledging that the Kalista is likely going to be bottom. And now Braum is being hovered. And now it's swapped back over to Gragas. Now, Gragas is very good against Kindred, because you can knock everyone out of the Kindred ultimate. And so, in a vacuum, I suppose that is an answer. Olaf, I suppose, could be flex top lane. They have that going on. This is a very interesting game number 1 draft here, Valdez. Is FPX trying to decide on what their support is going to be. And it might not even be a support. It could be a dual flex, given that it is Doom B. So the Nautilus could go mid. Karma can still go bottom.
Doom B can pretty much play anything. When you were saying top Kindred, I'm like, hey, why not Doom B on Kindred mid? You know, who knows? Definitely could happen.
Ooh. Well, that's probably going to signal that Karma will be in mid if that Renekton is locked in. No, hovered and switched over to Vladimir. It's been a very long time since we've seen him. And what is T1's final pick going to be? Because as it currently stands, it looks like they're missing a mid laner. Corki is being hovered right now.
Yeah. Another one of these mid picks that has risen priority in recent times. Once again, he is back as a safe, scaling, mostly AP damage, kind of AD carry style, though, in the way that he does play. Going into the mid lane, of course, Faker, no stranger to the Corki, and it does look like it will be the Karma in the mid lane to go up against that Corki.
And it seems now we're going to wait till the 20-second mark just to make sure there's no more swap shenanigans that are going on anywhere. And it does look like, okay, so Corki will be in mid against the Karma. You have Jace against Vladimir up in top lane. So the onus is going to be on Kana to try to make something happen. And interestingly enough, it's looking like it's going to be the LCK that have the responsibility on them coming into game number 1 to try to get the ball rolling in the early, the mid stages of the game to convert into something meaningful. They do still have some late game scaling on their side with the Corki. The fact that Kalista actually has a lot of potency against a lot of the champions on the side of FPX, but that Kindred, the Vladimir, and the Aphelios is really, really scary.
Yeah, I mean, if you sit in the game for about 200 years, they're going to be really a big composition, and as you were mentioning, they're going to kind of overcome the T1 comp in the very late stages of the game. So definitely interesting. Guys, we're going to jump into game number 1 right now. Here we go, right onto the Rift. No whitings, no gyos, nothing like that just yet. Hopefully in future seasons and tournaments we can get back all that fun stuff. But for now, we will be playing here on this Rift. As it's interesting that Kana, a guy that has mentioned Khan many times in interviews as a top laner that he's looked up to, a guy that he's learned a lot from. He's going to go ahead and pick the Jace in game 1 straight up against Khan, who has been known for his Jace play in the past. And we do have Nuguri in the tournament as well. Down1's top laner, very famous for his Vladimir, but the Vladimir gets picked much earlier than we will be seeing him play. He will be playing in the next game, in fact, against Top Esports.
And I'm really excited to actually see this Kindred pick here and what FPX can manage to do with it. I think that she is extremely undervalued for such a long time now because her ultimate is so game-breaking against some team compositions. And just the fact that even though she's not designed to really go off in the early stages or the mid-game, if she does, she just takes over the entire game.
Yep.
And so it's a very interesting kind of jungler. So T1 now, just going to be having a pretty standard opening here. Cuz is just going to full clear his red side jungle. Tien opened up with a blue steal. And taking a look at the runes, everything is pretty standard across the board.
Don't really notice anything too out of the ordinary when we do take a look at the runes. Of course, the Unsealed Spellbook Karma was kind of highlighted earlier on. Tons of utility, about as much as you can get in one champion package. As we do have to talk about the jungle early game. There was a bit of an invade. The scan from the red trinket did miss the one ward from T1, but it didn't catch the invade. It only saw Donby moving forward. And so, Cuz is not going to know. I do not believe that this is happening. He's going to see the blue buff being taken. He should know because of the delay in the jungle path from Tien, but it's kind of too little too late at this point just to know it, as he's not going to be able to efficiently respond other than going for wolves and clearing the rest of his jungle, so he will be 3-buffed by Tien on the side of FPX.
Yeah, and Olaf's going to transition this into picking up the right side Stomach Crab as soon as it spawns. Baker has control over mid lane, and it must be nice. Tien does roll like a god, the Kindred mark on the left side, although he's not pathing towards it right away.
Yeah, and he's going to be seen too, so...
Yeah, ends up getting spotted out and didn't path towards it, and you can see Doonby had a lane reset, so even though Kana had priority up in top lane, Tien likely would have been able to actually sneak that mark. And so that's going to be a bit unfortunate for him. Kana very low on mana right now up here in top lane. Does still have 2 corrupting charges left. We'll see if he actually would just elect to cheater recall on this next wave, because it's going to be really hard for him to achieve anything here against this Vladimir on this wave or the follow-up wave. Kana's just sitting pretty.
Yeah, he's sitting back. He's putting on immense pressure. They were kind of giving the top side of the map over to Cuz, even though he didn't take it. He's still going to be able to take that scuttle and have a lot of vision control. So kind of doing well up in the top side, but you do have to point out that Khan is keeping up in the CS difference up in the top side and is feeling pretty okay himself. All the junglers just farming everything out for now, and it will be a little bit of a slower early game for now.
What we have to pay attention to is T1 needs to get early dragons. They have to convert it into something meaningful. First one of the game is going to be Ocean Drake. If you're a T1 fan, you want Cloud to come up second. That way you know 100% you'll at least get a meaningful soul. And Tien making his way up to top lane, just going to clear out the ward. kind of difficult to get anything going with Vladimir when he's not 6 yet. As DoinB is going to teleport right back into mid lane, clear out the wave, and now he'll have temporary control as Faker backs up. He'll recall with teleport, and T1, they are going to get the first dragon of the game. We'll see if they initiate a lane swap off of this right away. It would be a bit early, but the timing would line up for it.
I don't see it.
No, it's going to be instant teleport back top.
Yeah, the teleport there. And you were talking about early Jakes for T1. They see Tian up in the top side. They say, well, we can just push in bot and rotate over to the dragon, take a very easy ocean. And with the Cloud coming up second, that means we will not have Cloud Soul. So should be a very heavily contested either Infernal or Mountain Soul in this game. Both of them would have to see them being pretty important, but I think Infernal is really going to be insane for both of these teams if one of them can pick them up. And could definitely push T1's weaker, very late game into a position where they do have the power to, you know, come over the top on FPX's composition. But it will come down to the gameplay as another mark is down on the bottom side here. You can see already Tian is trying to make his way up towards that. See if he can lock it down.
And Cuz getting a lot of HP and mana back from that honey fruit. Scuttle Crab getting a little hungry himself.
Little snack.
Yeah.
And you can see Faker having a little bit of trouble. That hook was not going to hit him. It hit the little nub of the wall that comes out, but he still flashes away, Cuz. And at the same time, Tian is going to pick up the mark and level 6. And so T1 is just going to have to say, okay, you win this round. We'll back off. But the extra pushing out of mid lane gave a little bit of priority over to DoinB to be able to come down there and help out, as well as Crisp getting there in the fight a little bit ahead of effort. So props to FPX for being pretty proactive about getting that mark for their Kindred.
And Kana is having a really hard time right now up here in top lane. The Vladimir gets so much value out of the Seeker's Arm Guard, not just against the Jace, but also against the Olaf in an event that he would never end up trying to be ganked. But Kana's just doing such a better job than Kana already in this game. He's winning in CS as Vladimir against Jace, and Jace matchups are generally measured by how close you can stay to Jace, not by if you can actually beat him or not. So things are not looking very good for T1 on the top side of the map, as Kana, all he's been doing is pushing. He hasn't even managed to get a turret play. Nothing meaningful has been able to be converted out of it. And now, interestingly enough, the one time something might happen is because Khan was allowed to push back. So we'll see if anything comes from this. Kana does have Executioners now, so is able to hurt Vladimir, sustain a little bit inside of the lane, but Tian actually just going to start up the Rift Herald, it seems like.
Yeah, and an axe was thrown. It did look like T1 kind of have an idea that this is going on, but they don't really want to contest it just yet, especially because, you know, when you pick a lane bully and you can't bully lane, it's not a great feeling. As we saw Kana thinking about rotating down. He's still here. He's got to be really careful. But, well, looks like he's just going to be okay. As Tiana is going to be able to back away, and we will return to farming. But that is a very big pickup very early on in the game. I mean, this is a 9-minute Rift Herald, 850. He's going to be able to get some plates easily from this. It's just going to be up to him on which lane he wants to snowball.
Well, we're almost at 10 minutes here in the game, Valdez. The score is still 0-0, so
yeah,
it's good to be back.
Welcome back, guys. Oh, man.
They don't call it literally can't kill for nothing.
Yeah. I mean, at least I think the next game is going to have a little bit more action, right? Dalmon up against Top Esports.
That's what you think.
You would imagine.
Pepe
Hopefully. Oh, no. Oh, man. Valdez doesn't know. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of rough. You pick Karma versus Corki with the Manamune, then call. It's like, okay, well, we can just sit back and, yeah. That's about it.
And at this point, I mean, in the game, Corki is completely fine to just keep scaling up and doing his thing, but likewise, so is Kindred, so is Vladimir. So right now, this second Cloud Dragon is super important for T1 to get, because then the third Drake is going to be the one that you know. Oh, hold on.
They're collapsing on Tian. He's going to be forced to blow that ultimate. The casket's not good to knock him out. And the huge shield and heal is going to be enough to get him to safety. That looked like an unsealed spellbook heal coming out from Doinby, full health, and now the return. But in goes Teddy and his support, able to pick up the first blood in the back line. But Doinby and the rest of FPX on the chase. Did they go too deep is the real question here, as Teddy is going to be locked down. Effort will go down here. Faker over the wall, trying to help him out, but there's that turret, and now the visual is going to come out. That's a lot of damage, but no lockdown. And it looks like the mobility of Kalista and the Corki will be able to get them out of dodge, but that's a 2-for-1 in kills going the way of FPX.
And so FPX, they come out ahead in kills, but the gold score still at the top is pretty much even. And what this also does is it buys a lot of time, but because of the way that the deaths occur, T1, Olaf is going to get to the Cloud Dragon. We take a look at the package landing right on top of Kindred. And the Gragas, unfortunately for Effort, the trees end up saving the Kindred. Just getting pressed against the wall there. Crisp and LWX very quick to collapse. Teddy and Effort go on to Tien, end up getting that kill there. You can see now in live.
Yeah.
It looks like
fighting for the Cloud Drake, and it is going to go the way of Cuz this time around, but what will be the damage? FPX don't want to go down without a fight here, as Effort is insanely tanky. He doesn't seem to die, and now it's a 4-on-3, as FPX a little bit too desperate to pick up the kills. And it looks like T1 will be able to lock down 3 on the back of this. You can see Doinby desperately trying to pick up that kill onto Effort, but it's not going to happen. Now 3-0 is Teddy on the Kalista.
And Teddy this is not a cuddly teddy bear, I'll tell you that much here in this game. 3-0 on the Kalista. And it's really problematic because Kalista and Corki are the two champions you need to worry about most. The Jace you can pretty much ignore in the later stages, especially because he really failed to do anything in the early stages of the game. But that was a very bizarre decision by FPX. After the Dragon went down, okay, cut your losses.
Oh, they really want to pick up this lockdown, or the shutdown rather, and they're going to hand it over to Aphelios. That was really tricky. We saw that Chris was really far away. He didn't have flash, and so Teddy was like, oh, I feel safe. But the heal coming out of LWX, as well as that delayed route from the tricky switch on the guns, means that they pick up that kill, and now with the Rift Herald, but he'll be able to pick up some extra money here in the mid lane as they pick up, it looks like 3 plates, as Crisp was looking to even dive the turret at the same time. And the action seems to have really blown up now here after 10 minutes.
Yeah, and we're finally getting some action. Kana also able to get some plates up here in top lane. Tien coming up here, gonna try to maybe make a play happen, but Kana gonna be really quick to try to get out of this. Still has the flash available, he should never die.
Yeah, for the Hex Drinker is gonna get him low, he flashes away. Now Tien delayed a little bit, he hit the ward twice on his way up. I think he could have just gone straight up and maybe had a better chance, but either way, let's take a look at the replay.
This is what's so bizarre. So the Cloud Dragon goes down, and they funnel into this narrow corridor, and they know about Faker to the north. Aphelios wasn't here, and it was just a buffet for T1. That's really all that there is to say at the very end of this. Now, immediately after this, Kalista does go down in the bot lane, but this was such a nice victory for T1, and it is Infernal Soul this game, so arguably the best dragon that they could get, given that FPX has a lot of sustained damage in their team composition. Karma can really keep the fights going. Kindred flourishes in sustained fights. Aphelios and Nautilus likewise. So a Mountain Soul, while the resistances are nice, doesn't outright just end the game the way that it can against certain team compositions. So T1 rolling really well with that Infernal. Corki making his way to the Trinity Force. But we got 2 minutes at least until the action continues to unfold. Karma continuing on the full support utility item path as Ardent Sensor picked up, massive for Kindred and Aphelios.
Yeah, it's essentially like you got one ranged support, kind of a mage support in the mid lane that can do a bit of damage, but it's mostly there to support your 280 carries and even the Vlad with the shields, and then you got that engaged tanky support in the bottom side. So that is the way that FPX's team composition does round itself up, as Cuz heavily prioritizing that Rift Herald actually wants to take down this mid-tier 1. But at the same time, FPX will be looking to trade the turret down to the bottom side as a little bit of a skirmish here. Tian pretty angry after the way this early game has gone. And he's looking to take names, although Cuz, he's not ready to go for the fight. And see, they're still looking to push here. They want to rotate into the mid lane after getting that turret in the bottom side. And this is what we all love about the LPL teams. They love to be proactive and look for plays. They're not going to sit back and make the same play. They want to get as much value as possible. And here we go. They get the turret, but having gone too deep as Chris is going to go down. The Kindred ultimate is too late. And now he's out of an ultimate for a good 120 seconds. That's a long cooldown on that Kindred ult.
Yeah.
So, you know, they get the turret, but maybe biting off a little bit more than they can chew.
And so all of this for the mid-tier 1 turret effort, used the cast to open this up, and Chris just going a little bit too reckless. He's done this twice now. And Kindred ult a little bit too late. As you did point out, it wasn't too late to where I would just say it's the ping, you know? It's not one of those things. Yeah, I can't really throw him a bone there, I'll tell you that.
No. Yeah, he had a good, let's say 700 MS to get out of that one. the extra 20 didn't really affect his play. As we're going to be looking to make a play around the Infernal Drake now. Very early these Drakes were taken now. We talked about this T1 really prioritizing this, and so far it's been 2 for 0. Tian not really able to land the smite there in the second fight over the Cloud Drake. So you can see T1 going to let them leash here and look for an engage and just poke on the top side as, okay, it's going to be denied by the Valkyrie, and that's a lot of damage.
J-Shock Blast whiffs.
Yeah, it does, but they should be able to lock down this one. The smite is not going to come in just yet. Khan in the front, but now he is low. As T1, they don't necessarily have to fight this, and so they say, we're just going to back away. We got the Infernal Drake, now we're on Drake's Soul in 5 minutes. You know, good for you. You weren't able to really take much from us.
And this is the really scary thing, is that typically 2.5 items, it's online by 23 minutes, but not quite 3. Hold on.
Okay, they're not backing down. They say, T1, you dare fight us in the mid lane. We are going to chop you down like an old oak of a team that you are. As a lot of poke is coming out now in the mid lane, they clear the wave, and so it is going to delay the push as Faker is pushing the bottom side. So T1 able to try to stand back up after losing Kana on the top side.
So typically third items will generally be completed around the 27-ish minute mark, and that's not going to be online by the time the Infernal Soul is going to be up. And that's really the item breakpoint that you're looking for on Vladimir and Aphelios in this game. I mean, Kindred will have 2 items. Karma is still going to be there bolstering. I mean, if we take a look at this replay, and it is just very bizarre decision by T1. You don't really know what they were thinking, because you have Faker down in the bottom just pushing the wave, and there's no real universe where FPX is able to raise that mid-tier 2, and it's not the end of the world. Even if they could, it's 500 gold.
Yeah.
And the question that you ask yourselves is, are we going to lose this game if this turret dies here? The answer is no. So, giving a little bit more over to FPX, but the real scary thing for them is that their champions' base scalings as well as items is not going to be online yet by that Infernal Soul fight, and T1 are not only going to have the edge at it, they're going to potentially just be able to win the game at that fight.
Yeah. I mean, you take a look at their carries already. Just kind of ignore Kana in the top lane for one moment. So you got Faker 2, 0, and 3 with 2.5 items, and it's not just regular 2 items. It's Trinity Force and Muramana completed with the Zeal, as well as a 3 and 1 Callista, who is struggling to get that second item, actually. Not quite as much farm as Faker just yet. Faker really the big boss of DPS on the side of T1. And I think it's really going to come down to key ultimates from Tian and Khan, but at the same time, you gotta look to LWX, who's 3-0, to try to somehow pull out the mechanics and, you know, be the underdogs in the team fight, but still win with the Aphelios. They're gonna have a lot of their money on that one player, and we'll have to see if he can pull it off.
Yeah. And it looks like Doonby is gonna be going for third item, Death Cap. And that will mean that maybe he can get a second needlessly large rod prior to the Infernal Dragon fight. See if he can end up doing that. Khan.
Effort's coming as well. He's almost here. The cast is going to come down, but a good flash by Khan. That was close. If he did not flash that one, I think he would maybe not go directly into the arms of Kana, but Kana could have closed the distance with his own flash and finished off the kill.
The other thing that is going on here for Khan is that he's got a little bit of Build-A-Bear workshop going on here. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard, Aether Wisp picked up, he has the Proto Belt, but this means that he won't have a second core item, I believe, by the time Infernal Soul does end up spawning, so this is a little bit scary. Kindred should be able to recall into the Black Cleaver, as Tian has been sitting on those items for a very long time. And all of the pressure is going to be on LWX in this last team fight because Faker is ginormous.
He might pick up his third item here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be pretty insane.
He's got an okay amount of CS right now. 244 at 2150. I'm not quite impressed, you know. I'm thinking, why not 245?
Yeah.
But,
you know,
he does have the third item.
And there it is, Rapid Fire Cannon. He's going to be just chunking people down. And this is the worry, especially for an 80 carry like Aphelios. If he doesn't have the right guns, he can be pretty low range and just get poked out by champions like a Corki. So you don't, okay, we're not poking, we're just going straight into the backline, and LWX just disappears as Tian is going to be late on the ultimate once again. The burst coming in now from the chase is going to be enough, and this is going to be an easy cleanup for T1. As Cuz, though, is going to have to use that heal to get out of dodge here. Khan running straight into it, and Faker coming back in with the teleport. Should be able to take out Khan here as he is under that turret, but he does not have the pool any longer. It's Faker. They're going a little bit too deep after getting the win on that fight there, but still the jungler of FPX is down.
Now, fortunately for them, no one else on the side of FPX has teleport. LWX does not have it, so T1 are still going to be able to get the Infernal Soul, but that was a little bit reckless. Right at the very end there. They're going to pick up this Infernal Soul. Gave Olaf about half a longsword too, so nice little gold value, but I feel like the game now is probably over, Valdez. That Infernal Soul plus their gold lead, plus the fact that their champions are still just so much stronger, they're going to be able to use this to convert into a Baron really easily now. And even the support Gragas becomes a bit of a menace now with just his basic combo. So we take a look at how this all transpires, and Faker just saw lethal on Aphelios and blew him completely up as Kana tried to go in for the assassination effort. Very clean on the follow-up right there. Khan, very slow to arrive to the fight. He got knocked up. He went to Pound Town. And then T1 did just really force the issue a little bit too much, though.
Yeah.
And they end up paying a bit of a price for it.
Yeah, it looks like the shutdown went over to Vladimir, who is 2-1. So, you know, you're only 2 or so mistakes away from, you know, again, they have Infernal Soul. It is going to be very difficult to throw this game from this position, but still got to be careful about making plays like that. And you can see they're just setting up for the Baron right now. Just trying to use that power that they do have. I mean, Faker he's like 3 champions in 1 right now as, okay, that was,
He's just trying to give him a drink. Leave him
hey,
alone.
You probably need this more than I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, you know, if it went the opposite way, I'm sure that Faker could have 2-shot him, so gotta be careful. And this Kindred pick so far, I have to say, it hasn't been very effective. I mean, it is not getting the required ultimates to save your teammates against the burst that T1's composition does have. And that's the hard part about it. The burst that does come in so fast it's pretty hard to respond to on time. As you can see, Faker just going to say, okay, I took that last team fight into my own hands. I guess I'll take this Baron into my own hands. And with Kalista not on the Baron, they're going to say, okay, probably not doing it. But now Teddy is going to rotate over to this objective. When will FPX realize? Now they will, but is it too late? It's now Teddy's on the Baron. Yeah. And it's too little, too late. Olaf going to smite that one down as T1 will pick up the Baron at 25-45.
And now, basically what FPX need to do is, well, no, not escape from the game. That's the opposite of what you want to do. That's not where the surrender button is.
Checking their video settings as to why, you know? It's like, oh, what's going on?
Basically, they need to avoid a team fight until Kindred recalls, gets Black Cleaver, and Karma gets Death Cap.
Okay, they're just going to go for the Olaf here. Again, this is a tank Olaf. It's pretty much pure tank as well, so.
Teddy's just, I mean, he's doing stuff up there.
And look at what they're doing. I mean, they have the poke to deny all these backs. And so as long as they have vision and they don't overcommit here, they can delay a lot of backs on the side. But Kalista is just going to join up with her team. Not going to push it too far, although I feel like she may have been able to as Ingo's Faker once again. But there's the leash from the Karma. Ingo's Aphelios. They're considering getting in there, and now Faker is going to go down, but he does trade. As, again, this reckless behavior Faker is coming in today. He really wants to make it, you know, extremely sure to everybody that he is the one that's going to be making the plays. As Khan wants to try to rival that here, as he is going to have to flash away. But do they have the damage to follow it up here? Finally, the Kindred ultimate is going to come in on time, but there it is. The huge burst damage comes out from Edward, and that's going to be the cast. The menace from the support, as you mentioned, is going to have the damage as T1 will look to push in and end this game.
And T1 are certainly going to be able to do so, I believe, as Aladios is coming up, but I don't think that he can do a lot right now, I'll tell you that much.
No, he's a little bit small this time around. Not really able to do much. He's going to poke down Cuz. Doesn't even get the kill. Kana going to come in there and take names. As Doinbe not even going to be able to save his life. Will they? Look at how fast Faker is. He's going to go in, pick up the kill, and Faker will get out alive. Gragas is going to give his life, and that's going to be the end of the game. GG, as T1 will pick up the first game here of the mid-season cup. As FPX did put on a pretty nice show, especially in the early game. I liked how proactive they were. But T1 is making it clear that the predictions that a lot of the casters did make is probably what is going to happen. T1 looked to be the favorite coming out of this group by far.
Yeah, I mean, game number one, dominating fashion by T1. And FPX just really left sort of floundering about, and they had such a good and stable early game for the most part. I mean, Tien did whiff on the first mark capture opportunity, but then picked up the second one. They did lose the Cloud Dragon and the Ocean, but that was to be expected with the way that the lane setups were. Eventually, Kindred and co should be able to start fighting for the third Dragon forward. Didn't get to that point. FPX made a few reckless decisions, and some of the kills that they end up getting were mostly at the mistakes of T1, not through FPX really getting them on their own accord.
Yeah.
And so that has to say something as well.
Yeah, T1 was kind of like, okay, we're ahead. We have this unbelievably fed Corki. We're just going to run it straight into you with the package, and he did that multiple times, not even once. Even at the end of the game there, straight into the fountain, looking to take names, and that's up against the 2019 world champ. I understand it's not exactly the same players, but at the end of the day, still is a very strong team from the LPL region, and yeah, what a fiery game to start off this tournament here, LS.
I mean, yeah, this was a bit unexpected. And the way that T1 came out the gate drafting and just their approach to the game. But maybe that is going to really set the groundwork for the remainder of the tournament, because T1 was the team that I was expecting to be the most reserved out of all of the LCK teams, with Damwon and DRX being on more of the aggressive side.
Yeah. And we will be seeing that up next, by the way. Damwon up against Top Esports is going to be the second match of the 6 that we do have today. But before we do get into that, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights here and just figure out exactly how T1 did get ahead and what FPX were trying to do in this game.
And so this was the initial skirmish where FPX, they collapse first. Teddy goes over the wall, throws his Pikachu onto the Kindred, ends up getting a kill there, but then Effort does go down there shortly thereafter. Chris landing a hook onto Teddy as well, but just barely able to escape. This is where FPX was really just confused, I think, with their decision. They knew that Faker was collapsing from the top, and LWX wasn't here yet, so they just funneled in after losing the Cloud Drake, and it's not the end of the world to lose the second Dragon of the game. In fact, it was to be expected with the way that everything was transpiring. And this was another one where Chris just really having a pretty off game, by the way, with the Nautilus. Yeah. A lot of his hook attempts and engages were just very, very off. This was Faker's Kamikaze onto Aphelios. And, I mean, the game pretty much ended right there because this converted into the Infernal Soul Capture.
Yeah, and we were talking about that from minute 1 of the game, that could potentially happen if T1 start to build up those Drakes and get ahead. And you can see they didn't have to stay. They didn't have to go in there and dive the turret that long, but it ended up being the Infernal Soul Capture anyway. As you can see, Khan here desperately, he's like, okay, I'm level 15, you know, maybe I can get something going here, but I love the way that T1 just played front to back in a lot of these fights. Once the engage kind of failed from FPX, they immediately turned it around with big engages from Effort and even Teddy, you know, with the Fade's Call, able to help his support get into the back line, and it all kind of went into the Grand Canyon there on the goal difference over time as we dipped very deep down towards the end. Funnily enough, Faker not doing the most damage in this one. It was actually Kana up in the top side. Lots of trade damage, of course, in the lane, attributing to that. But 27 minutes, just about 28. 4 Drakes, 1 Baron, and T1 shut down FPX here in the first game and really set the tone for, you know, what it's going to be. You were talking about the way they were playing, how aggressively they were playing and drafting, but also the fact that they just kind of outclassed FPX in that first game, kind of setting the tone in everybody's minds to say, oh, okay, T1's the favorite in this group for sure. And again, we'll have to see the other 2 teams in the group. You know, I don't want to write them off just yet, but definitely a very big performance to start off with for T1 here.
Absolutely. And we'll see what else the LCK teams are going to have in store. I was excited to see the Kindred right out the gate.
Yeah.
That was very fun. And I hope that we continue to see more champion diversity. Because honestly, the meta has been so stale. Ivern is actually fantastic right now, unironically.
He's really good.
With some of the buffs that he's received, as well as the indirect buffs in regards to things that have happened around him, with meta champions, as well as the jungle changes and whatnot. Ivern's in a very good place right now. And I don't know if we'll actually see him out of the LPL or the LCK in this tournament, but it doesn't change the fact that he is.
Yeah, maybe we need a G2 over here to see some Ivern, but unfortunately that's not going to happen in this tournament. The player of the game is going to be Teddy on the Kalista here, as he did go 3, 2, and 9. Myself, I think I would have voted for Faker in this one, but it was mostly just a team performance on the side of T1 that got the job done. As you can see, Teddy, very high CS per minute, and was always present. I feel like the engage capabilities were highlighted more so than just the straight-up damage by Teddy on the Kalista in this game.
And we take a look at this team fight right here. So Crisp initiates the hook onto Effort. And Teddy just going back in. I mean, he had it handed it to him on a silver platter.
If not Faker, I think even Effort was a fantastic pick for this game. I mean, he had multiple great engages and baits as well on the support. Gragas.
I ended up giving Effort my POG vote.
Yeah, well, we have what's the opposite of a sinner? A saint.
A saint.
We have one saint here at least. Guys, but we do have the interview coming on in. It is going to be Ji-sun taking it away with Teddy in interview.
우선 승리 정말 축하드려요. 2020 MSC 첫 번째 경기 승리하신 소감이 어떻게 되시나요? Congratulations on the win. How do you feel to get a win on the opening match of the MSC 2020?
일단 첫 판을 되게 손쉽게 좀 이긴 것 같아서 약간 얼떨떨한데 잘해서 이겨서 다음 판도 잘하고 싶네요.
I'm a little bit flustered that we got a little bit of an easy win on the first match, but I want to keep this rolling and get another win in the next series. 그리고 이번이 FPX와는 또 첫 공식전 대결이었는데 좀 개막전에서 월드 디펜딩 챔피언인 FPX 만나는 것에 대한 부담은 없었나요? So this was the first time for T1 to play against FPX, the world champion. So did they feel any kind of pressure going against the defending champion?
그 전에 좀 스크림에서도 했었고 솔랭에서도 다들 만나봤어가지고 그렇게 긴장은 안 했던 것 같아요.
I mean, we did play against them during the practice game scrims and also played against them in the solo queue. So we weren't really typically feeling a lot of pressure going against them. 그러면 오늘 또 옛 동료였던 칸 선수를 상대하는 것도 화제가 되었는데 칸 선수 상대한 건 어땠는지 또 궁금합니다. Also, you were going against your former teammate Khan, so how was playing against him as well?
동아 형이 저 팀에 있는데 되게 의아하더라고요. 근데 또 저 팀을 또 이어가지고 또 기분이 좋네요.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird to seeing him on the other side of the map, but I mean, it felt extra happy to kind of beat him in the Rift. 그러면 또 오늘 바텀으로 에포트 선수와 함께 그라가스 서포트와 짝을 지어서 바텀으로 갔는데 그라가스 서포터 픽 계기도 궁금합니다. And you also paired up with Gragas as a support. So, what was the plan in picking Gragas as a support?
일단 에포트 선수가 그라가스가 자신 있어가지고 그냥 한다 해가지고 했는데 잘 돼서 다행입니다.
Well, Effort said he's really confident in that champion, and I'm happy that we were able to get a good result in that champion. 그럼 마지막으로 이제 다음 상대는 담원입니다. LCK 내전인데 각오 한마디 듣겠습니다. And T1's next opponent will be Damwon from LCK. So how are they gonna prepare for that match?
다음 상대가 담원인데 무섭다고 생각합니다. 담원을. 그래서 열심히 준비해야 될 것 같고 잘해보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Yeah, our next opponent will be Damwon, and I think they're really scary, so I think we have to do our best in terms of preparing for that series. This will be the end of the interview with Teddy from T1. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation as well as interview. So, really just adding on the jobs that she can do. Thank you so much. But either way, guys, we are going to look at the standings here. T1, 1-0, FPX 0-1. But again, still a lot of games to play just yet. 5 more, but only 2 more left for these two teams.
And we'll see what the remainder of the group does have in store for us. Coming up next, we have Damwon versus TES, followed by T1 versus Damwon. So that's going to be the first LCK versus LCK match. And then TES versus FPX will be match 4.
Yes, that it will. But guys, it's going to be a really fun day. I think a lot of these games are very interesting in the players that are playing and the matchups that we do have. Just like Khan versus Kana. Maybe we should have called him Kana for the rest of that game. Maybe it would have made it a little bit interesting, or easier, rather, to distinguish them. But we should be having a quick break before we do get into the second match, guys, before we do get into Top Esports versus Damwon Gaming. So don't go anywhere, guys. We are going to be right back with that second game of the MSC 2020. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
있습니다.
다른 말로 LOR LOR라쇼 카드가 두둥 카드가 두둥
모바일.
Welcome back, guys. We're here at the Midseason Cup 2020 to get into more action here. We just had T1 up against FPX, and T1 took them to town there in 28 minutes and made it look easy, but we'll see if Top Esports can kind of bring it back here for the LPL and take on Damwon in the second match that we do have coming up here. I think the second match should be a lot, even more aggressive than the one that we did just see in game number 1, LS.
Yeah, I mean, Damwon is the team that I would expect to have some sparks fly in mid and top lane, and obviously going up against 369 and Knight is Nuguri and Showmaker. And I feel like all of the action here in the center of attention needs to be on the top side of the map. the mid, top, and jungle duos are going to be the area of focus, unless something surprising just ends up happening, which is, you know, let's not rule it out.
Like a Soraka bot lane or
Yeah.
something like that.
We haven't seen it yet. You know what? She didn't even get hovered. She didn't
No.
get banned.
No respect.
Yeah.
Being put on the Saints, that is Soraka. As we're taking a look here at the lineup of top esports. Of course, a lot of names that you guys should recognize. Jackie Love joining the roster for spring, and definitely kind of rounds out this lineup. He's going to be next to Choo-Choo in the bottom lane to start things off here in their first game. And of course, a lot of hype to see Knight coming out here as well. I'm sure a very talented mid laner from the LPL, a young guy who doesn't have much international experience, but is looking to show that he's got what it takes here in the mid-season cup. It's going to be his first foray to showing us that here to a lot of new fans that maybe do not watch the LPL. As we're just taking a look here at the guys in the LPL arena and what they do have going on. Looks like they're in high spirits and are ready to go.
Well, we shall see what takeaways maybe both of these teams might have from the game number 1, or if they're going to have an entirely different approach to the meta. Now, the interesting thing about this tournament that is different from Rift Rivals or something of yesteryears is that this isn't just a region versus a region. This is just a tournament that features teams from both regions. So, you know, teams are still in this against each other. And here's the lineup for Damwon, Nuguri, Canyon, Showmaker, Ghost, and Beryl. So no surprises there, obviously, as they did come out on the stage earlier. As the camera pans over to them. And Showmaker is one of the players that in solo queue, if you look up his solo queue ID, was playing the AP mid Kog'Maw that was listed at the very start before we jumped into the games. And I do believe that Ghost has played Soraka AD carry on his main account. So hopefully we do get to see some of those unorthodox picks come out from Damwon and debuted here today.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if this is the matchup where we get the cool, different stuff to come out here. Especially for Damwon, who a lot of people are already writing them off out of this group. I think you were the only caster out of all the LPL and LCK casters that got to vote that did vote for them in 3rd place instead of 4th. So you did give them a little bit of extra credit. I believe that was even over FPX, which you did have at 4th. And Damwon is that kind of team. I mean, there is going to be that day where they come out and they're like, oh, wait, I remember why Nuguri was known to be such a good top laner. I remember why Showmaker was this insane kind of mid lane player that made a big name for himself in his rookie season on stuff like Akali. And we'll just have to see if today is the day where they bring it out, really. They just have to be ready to bring out the high-level play.
Yeah, and I mean, that's totally fine to see if they can manage to do it. And TS is going to open with a set ban. Will Damwon respond in kind with what T1 did, which was the Elise? No, it's going to be the Renekton instead, so.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine here.
They don't like Elise. They don't like Renekton. And TES don't like Jace. We did see that picked up by T1 by Kana in the top lane for game 1. They don't want to give that one to Nuguri, as he would probably put even more hurt on in the top side.
Aurelia being banned away now could signify either Syndra or Lucian. Could maybe be desirable for Showmaker or Nuguri. It's kind of hard to read into it that early on in the ban phase, as Zoe does get banned away. And again, it's going to be really hard to read where both of these teams' heads are at in terms of their evaluation on the meta, as Syndra will get banned away after Zoe was removed, and so not a whole lot being given away here. Varus is going to get picked up. Now, Varus was considered the king of bot lane pretty much towards the end. The lethality Varus just able to be so powerful against such a wide range of team compositions and different bot lane matchups. Now it's handed over to Damwon. We're hovering Karma.
Liking the Karma today. A lot of different teams are, with the Karma first pick this time around by Damwon Gaming. I believe that FPX picked that third on Doing Being's pick in game number 1. What are they going to round this out with? Are they going to try to go with, you know, the support of Karma, try to get their 80 carries online and build Ardent Sensor, that kind of build? We do see the Callista picked up here already, so it is kind of edging down that path already.
Well, TS now handed back over to them. The Callista is able to be flexed, both bot and top lane. Karma, likewise, top mid and support. And so TS has to acknowledge all of that. Looks like Yuumi being hovered. Might just get locked in with the Varus. And this can be a little bit scary to show that that's probably going to be your bot lane, because I am very doubtful that the Varus would ever end up getting flexed into mid for Knight, as Olaf is now being hovered. And so TS now going very early game focused. They have the Olaf Yuumi. Now, in theory, they could pick up mid or top Soraka. That would be an option as well.
If it doesn't get banned by Damwon, will they put some respect onto the name that is Soraka? We saw the Nidalee hover in game 1 by Tien. Is Cannon going to be the first one to pull it out here? Yes, he will. The Nidalee is coming onto the Rift here, as I believe she did get buffed. Either it was 10-9 or 10-10. It was a recent patch.
Right, she was just recently buffed on her Javelin Spear Toss, but the other thing that she was buffed by is the jungle EXP getting changed, because Nidalee she's a bit of an interesting champion. She's both a Sinner and a Saint, where she can power farm so well and so quickly, but also just permagank, almost in a way. She's very unique inside of the jungle. Now, the reason that she's been away from pro play for a while is she's so difficult to pilot and actually coordinate versus other professional teams that often the gamble isn't worth trying to go for. However, with some of the recent aid, the way that itemization it was working right now inside of the jungle, Nidalee finds herself with a bit of both direct and indirect buffs surrounding her lately. And so it's not a surprise to see her come out, but it is a bit of a surprise that it's not against something like Karthus or some of the junglers that she just takes over the game against. Instead, she's coming out to try to fight fire with fire.
Yeah, see if she can do that a bit better than what Karsa has to bring on the Olaf this time. No Soraka ban. Wukong is going to be banned for the second time in a row on red 5th ban, as we do see that Aatrox is going to be picked up here. That's kind of an, LCK special where, R4 Aatrox, it's very safe. So you can kind of blind it. I'm not saying that objectively. I'm saying that this is what the LCK teams are thinking when they do pick it up. I see you smirking at me over there, Les. As Top Esports considering Ornn. Now, Ornn isn't really a pick that the LPL teams play all too often, but they are going to bring it out here in this game. And very curious to see how that is actually going to work. I wouldn't expect Knight to be on that champion, so we'll have to see what he wants to blind here. And it is looking to be that LeBlanc as certainly another champion that can kind of take over the game there, especially in the hands of a player like Knight.
And we'll have to see what Damwon wants to take here. And okay, so Lucian. Now, Damwon have a very, very all-in team composition here. Extremely aggressive, falls off a cliff and into the rocks, basically in the open water. As Damwon, they lock in the Sylas as their final pick, and I have to imagine that Sylas is going top lane against the Ornn, because LeBlanc really doesn't mind the matchup in mid. Aatrox would be much better suited in mid lane against the LeBlanc than against the Ornn up in top. And Damwon, they find themselves being on the clock. TS has better scaling. They have better late game insurance. The one good thing that Damwon does have going for them is that everything on the side of TS sort of has to interact in a short range melee close quarter combat, and that does grant Kalista a little bit of benefit.
An Aatrox.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I can see you kind of reaching there towards the end. You're like, I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of an edge there, you could say. But it definitely does feel like Top Esports draft is a little bit more to our liking here on the desk. Although, again, this is what we expected out of Damwon to come out firing. And certainly the Nidalee Aatrox Sylas up in the top lane or top side of the map is going to do exactly that. We don't see the solo lane Karma this time around. Beryl is going to rotate that one down into the bottom lane, which is interesting because Beryl definitely very well known for his Alistar engages, his tank engage supports, but not really going to play that here in the form of a Karma. And so, looks like we will be having a little bit of a delay before we do get into this first game here, as you guys do see the pause screen for Nuggery, who is looking around, confused. Doesn't seem to be his problem. Although, there's the ref. Take that back. Mouse and keyboard are not working. That's a little bit of a problem, guys. We're going to have to fix that one. This isn't a, a 31 ping issue. It's not a chair issue. It's a I can't play the game issue. Oh, it's actually just the mouse. Do you think you can play the game with only a keyboard?
What? I see the cursor moving. What?
It's a lie.
He just moved the chat.
He just moved the chat. Actually, we're just making it up as we go, guys. It's all a lie.
Yeah. All right.
Seems like it's fixed.
Yeah.
And that means we should be
caught.
Yep. It's like, oh, sorry. I wanted to give 369 a chance in this one, but I don't know. He's still staring intently, probably just waiting for the go. The word to go and unpause the game.
I wonder if we're still waiting to see if it will get unpaused. But anyways, Damwon's team composition, again, it has some features of it that are unintentionally enabled by the opponents. And so that is something that can benefit them in the mid stages. But I feel like this whole thing is just going to come down to the jungler dynamic. If Nidalee gets ahead, it's going to probably be very difficult for the enemy team to stabilize. Likewise, if Olaf gets ahead of Nidalee, I mean, well.
Yeah, could be lights out. But guys, we do have the game number 2 of the day starting right now. TES, Top Esports, up against Damwon Gaming, heading on to the Rift. 하나, 둘, 셋. Damwon fighting. 1, 2, 3, Jayo. I know they say Jayo. I don't know what the build up to the Jayo is on the LPL side. But
there's no fan. There's no fan chance
I'm
here.
a fan. I can do it. I think everybody's eyes are going to be on this Nidalee for sure that you were talking about before. Very curious. I mean, this is a totally new patch. We're on 10-10. It's 3 patches after the last time we saw pro play in the Asian regions. And we do see that Dominar going to be looking for a little bit of a level 1 engage. Or invade, rather. A little bit of a late one.
Well, it looks like Showmaker might just go over the wall on Sylas, and he will. And the Nidalee Spear does not end up hitting. Dom1 going with the late invade. Olaf going to do a solo blue start. Now, Jackie Love and Yuumi taking a little bit of damage there.
It's going to be smited, too, by Canyon. He says, I'm not going to waste any time taking damage. The Nidalee farm in the jungle, not the easiest one. I think if you're a lower-level player, new player, I don't think you can just watch this game and say, oh, I get it, let's hop into the jungle. You're probably going to die. So take notes of what Canyon is doing and how he does have to clear the jungle.
And you can see that he's actually full clearing Karsa's entire red side. And maybe expecting that he wants to go bot lane for some sort of coordinated dive here with Beryl and Ghost. Now, when we looked at the runes, there's always the polarity that exists between the Varus and Yuumi players sometimes, where Varus has the Scorch and Yuumi has Gathering Storm.
They're level 1. Canyon's level 3. This should be the easy first blood there, as Canyon is going to just hop away. Nearly even lands a spear on his way out as a little bit of a fadeaway. That's not something you see very often. Every summoner blown except the TP here from Jackie Love, who is going to use that to get back to the lane, but a nice little start for the Nidalee jungle, getting that bottom lane ahead.
At the end of the day, though, it's not super terrible for TS, and I know that sounds really weird, but it's mostly because the death timer is so short and Varus has teleport that he just comes right back in. He doesn't really lose any minions or any EXP from the minions. So Canyon comes in. Now, Ghost also missed 4 CS on this wave, and I believe the cannon was included in that. So at the end of it, I mean, Jackie Love in the CS department, I mean, he's doing fine. So it's really just that first blood kill and assist gold that ends up happening down there in bottom. So it's a nice little start, though, for Dom1. Nidalee has the machete and the talisman. Olaf likewise. And Canyon is going to have his blue side jungle stolen away here by Olaf.
Yeah. Seems like they just have the information that says, well, he didn't come over to the right side jungle. I'm just going to come in here and take it away. Canyon going for the Raptors. And will look towards the top side, but the Orc's not there, so no gank potential or anything like that. We're also taking a look at the mid lane. We were talking about Sylas and Ornn as what we would probably see. Didn't end up happening. The Sylas comes into the mid lane, and we saw him having a little bit of trouble there earlier on in the lane. He's going to be able to get it back here this time around, though. He's got the teleport advantage as well, so he can try to sustain and just try to get as much farm as possible against that menace that is the LeBlanc.
And interestingly enough, this is one of the cool times where we get to watch Ornn actually just completely dictate the flow of the top lane here against the Aatrox. He already got a reset off. He has double cloth armor refillable. Has all of his mana replenished. Wave coming into him. Lined up very well for his jungler. And this is always really nice to see. He's pulling the wave as his jungler would path towards the top side. Nuggery forced to flash away, and now Ornn has the option to just pull the wave and then freeze it and then laugh at the Aatrox.
Yeah.
And it's a really cool story that you can end up telling up in top lane.
No, notice Nuggery, he stays. He's not going to recall. He has teleport, but he says, no, I'm going to lose too much if I go back, heal up. I could TP back into a gank. And I think he saw Olaf run down the lane and not into the river. So he says, okay, you know, I can't get ganked right away. And for you guys who do watch the LCK, you know that Nuggery is a guy that loves to take risks. If he's like, okay, there's a chance that he's not going to gank me here, I'm just going to go back in the lane. If I die, fine. That's who I am. That's his identity, and that could definitely happen here as he is going to flash on, but here come the TPs. He's going to survive for a long amount of time, and Karsa should be going down here. Showmaker with the TP himself is going to be able to trade it up 1-for-1. But of course, that is the teleport in trade. So, seems pretty good at the end of the day still for Top Esports, as LeBlanc just going to come on in here. And now we do have a lane swap, actually, as now that Aatrox is going to go mid.
So they finally got it. Took them a little bit. Didn't quite get it in draft select, but here we are. Teleport the Aatrox into mid. He has the Kindle Gem and a longsword, but already the pacing of the game is not quite what Damwon would have wanted to have happen. And I love it. I love the itemization out of Ornn. Immediately rushes the Bramble Vest. Now he just needs to keep locating the Aatrox. Actually, apparently they're just going to do it voluntarily, so we can just throw that one out the window. So Nuguri's going to return to his demise in top lane and continue to just get pulverized by Ornn. And it's really nice to see. Not only is 369 playing the early levels 1 through 4 really well against the Aatrox, he's playing the follow-up sequences to the lane the way that you should be intending to. And it's always nice to see Aatrox get pulled.
Yeah, it's fun.
Take it away, Velvet.
Just like Ornn is taking it away from Aatrox. And it's going to be fun stuff there. It's kind of funny that they do voluntarily send him back, but maybe that's Nuguri saying, okay, I'll take the early game deficit. It's okay. And we could see a little bit of a dive here. We do have a level 6 Olaf and Ghost, pretty low on the Callista, but all summoners available for that bottom side. It is going to be spotted out here. Axe does land. Carson now going in with the Smite, is looking for it. Misses the Axe, actually, because the Flash comes in. But they still are able to get a couple of summoners away from the AD carry of Ghost, and they're going to be able to push some of these turret plates as well.
And Damwon have pretty much lost control over this game so far. The Olaf is keeping up with the Nidalee, which is not something that you want to have happen. Canyon, he's going to start a random Rift Herald right now at 8 minutes exactly. Now, he's skipping all of his camps to do this. So, the thing is the way that Jungle EXP works... Okay, hold on.
Barrel Buddy, that's... okay. Oh! The Airy. That's why you take Airy.
Cat. That's it.
The cat's cat.
The cat's cat.
Cat squared.
Yeah.
Getting the job done. Just barely. And they do hand that kill over to Yanja in the bottom side. And that's pretty unfortunate. I mean, you were talking about the game kind of just falling away from Damwon Gaming, especially in the bottom lane. I mean, this is disaster for them, as Top Esports are just making it look easy down there.
The thing is that it's not just a 700 gold deficit right now. It's the 700 gold deficit plus the fact that the enemy team outscales them, plus the fact that your Nidalee is behind. Now, the point I was about to make about the Rift Herald is that when you're not farming your jungle camps, you're not getting all of the XP, you're not causing the camps to respawn at a higher level faster, and so you're working against yourself to get the Herald. So even though you get that Rift Herald and you convert it into a couple of turret plates, in the end, you're stifling your own pace, basically, inside of the jungle and how quickly you can keep accelerating, and the trade-off just isn't worth it. And so, Damwon, it's been a couple of weeks, but not much has changed.
Yeah, that's kind of always been the story with Damwon. We do have that completed jungle item for Nidalee with the boots and actually an extra tome. I'm very curious to see how she's going to try to pull this game back with the Rift Herald that she does have. Will they just throw it down mid and try to get Showmaker a bunch of gold here on the Sylas? You can see he's struggling a little bit, down about 13 CS for now, but there's a wave coming in tonight at the same time. So definitely he's feeling the pain for now. Top lane, not too much better for the side of Damwon. 369 just locking it down. He's ahead on CS. He's got the kill.
And Showmaker is ahead a little bit in the XP department. Infernal Drake is coming up in a minute and a half. We'll have to see who ends up winning that one. The bot lane, obviously, very good right now. for TES. Karsa has lost a little bit of control as he is continuing to get back onto his farming ways. And really doesn't have any camps up, so the CS gap. Ooh, it's a nice arrow by Jackie Love.
Yeah, he's got the completed item already. They were considering trying to lock down this Infernal Drake that is coming up second here, but still a while before that does come in. They're looking to try to bait Knight, but Karsa, look at his positioning. Seems to know that this is happening. Another nice trade goes down onto Showmaker, and now it's kind of Damwon looking awkward as their plan does not work out. Their heist of some of the mid lane turret plates going to have to be delayed. But still trying to control the area around this Infernal Drake. That's going to land, actually, as the Red Smite comes in. But again, it's LeBlanc, so it's not exactly the easiest champion to lock down for in Italy, as Knight is really taking control of that mid lane, as you would expect.
And it looks like Damwon want to start up this dragon. Showmaker going to be the first one to base, has the teleport available. Knight does not.
A little bit of a trade up here. You can see that 369 is trying to get on in there. Does he have the damage that Bramblevest really doing work to deny a bunch of that passive healing that does come out from the Aatrox in the trade? It was a good start to the trade, but couldn't lock down the kill. And at the same time, Damwon just going to say, okay, Knight backed. We're going to take the Infernal Drake, and we're going to put down the Rift Herald in the mid lane uncontested. So Showmaker going to pick up a bunch of that gold, be able to get a decent back.
And, well, Ghost is just trying to sort of hang on down there in bot lane. It's down 23 CS, also down 4 turret plates. That Varus is going to be massive once the mid-game transition does end up happening. And there's not going to be too much aid coming on the side of Damwon. Ornn does have a bit of Build-A-Bear workshop going on. Sort of choose your own adventure. Catalyst, Bramblevest, Bombies.
Okay,
and
Beryl.
Okay, Beryl.
Okay. Yeah, you're going up against Olaf Yumi, and they get the slow coming down here as well as the Undertow. He is going to have to cleanse that one. And it looks like finally Top Esports boys are going to give up on the chase. But it doesn't mean that they're giving up on the copious amounts of gold that they are building up there, down on that bottom side advantage that they have built for themselves. Ooh, okay. Flash used here by 369. Not 100% sure if that was entirely necessary, but it is in Italy with 113 CS, plus you don't have much MR. So he says, okay, I'll respect it, I'll back away, that's fine. We're still winning on the bottom side.
And it looks like they're actually going to get a lot of damage onto this bot tier 2. Showmaker and Beryl are finally here. And TS really saying that they just want to get the turret.
Showmaker trying to go in there on a Jackie Love, but look at Beryl once again. He is going to be isolated, but that's a good trade. 80 carry for the support, and Flash has to be used from the side of Top Esports. And now Karsa is going to be locked down. This is going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Damwon Gaming, and the turret is still left available.
Yeah. So the turret didn't end up going down. If the turret went down, it would have been a much more balanced trade, but Damwon do get themselves some gold. They're keeping themselves in this game. They do have a gold advantage right now. They have the Infernal Dragon, but the problem is that Ornn's levels they're coming. And once that starts happening, he's going to hand over the Yumu's Wraithblade to Jackie Love. Yumi is even going to be able to get an ornament upgrade. Luden's Pulse going to be available for Knight most likely, unless he elects to go for the Death Cap route. And now we're going to probably have a bit of a stalled mid-game, given that Cloud Dragon is not the highest priority for either of these teams. And there should be a lot of downtime now as they're waiting on 4 completed items.
Yeah, taking a look at the replay here. You can see that Showmaker, he was able to use the insane mobility that a Silas does have. I believe even still the abilities from the LeBlanc at the same time. And so he was able to dodge the Chains of Corruption. And JackeyLove was just left out to dry in a similar way as Beryl in the jungle. And so they get that kill and then the extra one onto Karsa. You can see that these LPL teams, they love to, you know, take risks and get in your face, but sometimes it does backfire, as we did see it a bit there in that play.
1 minute until Cloud does come up. Beryl is... yeah,
what is going on today?
I'm not really sure where or what he's trying to do. Ghost is just going to clear out that minion wave in mid.
Beryl looks lost on not a tank engaged support. I mean, we've seen him play a little bit more of these main supports, especially as the patches have changed, but he does not look like the same player that we're used to. Ornn ultimate going to be thrown down here. Looking for a potential dive. As you can see, they're not trying to rush down the turret health as that happens. They're looking for kills.
Yep.
Rather than just using the Ornn ult for zoning. If this was the LCK, I mean, it would just be, you know, Ornn ult comes down, everybody autos the turrets and backs away when it's done. Not the same when it's LPL against LCK.
Now, interestingly enough right now, Damwon's actually ahead in the XP department. Ornn did just ding 12, but Nuguri's been 12 for a long time. 2 levels in the jungle, 1 in mid. And Yuumi does have 1 level up over Karma. So I suppose there is some value going on there. Ornn is 1 level away from the ornaments coming online. And it looks like Damwon is just going to get this Cloud Drake for free.
Yeah, they get it for free for now, but the push is coming down in the mid lane. You can see that Damwon, though, are trying to push them off of this turret. Beryl, he doesn't have much life anymore, although a little level is going to help him out there. See, Karsa does look a little bit, you know, squishy as only level 9. He has to Ragnarok to get away, and now the Chains of Corruption going to come down here on the 369. Knight in the back line, though, is going to use his entire kit on top of Beryl, but Nuguri way too separated here. As that's going to be a double kill now. JackeyLove is stacking up the kills, and Ghost able to get over the wall, but Knight is on the chase, and only more damage is going to be shelled out here by this Varus. That's going to be another kill going over the side of Top Esports as the Chains go down on the Showmaker to force a flash. And there you go. Finally, Top Esports able to turn a fight around.
And it really looks like there's a bit of purification happening here on the Rift in the last minute or so, as now Top Esports, they should be able to convert into a mid-tier 1 turret capture. Now, here's the really great thing. So, Damwon's been on the map for a really long time. Their champions are pooling a lot of gold. They feel like the time is now. They have to barrel down mid lane to sort of flip the coin here into the opponents. Now, when TES gets to sit back and relax with their Varus and sort of protect him and let him do the work, they're going to feel very happy. And they were very quick to turn this around onto Damwon, who had no business pushing forward the way that they did. And that was a very big swing back into TES's favor.
Absolutely. I mean, they get so many kills for their carries as well. It's not like the Yuumi picks up the spare kill down on the bottom side onto Beryl, who's already 0 and 2. It's not like that. It's Knight picks up 1. We got JackeyLove picking up 2 on the backside, and all that. You know, Damwon hasn't changed much in the last 3 weeks. That we can say for sure, as they go way too far with the lead that they have. I understand they're trying to push it with the composition, but that wasn't really the time or the place to go for it. And now Top Esports handily in control of this game.
Ooh. Another arrow comes out, ends up chunking Ghost quite a bit. Now Canyon does still have a level advantage here against Olaf, and the fortunate thing about jungle EXP is that it sticks. Once you get an XP lead in the jungle, it's very, very hard for the opponent to ever really close that gap. So we'll see what ends up happening. Also here, the Olaf is opting for Black Cleaver. And even with the mage top and mid, or the magic damage coming in from mid and top, Varus is still 1,000. So any little bit of armor shred that you can give for the Varus with the undertows is still going to be valuable for setting him up for success. And 2 minutes until Cloud. So they might just wait for Ornn to get more of his items. He's probably very close to the Abyssal Mass. And probably also very close, likewise, to level 14. And that's a Yumu's Wraithblade.
Yeah. You can really feel the tides turning here. You saw Damwon trying to look for picks there with Showmaker, but on the other side, Top Esports, very balanced play, able to just, you know, sit back on their heels for now, say, you can come into us, and we're just going to shell out a ton of damage into your face every time you do go for it. And Damwon kind of at a loss when Top Esports do play that kind of clean style. As, yeah, everybody just looking to back off, buy their items, prepare for the next fight. As that's a lot of damage from the two carries of Top Esports already.
45 seconds until the Cloud Dragon will end up coming up. And we'll see what this ends up meaning. If a team fight takes place or not. Ornn still not at that second ornament item yet. Not sure how close he is to level 14 either. But that's a very big break point. It might just be worth letting Damwon have this next dragon for free in favor of just continuing to scale up, but it doesn't seem like TS wants to do that.
Yeah. Second Damwon look to challenge them. Top Esports say, okay, bring it. We don't care. You were talking about XP leads sticking in the jungle. Well, Nidalee's damage is not sticking at all. The Yumi's doing so much work. Every single time the poke comes out, the heal comes out immediately. And everybody on the side of Top Esports is full health. They also have that Ocean Drake, that one singular one that helps out just a little bit. On the back side of it as, okay, 369, a little bit of an awkward spot, but he's very tanky. Showmaker looking to wrap around from the left side. He's got the Ornn Horn, but he is spotted all the way. Damwon attempt to burst down the Drake, but it's not going to happen. The real Ornn Horn will be used here to zone them out, but looking to get that flank. In comes Snuggery, and that is a huge amount of burst damage in AoE. They're going to be able to get one right off the bat here. 369, I feel, is saving his team right now, just trying to soak up the damage, but Showmaker isn't going to have it as he picks up the kill there on to the one player at TES. Now 369 once again trying to get in there, but Knight, he's trying to make something of this fight here. That's a double kill now, but he is still incredibly low. He's gonna hop back and get a third one and get a heal to get out of this. But now finally Showmaker, can he do it? Doesn't look like it. Okay, the Zoomies come in once again. There you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the player that is Mr. Knight.
Mr. Knight, indeed, I guess.
I mean, I can't call him Knight anymore. He should be Sir Knight at this time. As Jackalope's coming back in. I don't know about that. Well, he does have the Yumi. As Nuggery kind of looks lost here on the Aatrox. Not sure what to do against this much mobility. And I suppose, finally, the fight is going to close. As that was a very long extended one that now the 5-0 Knights.
That never should have happened.
Nope.
After this opening by Damwon, take a look at this Ornn ultimate by Showmaker. He ends up getting a 4-man knockup. Jackie Love goes down right away. Everyone running for the hills. And then all eyes on Knight in this team fight. Bruce Wayne himself. As, okay, so he was out, he goes back in, gets to 369, goes in, chains down onto Ghost, ends up killing him, bounces back with the distortion.
Look at Nuggery, he's like, what do I even do? The real answer is I think you gotta stay back on the areas where the LeBlanc would distort back to. But just a little bit too frazzled in that fight, as Sir Knight is feeling it after that fight. He's going to pick up Majais. Definitely very good. He's got 10 stacks already. He's going to be doing crazy, insane amounts of damage.
And Orna's 14 at this point. I'm not sure if he's given over an ornament item yet. He has. He gave over the Eluden's Pulse to Bruce Wayne here. 2 minutes until the next Cloud Drake comes up. And just a lot of posturing here in mid lane. And is that a Leandri's on Showmaker?
Oh.
I do believe my eyes are not deceiving me right now. This is a LCK player about to build a Leandri's Torment.
Don't you think there is some, you know, there should be a case made for Morelos up against the Yuumi? I mean, yes, LeBlanc was doing insane amounts of damage in the fight, and the crazy plays that he was able to pull off were just that. But having the Yuumi behind him every single time with no heals that are denied, it's pretty insane.
How about if Atrox or Kalista gets an Executioner's Calling?
I mean, that's obviously another choice,
Rather
right?
than the mid laners sink 3,000 gold. I think that would definitely be a bit more appropriate.
Especially because there's so much MR on, you know, 2 or 3 of the members on the side of TES already. So you don't really want to go into Morelos at this point. You'd love to get, you know, 4th item Void Staff, you'd have to imagine, for the Sylas.
Well, we'll see what Showmaker does end up building. He also has 9 Darksteel stacks, so there's even an argument to pick up Magi's Soul Stealer.
The Holy Book.
The Holy Book, yes. The Bible, some might call it.
Not the forbidden one.
As 35 seconds now until the Cloud Dragon comes up. This is 2 and 2 for each side respectively. And this next team fight is really just going to probably swing the game into either team's favor to the point where they should be able to close it, because whoever reigns victorious in this fight probably gets Baron as well.
Oh, hello. Knight's trying to get on in there. The Yuumi ultimate was a little bit, I don't want to call it desperate. It was just like too little too late. They were going to go for that. I think you use it right away. Force Canyon to flash. Still a nice little chunk onto the Nidalee. Her heal's not doing nearly as much as the Yuumi in this game. Just a lot of posturing. You see Nuggery's got a nice little position there on the right side for a flank that could come out here. Showmaker is going to throw that one out. They want to collapse here onto Jackula. He just disappears just like that. And they're going to get the Yuumi as well, as Knight is going to get into the fight, but it's not going to be enough damage to take out Beryl. The shield's too large. That's going to be a couple of kills already onto the bottom line. The bottom lane here of Top Esports is now they're looking at the Baron. Our Dom1 Gaming here, 5-on-3. I think it's really going to be up to Knight to pull some kind of miracle off here. Karsa, though, he does have Smite and Flash, so there is that as well. We're going to lock down Knight, but 369 helping out, as well as a couple of distortions to get him to safety. Trying to look for Showmaker now, but that's a Sylas. Even with the Ignite, that's not going to be enough damage, but here comes the TP coming on in, and the double knockup as well as Beryl is going to go down. Dom1 Gaming are going to lose this as Top Esports get in. Karsa gonna steal that one away, and they're going over the wall at the same time. 369, oh, okay. See you later, that's Avaris. That's why he is so prioritized in these drafts, as Top Esports say, man, you just can't play at the pace as us. We're an LPL team. We're going to lock you down.
And Dom1, in traditional Dom1 fashion, does get a little bit overeager inside of the game. They end up getting very punished for it. They lose the Baron. They're going to lose the Cloud Dragon as well. That's going to bring the game to sole point for TES. And Nuggery looking like he wants to get a little bit cheeky here with Jackie Love. And he's gonna find an Ornn. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, well, okay, he's gonna die.
Of what is good.
I don't, you know, there wasn't really much for me to say there. Yeah, Yes, the opposite of excellent play coming out of Nuguri. He's feeling the pain in this one as the Aatrox, outside of trying to help the fake Ornhorn from the Sylas get, bunch people up in the Cloud Drake fight previously, he really hasn't done anything in this game.
The thing is, without Aatrox, it's very hard for Damwon to team fight. Ornn is a bit of a unit.
He's got to be careful, though. With the Yuumi on top of him, he's still going to go down. We do have the Karma disappearing. I mean, she's another champion in this game that we really haven't seen much of.
Yeah. And TES, they have the option to rotate down towards bottom. Aatrox is about to respawn in 1 second. Karsa did manage to push this wave all the way into the bottom tier 3 turret. They're going to end up raising that for free. And everyone must have so much gold on reset. Also, Knight is going for Rabadon's Death Cap as his next item. He also currently has 18 Magi stacks, so that's going to be pretty impressive. This was the fight that got it all started. Ornhorn landing with a bullseye into a Baron attempt here. Showmaker goes out onto Knight. Flash goes off. Yeah. And you can just really see that Damwon, they're on a clock and they don't have enough damage to get the Baron low enough. But it's a Kalista, so why Nidalee didn't smite and line up the Ren sooner is a little bit confusing, but maybe the stacks just weren't there yet.
Yeah, you have to imagine. I mean, it was a very messy Baron fight. It wasn't like they were all just trying to lay down the damage and take down the Baron. That delay was part of the reason why they didn't take it there. 369 doing a good job of tanking up a lot of the damage. Maybe didn't have to stay in that long, but certainly did a good job zoning them out and taking out the inhibitor on the top side now.
And 5,000 gold lead right now for TES. Death Cap has been completed for Knight.
Okay. Karsa, he decides he's going to use his flash instead of the Ragnarok. He's going to save that one as Nuguri. There it does come in. And so, yeah, he forces it, but there's 3 members of Damwon out of position. So you can say, see you later to your inhibitor. Top Esports say, yeah, well, thank you very much. That is fantastic. Into the back line once again. This time, Yuumi does ultimate right at the beginning here. Nuguri looking for the flank, but he doesn't have flash. He doesn't have ultimate. And Ghost doesn't exist anymore. As coming on in, they are going to miss that one. Well, they hit barrel on the backside. As, okay, able to flash away. But really, the Rift is all Top Esports'. I mean, they can do pretty much anything they want. They're pushing on in and are looking to end this game here at 35 minutes.
Yeah. And it's looking like they should just be able to pretty easily. Oh, what?
Yeah.
Ignite. Okay, yeah. Cool.
That's a cool ability. The damage coming out right now from Knight is insane.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's got a nearly fully stacked Magi's. He is just taking names. And it was all because of that incredible play in the mid-game that he was able to get to this position. How about Legendary? Feels pretty fitting right now. That's a double kill. How about a third one? No? Okay. Not just yet. They're gonna take it slow and take down the Nexus here. Damwon Gaming getting a little bit too ahead of themselves, perhaps even underestimating Top Esports after a decent early game. And then TES say, well, hey man, we were in the finals of the LPL. See you later. You are not gonna fight us here in this game. As they will pick up the second game here in LPL. It's not the Rift rivals, I should say Top Esports gain a win for themselves as an individual team, and a very nice way to do it as well.
Well, Top Esports managed to turn that game around and do so in dominating fashion. Knight obviously putting on a bit of a show in the mid-game with that LeBlanc play. And you know what? You got to give credit a little bit to the Cat. The Cat was definitely a sidekick. That was the Robin to Knight's Batman.
She pressed E. I have to say she was great at pressing that E button.
Yeah.
I don't think I could
Can't
have
take that
pressed
away from
E
her.
as well as she did. Yanja, gotta hand it to him.
Barrel probably
Great
wish he
player.
could press E a couple more times on himself with the amount he died that game, I'll tell you what. But
Yeah, maybe escape and then...
yeah. Well,
or maybe alt and then F4.
Damwon played about as expected, I think. They drafted as expected. Their early game was about as expected. Their mid game, the Baron throw, as expected. So everything really just lining up right there. Top Esports with a really impressive mid-game turnaround, and then just their execution on closing as well. The game did almost get away from them, though, which was a little bit scary, but managed to stabilize and everything, just basically remain the same. Damwon are still their own worst enemies.
Yeah, some things don't change. It doesn't matter what patch we're on, doesn't matter what season, what split, where we are, what country. Damwon are going to be the same, and at least they prove that to everybody here once again. But Top Esports, outside of that little bit of a stumble, definitely looking like a real contender. Obviously, even in the form of one player, with Knight coming in there. I feel like Jackie Love had a pretty good game as well. Gotta hand it to him. As well as 369's great performance in the laning phase. But we are going to take a look here at the highlights that do come in. This is once again Damwon saying, "Here, take me."
Yeah. And this was the part of the game where Damwon, again, they rushed into trying to accrue more of an advantage than they needed to. They ended up getting punished for it. And they did it again at another point in this game with the Baron. And this was such a beautiful 4-man Silas Ornn ultimate by Showmaker. I thought the game just ended right here. But then this was Knight's. This was like in Batman Rises, you know what I'm talking about, where he gets out of the pit. This is exactly what was going on here. As Knight just says, you know what, no, I'm going to go back in. And he went behind enemy lines to try to avenge the Ornn. Ended up doing so. It's a really good play on the distortion.
Nuggery looks like he's lagging. He goes over the wall. He's like, wait, LeBlanc was over there. What? How did that happen? There's a nice little play here where, yes, they have burst damage, sure. But that's not the only thing that wins games. This is very apparent in this one.
And right here, Canyon, I mean, he had his smite. It's almost like they weren't even coordinating a Callista Red. He still had the smite at 1700 Baron HP, and all of those Callista Ren stacks were on the Baron as well. That went so low. And they end up losing the game. And that will mean that our next matchup coming up is going to be pretty interesting. Obviously, post-game breakdown here. Interestingly enough, the Varus is top of the damage charts.
Yeah.
As expected. LeBlanc coming in second. Yumi, she was putting in some work.
She almost got up to Olaf there.
Yeah.
Nice. And I don't really want to see Beryl on another mage support for a little bit here. Maybe it makes sense for the lane, but or maybe the power level. It seems like a lot of teams so far are really enjoying the Karma and how good she seems to be. You know, both FPX and Damwon, two teams from two different regions, go ahead and pick it very early on in the draft. So it's kind of a statement of saying, hey, this champion's really strong. We should probably pick that up early.
Well, I mean, we'll see if she gets more flex potency. We've seen her mount mid lane. We've seen her support. We know that she can go top lane. We even know that she can go AD carry, although that's probably going to be not happening in this tournament. There's still a lot of interesting picks that haven't shown themselves. But again, we did get an interesting one. Nidalee did come out. So the jungle has been having some creative picks coming out here in 2 games in a row. As player of the game is Knight.
Yeah, no real surprise there, to be honest. I mean, this guy, he essentially took the game by the reins, and he said, okay, team, you know, we were doing pretty well in the early game, and you're just going to leave me out here to dry by getting owned in the team fight? Well, you know, maybe a lesser player would have just ran away. He had 2 full health enemies right in front of him, but instead he hops back into the fight, says, no, I'm going to pick up a triple kill with the Dark Seal, which is just so much value that you get immediately from doing that in a game. And he was never really able to be locked down by the side of Dom1 Gaming. I mean, they had a Silas, they had abilities to try to get onto him, but Knight's mechanics just never left even the tiniest window open. Every single CC went wide. He was always in their back line. It was just too hard to handle for Dom1.
Yeah, they just completely fell apart, and they got too reckless at certain points, and TS just really remained steadfast inside of the game, kept playing their own game, and managed to just bring it home. So the point that does worry me a bit for the remainder of the group for TS is that Dom1 did have clear-cut edges at certain points, even after making certain blunders over and over, and that is worrisome.
Yeah,
because Dom1 is the team that will just punt away a victory, but there's definitely other teams in the group that won't do that, and that's where it does get a little bit frightening.
Yeah, especially T1. You know, if you want to vie for first place and try to go up against the second place of the other group, you're going to have to play a little bit cleaner. Even, you know, I'm sure T1 are going to watch this game and say, hey, probably LeBlanc shouldn't be played by this player. We're going to try to deny that. But guys, we will have an interview. Let's hop into this right now.
好的，欢迎 Nice， 今天打得非常的不错，而且其实我们在之前的比赛当中呢，你们是跟 DWG 有交过手的，那这一次成功的复仇了 DWG 会感觉如何呢 ？So you play against DWG in with rival last year, but this time you successfully take revenge on them. How do you feel about that?
就感觉比较开心吧，因为之前输给他们，然后这次证明了自己了。
I'm very happy because we lost to them before, so we just prove ourselves this time. 那下一个问题想要问到我们的 Knight 就是，you have very perfect KDA today, so how would you like to rate your performance out of 10? 你今天的 KDA 很完美，所以你想要怎么就是评价自己的表现呢？如果给10分满分的话，你给自己几分呢？
感觉8、9分吧，打得还挺好的。
I think we'll be 8 or 9. I played pretty well. 那下一个问题，因为在之前呢，其实是很少看到常规赛那些选手使用妖姬这个英雄的，但是这一次他妖姬使用的很亮眼，而且为什么会在今天这场比赛当中选出妖姬呢 ？We started to see you use the LeBlanc pick in regular season of LPL, but why did you choose this LeBlanc into DWG skin?
就主要是之前都说我不会玩妖姬嘛，就我想证明自己，就打破质疑吧。
Because there are a lot of people say that I cannot play LeBlanc, so I just prove myself I'm pretty well on LeBlanc. 那下一个问题呢？因为我们看到有一波非常漂亮的小龙团，你是丝血0换3，那你觉得当时你是怎么想的？就是直接就进去打这一波团战呢 ？So there is a very impossible team fight around the Dragon Pit. You just went slightly HP into the enemy team and just come out on top of triple kill. So how did you manage to do that? So what's the thought progress?
就感觉那波我们已经输了团嘛，就如果不站出来的话，大龙可能会掉，就我就试着去操作一下。
I'm just trying to just try to do the team fight, because if I didn't try or stand out for my team, we lose the team fight early and we will probably lose the Baron. 那接下来下一个问题想问教师，就是你们刚刚有一波非常漂亮的抢龙，那一波的操作会是谁来指挥的呢 ？So who is the shot caller of the Baron Steel team fight?
就那波就大家都觉得能打吧，就杰克说他有 TP， 我们就拖时间就行了。
All the teammates on our team say it's very capable to steal that Baron, and Jackie Love is still have the TP on him, so we just went all in. 那最后一个问题，接下来呢，即将要跟 Faker 交手了，会不会有一点点担心呢 ？You're going to play against Faker later on, so will you worry about that?
就压力肯定是有的吧，但只要打好自己的，应该就有机会打了。
There is definitely a lot of pressure on our shoulder, but we just do our job, and we will try to win that game. Okay, thank you. 谢谢奈子，我们的3号采访到此先告一段落。
Thank you, Candace and Knight, for that wonderful interview. As we are going to take a look at the standings here, and you do see that Top Esports will join T1 up at the top, as well as Dom1 joining FPX down at the bottom. Today, guys, we are playing 6 games. It's all Group A. Tomorrow is going to be Group B. So if you're looking to watch the teams on the right side there, you got to wait until tomorrow. We still have 4 games left to go. It is going to be LCK versus LCK, and then LPL versus LPL for a couple of games in a row, and then we revert back to LCK versus LPL.
Yeah.
T1 up against Damwon. We've seen that before, and Damwon have had a little bit of success against T1, but I think especially even after that last game, we all know who the big favorite is going into that one.
Yeah, Damwon.
The fans are the favorites.
Big favorite to throw.
Yeah.
Whatever.
To play, who do you think is more likely to play Ivern?
Neither of them.
Yeah, but somebody must be more likely
No.
than the other.
Take it away.
I'll give it over to the side of T1 if that does happen. But guys, we're going to be back after a quick break with game number 3.
싸늘하다. 카드가 나로 폼이 꽂힌다.
다른 말로 LOR LOR랄랄라쇼 카드가 두둥 카드가 두둥
모바일.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the 2020 Midseason Cup. We just finished game number 2, and we are flying through them today. We just got done with Damwon kind of getting crushed there in the mid lane, or mid-game, and mid lane, I suppose you could say, by Knight and Top Esports, making it look pretty easy in that second one. And now Damwon have maybe even a more difficult opponent up ahead of them, if you can imagine that. They're going up against T1 here. As you can see, the LPL arena is empty for now, and the LCK arena is going to be filled up there. And I don't know what Damwon are going to do to try to come back here up against a team like T1, LS.
Well, I can't imagine that they're also feeling too good after that loss against Top Esports, and that can probably heavily affect them coming into this game number 2 of the night. So this is going to be the LCK versus LCK head-to-head. And this is going to be scary. T1 are probably just going to be feeling very confident. I think that stylistically, they have a very powerful edge. And they have edges basically across the board, except in top lane. And the bot lane disparity, I think, is just one of the biggest of the entire game.
Yeah, it's true. It's gigantic. I mean, it's doesn't really, we don't really have to build up upon it too much more. Everybody knows Teddy goes kind of a new addition to the Dom1 roster, trying to shore up that AD carry role, and Ghost is not a bad player, but he is going up against one of the best in the role and in the game right now in Teddy. So we will have to see what kind of wonky strategies Dom1 pull out, because T1, I feel like they don't have to show anything new. They don't have to do anything new. They can just play their game and feel happy with that. Whereas Damwon, they went for an extremely aggressive draft, plus a newer pick in the Nidalee that we don't really ever see. They've already pulled out a lot of their, secret technologies to go up against Top Esports, and now T1. Do they have anything else saved up for them is the real question.
Well, I am curious to see how Damwon are going to try to bounce back in game number 2. Are they going to go into desperation mode with something, or are they just going to try the same exact approach that they had in game number 1 and then chalk it up to those random throws being the reason that they did end up losing? No change, obviously, to the lineup. And they are going to be on red side, so they should have the counter picks available to them, and we'll see if they can utilize that well.
So you're saying Aatrox R4?
Oh, are you kidding? B1 Renekton. There's everyone knows that's the move Renekton. 37 of League of Legends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. These LCK teams, they don't necessarily like to show us too much variety, is one way to put it. But we'll see what they do have in store for us here, as we're just hanging out, waiting for the pick ban to start here. I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. We got 2 long days of 6 matches in a row, and then we do have the knockout stage on Saturday, and then the finals on Sunday. So make sure you are setting your alarms so you're tuning in for all of the fun League of Legends action. And here we go.
Yeah. Draft phase about to kick off. We'll see if Set remains the ban by the blue team. But it's going to be T1 now on blue, not red.
Yeah.
And no, it's going to be Nidalee instead.
That's very interesting. The Nidalee had a bit of a fun time in the early and mid stages of the game. Maybe T1 say if the game had played out a little bit differently, the Nidalee could have gotten out of hand. So they're not prepared against it. They just don't want to deal with it. They have the room to ban it out on blue.
And there's the Set ban being followed up by T1. And Damwon now has to decide what they want to ban away. It's going to be the LeBlanc Finally targeted.
LeBlanc?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You
just mispronounced it a little bit, but that's okay.
Do you know the actual pronunciation? I'm not sure.
You're not gonna.
I'm not even
put
gonna
on
try.
a French accent on this cast right now.
Well, Syndra banned away now by T1, and will Damwon maybe just ban away Zoe? Something of that nature. 6 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I wanted to see more Syndra today, but it just keeps getting banned.
It's going to be the Callista banned away. And Draven is being hovered. Now, Draven's really good. He can actually go mid-top and AD carry. Probably not going to end up seeing him here. Graves is open. That is a champion that can just be snapped in B1.
Yeah, because no stranger to the Graves play either. So he's easily able to pick that one up. We haven't seen too much Trundle priority. We saw bans on it, I think, in Game 1. Not sure about Game 2, but we don't really see that coming out here just yet. Showmaker got denied his Zoe in their first game against Top Esports, so this time he says, let's go back to comfort.
And Zoe is locked in. Now, the problem is getting a good jungle matchup with the Zoe, knowing that you're going up against Graves X, is a bit scary. Damwon lock in the Karma, so that's either going to be a support or a top Karma.
Yeah, and I would have to imagine it goes to Beryl. I mean, we have seen Nuggery play it, but that was back when Klepto was still in the game. I don't know if he'd still be willing to pilot the Karma, and Beryl didn't look great on the Karma in Game 1, so not sure about that pick.
Yasuo being locked in, and could this be Gragas Yasuo bot lane for Teddy and Effort? Certainly could be. Or just having the Gragas be support and then Faker on the Yasuo for the mid and late game setups. I am very doubtful that we'll be seeing a lane Graves. So anything like Graves top lane or something I think is much less likely. I don't think that we're going to see that Gragas pivoted towards the jungle. As Damwon, they choose an AD carry that's actually really vulnerable to T1's 3 champion picks right now. So they're trying to go for the bread and butter Ezreal Zoe. Historically, it is one of the most terrifying meta duos that I think has ever really graced League of Legends competitive esports history. The issue that it has going for it right now is that the 3 champions that T1 has selected right now are very good at cracking it and applying a lot of pressure to it throughout all stages of the game, so things get really worrisome right there. Damwon now, they're banning away the Ornn. T1 bans away the Jace, as Jace is sort of the third piece to the puzzle as another long-range poke champion that fits in with the theme of the Ezreal Zoe.
What else are you banning here is a good question. The Ornn was already taken away. And they will actually focus on that Trundle I mentioned earlier to go into the jungle for Canyon. So he's going to be forced onto something else. You know, we haven't seen too much focus on jungle bans so far in these first 3 games. As Canyon now is thinking about Lee Sin. And it is going to be locked in. Now, if you guys are fans of the LPL, I think it has much more success over there on some of the top performers in the league that can pilot that, such as Tian. But here in the LCK, Lee Sin went on something like a 10-game loss streak and totally fell out of the meta. But Canyon says, I'm bringing it back. I'm going to try to make it happen here in this game.
Well, LCK and Lee Sin. Oh! Will this be the hybrid Twisted Fate?
What is
this is exciting. We have seen 3 now very unique and new picks 3 games in a row. So this is very fun. As T1, you know what? I mean, we'll throw them a bone here. They can lock in the Aatrox.
It's okay.
You know,
it's fine.
The other four picks really make up for it at this point. It's totally fine.
Yeah. And Aatrox has some knockups, so adds a little bit into there. As we're thinking about a Kennen, I am not really sure exactly why you would want a Kennen. Maybe you say, okay, the enemy team has to come into us, and perhaps we can go for the slicing maelstrom in their faces, but I feel like Kennen is kind of another squishy champion that can just be CC'd to death by the amount of CC that T1 and Burst, by the way, that T1 have in their composition. I feel like this is a mega win in the draft to the side of T1.
Oh, it's beyond mega. I don't even...
What is above mega?
I'm not even sure. This is quite a big draft win. T1 is winning out pretty much everywhere. I mean, there will be people that will jump through hoops to say that Kennen versus Aatrox is somewhat of a meaningful win, but the way that it translates into later stages of the game, I mean, you're stuck with a Kennen, so that's a little bit unfortunate. The other thing is that this is also a red side Kennen, so it's going to be harder to find teleport wards in the later stages of the game if it even gets to that point. The other weird thing about the Kennen is the opponents are coming into you. So defensive slicing maelstroms aren't quite as strong as other defensive ultimates, like defensive equalizer on Rumble or something. There was definitely many more approaches this team comp could have taken. Even Soraka top would have actually been probably much better here. She beats Aatrox as well, but Damwon with a very wonky draft. The Kennen and the Lee Sin are just trying to achieve things that are the polar opposite of what Zoe and Ezreal want, whereas T1 are pretty harmonious in their approach here. This game looks like it could just be a stomp.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that I didn't expect it, as we are going to hop into Game 3 of the night. T1 up against Damwon. Here we do go. Right back onto the Rift, as we're going to have to see Damwon the heavy underdogs here, especially after the draft. They need to prove it to us and everybody that somehow they're going to outplay one of the best teams in the world, if not the best, at this current time. With a draft like this, it's not going to be easy. So, looking forward to seeing what they do have left in the tank. But if they go down to T1, maybe everybody's 4th place Damwon predictions are justified.
Well, interestingly enough, Faker is running Unsealed Spellbook here on Twisted Fate, has already selected the W skill point. Also, the Golden Snow Blower skin here for Cuz. As we'll see how this TF chooses to build.
Yeah.
Will it be the AP TF, or will it indeed be the hybrid? Hybrid TF, or AD TF in general, has been buffed recently a few times in a row. Base AD went up, so obviously that affects Trinity Force, because Trinity Force operates off base AD. And then, in addition to that, the mana cost on the R was reduced on Twisted Fate, and that's very big for AD TF because typically it doesn't get to build mana items outside of the Triforce, so has less access to mana.
Yeah, you can see down here in the bottom lane, early game, of course, the 2 melee champions will struggle against Ezreal Karma. When we were talking about wins in the bottom lane, we weren't necessarily talking about the early levels. That can be a bit difficult for Teddy and Effort to handle here. So they're just going to have to play passively, accept waves into the turret, and try not to take too much damage. You saw the wind wall first was the choice by Teddy. Yep. That's very smart, just to try to lock down as much of this farm as possible with some defensive abilities.
And this lane is just going to be about surviving for the first couple of levels, and then Yasuo Gragas does get the ability to turn it on its head. And Ghost and Barrel, I mean, they're not getting really any meaningful trade or poke damage early on here. Cuz just has complete freedom to keep power farming on the Graves. He doesn't really have any pressure to be anywhere, which is going to be very fortunate for him because the responsibility is on the Lee Sin to make things happen. But again, Lee Sin's role in this team composition is not congruent with what Ezreal and Zoe are trying to achieve.
Yeah, it's definitely true. And we're seeing a little bit of a CS gap come in here in the bottom side as well as the top lane. I feel like that's not necessarily unexpected. And you did talk about how that is one of the matchups where T1 could struggle in terms of player experience. But here we go, down on the bottom side. Exhaust going to be used for quite a while. Is the burst damage enough? It looks like not quite, as Barrel is going to take a bunch of damage there on the backside and will have the back. Used both summoners to get out of that one. Keep in mind that Teddy and Effort now both have flash, so that was actually a very effective gank. It opens up the chance for them to farm. It lets them push and get a good back. As you see, Ghost is kind of floundering in the river. It lets them even get a nice little lead to pick up some of these items, get some good XP, and be ready to, you know, hit the stage of the game where they actually do have a chance to fight up and be favored against that bottom side, I should say. So, very nice gank there coming out from Cuz already.
Yeah, and I think that what we really need to pay attention to is that Summoner spells being blown at any point down in bot lane really sets up for chaos by the Twisted Fate anytime that he has the ultimate available, because Gragas and Yasuo have such insane reach down a lane that with the Destiny Gate becomes very easy to create kill setups. And so far there's still no clear idea of where Faker's going to go with his itemization yet. He goes Merc Tread's first item on TF. Mobility on this champion is just super valuable. And so no commitment to anything yet, AP or AD.
Yeah, but he missed the 2 CS there.
Oh,
so.
I just wrap it up. I mean, why doesn't he just, you know?
Yeah.
Talk about.
So I don't really care what build he's going for.
You know, Michael Jordan Last Dance. I mean, this is.
Oh man.
Have you watched that?
Yeah, I watched the first 4 episodes.
Okay, I'm currently on episode 6.
Did it come out on Netflix already? The next episodes? Because it stopped at 4 for me. And I was like, where did they go?
Yeah, the last 2 come out on June 1st.
Oh, they're coming out in packets of 2?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, it's really good.
Fantastic.
Would highly recommend.
Absolutely fantastic, yeah.
Yeah. It makes me think about, this is kind of off topic, but we are going to have a little bit of a gank here as Effort's even here. Showmaker in a bit of trouble. Do they have the damage? Yes. Or no, they don't have the damage. He does have the flash to get away from that one. Doesn't even have to burn the cleanse. I feel like if they were going to go for that play, they needed to flash card first and have him at least blow cleanse as well, because this allows Showmaker a chance to get out of some further ganks.
And Faker does have the level 6 available, and so Ghost and Barrel have to be really careful. Nuguri as well, with the way that Kennen likes to play this lane. Now, Nuguri's doing a really good job up here in top lane. He's up 14 CS yet. Has the cold start as well. But now, this is the scary spot by Ghost and Barrel, where Teddy can threaten to freeze the lane. And Ghost doesn't have teleport available. This is a nightmare spot. They just will bleed so much EXP if Teddy just had elected to hold the wave. But now it's actually slow pushing back into Ghost and Barrel, and I'm not really quite sure why that...
I don't know. It looked originally like he wanted to freeze. Maybe so many of the ranged minions were too low or something? It looked like that
the
was
camera panned away.
Yeah.
So I'm not totally sure what he ended up doing there. It's just so bizarre because bot lane would have been in a stranglehold where you have the Graves in close proximity. Faker has Ignite ultimate available. Barrel's still flashless. If Ezreal and Karma have to walk up, it's a death sentence.
Yeah.
every single day of the week, and instead, they've now rewarded Ghost and Barrel by crashing back into them. Now, it will grant them a reset, so they'll come back with better combat stats. But the question is this line more winning than having just froze and playing around mid and jungle, allowing them to take over the lane for you? But T1 seemingly just taking the least variance route and playing ping pong and just letting things go as normal. And we do have an answer, by the way. Twisted Fate will be going AP.
Yes. He is going to be going into the AP, so Faker not gracing us with any kind of hybrid or AD builds coming out here in the mid lane. Perhaps he'll save that for the future if we do get to see him play it once again. And so, yes, the Yasuo, well, actually, I don't think Teddy went back. Or no, he had 3 daggers. He did go back. He built the boots only. I don't know, that seems weird. But here we go anyway. The Destiny Gate is going to come on in. Exhaust coming in. The flash card, and they should have enough damage. As down he goes. First blood will be fed over to Teddy on that Yasuo in the bottom side as Damwon with Barrel. We're up here trying to take down the Rift Heralds.
And the thing is Ezreal falling behind is not something that Damwon wants to have happen because he's an integral piece to the team composition, and the Yasuo getting ahead is a nightmare because Yasuo is a pretty key piece in stifling Damwon's team composition. Just the nature of the champion, the reach that he has inside of the team fights, the win wall. It's very problematic if Teddy gets ahead. He's going to end up CSing the wave. He knows that he can't stay for the turret plate. He's just going to recall.
Hey, look, this looks like a freeze. Little one there. He's having a push into him, but now it looks like he's clearing the entire wave. As I say that?
Oh.
Ooh, that auto is gonna follow him.
Yep. It's gonna hit him. Wait, what?
Yeah, it hit him.
Oh, I'm blind. I'm lost sight.
No, I think it was actually just invisible.
Okay.
Notice how he's got 1 pot left, so he just says, okay, I mean, I'll just run back down into the bottom lane with half health. Yeah, he doesn't want to
miss any CS or EXP. Is what he's actually racing after. So, interesting decision by him. Knows that he doesn't really care about his HP, and he doesn't need to unless he's intentionally looking for a kill. He's just going to rely on the Doron shield and passive HP region to try to get him back up. And Canyon's down here right now, but Cuz is as well. Destiny Gate not yet available for Faker, but he does have the teleport. That almost looks like a Prestige Edition skin, right, for Graves?
The yellow one?
Yeah.
Is that just a chroma?
Yeah.
It's just like a regular...
Yeah, it's the Snowblower Graves, yeah. The yellow chroma.
Graves has a lot of cool skins.
He does. He really does, yeah.
He's got like, he's got both ends of the spectrum too. You know, he's got like the summer skins, the winter skins. He's received a lot of attention as, okay, we're just going to drop it down here, not really wasting any time, as now 4 members of Damwon are down on the bottom side. Effort already at about half health here as nice win wall. Going to deny a bunch of that. But nice little crash, going to hand over a bunch of gold to the side of Damwon's bottom lane. Meanwhile, Faker able to take some back here in the mid lane. You'll notice that he went Unsealed Spellbook, and then he went, why is this failing me right now? Anyway, we do have a bit of a dive down on the bottom side here. Nuggery getting a lot of stuns down as Kana is going to survive. Flashes just barely before that last turret auto comes in. So now Cuz going to spot Showmaker here and just push him away. So another nice play with the ultimate of the TF, really making that pick look quite strong here.
Yeah. Manages to get another pick for his teammate. And TF just keeps absorbing all of the assists, and that's perfectly fine. Faker also ahead in EXP here over Showmaker. He just dinged 10, and Showmaker likewise, so Faker only a couple of minions ahead in the XP department.
Yeah.
And even though he's down in CS, you have to remember that TF's passive is very frustrating. Gives him so much extra gold. Honestly, makes passives like Draven look a little bit unfair, you know? TF doesn't even have a mini quest that he has to complete. As 2.5 minutes until that Infernal Dragon, that's going to be a big one. We do have an exciting soul for this game, given that it will be either ocean or mountain. Here we go.
Okay, there you go. The cast comes in. They're trying to lock down Canyon, and down he will go. The cast knocked him so far away from the range of safety, and he had already burned his kick flash to try to get Teddy into a precarious situation. That was not what happened. It was the exact opposite, as Cuz once again was in position for the counter gank.
And Damwon just losing some stability around the map right now. They're not down too much. It's only 1,000. Kana going to make a quick detour into the red side jungle of Canyon, steal away the red buff. And that was a bubble that I'm not really quite sure how that hit, but
lost sight.
Yeah, lost sight. Not the end of the world.
Yeah, lobster sauce, delicious.
You just keep making fun of me, man.
No, it's a good
Whatever,
thing.
it's not a big deal. Honestly, it's not a big deal.
It's a compliment.
Not a big deal.
Okay, nice little bait here out of Nuggery. Kind of does not have the range to take him down, and he's also going to get stunned. Should be the eventual kill. Going down and handed over to Canyon as Nuggery just able to bait that kill into existence.
And, well, that is a bit of breath of fresh air for Damwon. And we take a look at how this transpires again. What is Beryl doing behind enemy lines is the question. As just a really nice, easy pickup there for Teddy. Kana comes into top lane really quick. And ends up getting brought down by Canyon. Guess he wasn't expecting him to be there. You see the question mark pings going down on the minimap. Not sure who could be issuing them.
Are they really question mark pinging their own teammate in a pro game? Or was it just
no
like,
one's
oh.
safe.
Oh, man. Well, it's funny, by the way, you were talking about this Ezreal pick into Yasuo Gragas. And, you know, maybe people would look at it and say, hey, he's got Arcane Shift, so, you know, maybe he can be safe away from the cast, can be fine. That is not the case, as we have seen many times now in a row. The win wall against the True Shot Barrage is pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
Every time it comes out, it just denies all of Ezreal's burst damage in one go, while, you know, Yasuo has his own burst damage getting off here. We do have the Infernal Drake coming in. The smite goes the way of Cuz. This guy, he's got the golden smite finger as now the flank comes in and the dominoes start falling as in goes Faker. Nice blue card, buddy. Not going to amount to much. He knew he wasn't going to get a kill anyway, so he decided, let's get some mana. I'd like to imagine.
Well, the other thing about the blue card is that it has the 0.9 AP ratio now from the TF buff, so it deals actually a lot of damage. So perhaps thinking, you know, I'm not going to get the kill, but I'll do as much as I possibly can. And so Faker now going to start a split pushing. This is where TF starts to become really obnoxious. He's so agile and such a nuisance in the side lanes. Because getting that steal, World Ender in the backline by Kana, doing so much damage. Destiny Gate comes in from the north. Faker not able to find any more follow-up, but doesn't really matter. They ended up making out with a victory. Bottom tier 1 turret didn't quite go down yet, as it looks like it's going to be Rod of Ages into Lichbane for Faker.
Yeah, it's going to give him some pretty nice burst alongside of anything else. Just for the empowered auto on top of the stacking he's got with the Rod of Ages. Now T1 with the control of this game, they're looking to take down the Rift Heralds. 3.5 minutes until the next mountain break here. Will be Mountain Soul in this game. So they decide, let's try to go for this objective, but they're not really... They won't be too torn if they can't get it. They say, okay, we'll just reset it. You know, it's 17 minutes and a half into the game. It's not really going to do too much. So we'd rather not lose our lives over that objective. And see Damwon looking to posture and perhaps go for it themselves. But again, it's not really that worth when it does come down to it.
Yeah, and the Kennen uses his Spellbook Ghost to rush back up to top lane. Gonna have lots of posturing again. Now, Damwon, they shouldn't want to lose their lives over this Rift Herald, but it seems like they are potentially very eager to do so. So, I'm very excited to watch if this does transpire.
Ooh, that's a nice little spot.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
That was really close. That was really close.
Damwon. Okay. And in the meanwhile, you can see that T1 weren't really doing too much work. I mean, we do have the Yasuo down here in the bottom side pushing. Let's see if they do actually try to get in here and stop the push, or do they just respect it and say, okay, we'll side push. Looks like Shirley this time will be able to get a second charge on in. The cask going to go wide this time around. Effort has been really clean so far today, but that time around doesn't really pan out. It's now Teddy on vision. We shouldn't have too much more action from here on out.
Minute and a half until the Mountain Drake comes up, and that's a pretty big dragon. Mostly because Damwon needs to prevent T1 from getting it. Because Mountain Soul, it makes it pretty hard for Damwon to play. If T1 gets to it, the Kennen and Lee Sin attempted engage is just invalidated. The amount of damage that the full utility support Karma is going to try to dish out is invalidated. The Mountain Soul itself is going to make it so that Zoe doesn't really have a clear opening, and everything is going to fall onto Ezreal. And it's just not going to be a really good sight because none of these champions really build pen. So Mountain is another really good role for T1 in regards to what souls could they ideally hope for here. Lichbane has been completed on the Twisted Fate. Death's Dance on the Aatrox up in top lane. Lethality is the itemization of choice here for the Graves. I imagine that he's going to go Umbral Glaive as his next item. And
this is a bit awkward for Cuz. He's going in back to try to get the minions, and potentially a little bit of help there from Effort. Doesn't pan out. Faker, he doesn't really seem to care. He says, I'm TF, I'm going to split push. If everybody wants to try to collapse onto my Graves, that's fine. But the problem, as you were mentioning here, is picking up that Mountain Drake and denying it away from T1 is going to be quite valuable for this Damwon team. See if they can do it, though. 10 seconds on Cuz. And you know that T1 are going to try to delay this as much as possible. And well, actually... okay.
Well.
Destiny Gate coming on in. Canyon is in a precarious situation. The really nice slicing Maelstrom on the 4, though, as the double knockup will get in the backline, but the damage that comes out here from Nuggery and Ghost is going to be quite effective. Cuz gets here late to the party, says, what happened? Why is the house on fire? Well, that was a really nice play. Everybody stacked up to try to get the kill onto Canyon, that they all stacked up for the Kennen.
And that was a very big turnaround by Damwon. It's not every day that you get that kind of a slicing Maelstrom out of Kennen. In fact, it's almost pretty unrealistic to get that kind of value. And this is going to actually help Damwon stabilize in this game. Ghost going to pick up the bot tier 1 turret. Now Damwon with a 1,000 gold lead. 2 Drakes away from Mountain Soul. We take a look at how this all transpires. And Cuz gets hit by the bubble. Ezreal even coming in to assist a little bit onto the Graves. And right here, this actually looks like a really big blunder because they had Showmaker up in top lane. Destiny Gate, the location chosen by Faker, though. A little bit surprising. The Slicing Maelstrom just getting such insane value. And they get themselves the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, it's quite big. Nice amount of burst damage will be denied from T1, as well as denying them their own extra resistances, what you were talking about before. In that last team fight, you could see that Canyon died immediately. Showmaker wasn't there. But the insane amount of damage that came out from Kennen and Ghost, who had the just crazy amounts of room, was too much for the side of T1 to handle. So maybe just getting a little bit over-eager to go into that fight. But things are going to stabilize here. Again, this is LCK against LCK, so I don't think we're going to have, you know, a team like FPX that are looking for crazy dives on the mid-tier 1 or anything like that. Not just yet. We're just going to be rolling those Gragas bowling balls for now.
Cool. Wind wall ended up being cast. 3 minutes until the Mountain Dragon. And Zoe, interestingly enough, did go actually second item Void Staff. So we'll have that pen, and this is really good because when the opponents break 38 magic resistances, the cutoff, where Void Staff will start giving you more pen than an Oblivion Orb. It is nice.
Oh, that was a nice play by Canyon. He's gonna lock down Cuz again. Man, Cuz is not too happy with the way this is going. Do they have the damage? They have the Yasuo on the back line. And that Mountain Drake not really going to help out the Kennen, who has no items right now that provide resistances. And just like that, trade 1 for 1. T1 posturing here, trying to push down mid. Faker just barely going to miss and dodge that trouble bubble and get away unharmed.
And so it ended up being a 1 for 1. Damwon does retain a 1,000 gold advantage. And as everything else does stand right now, Faker is going to go back into split pushing mode. Almost has the Zhonya's Hourglass completed for him. And let's take a look at how this happens. So Cuz kills a blue trinket. Oh, Canyon locking him up.
Lane.
Yeah.
But then.
Yeah, then they found themselves a Pikachu. And they put it in the grave. So. Not really sure.
Didn't get to evolve this time around.
No, no Raichu here.
Nope. Maybe next save.
Well, 1 minute until the Mountain Dragon comes up. And this should be a pretty big fight. If Damwon end up winning this one, it probably also means they convert into Baron, and then the Baron should help them stabilize into Mountain Soul. And with that, they should be able to win. But things are still definitely dicey. Yasuo almost has the Death Stance complete. Currently has Eye Edge and Phantom Dancer. Graves is a little bit starved in terms of items. Just has the Umbral Glaive and the Warrior.
Yeah, kind of just chilling. We're absolutely back in the LCK. We have LoL states. We have just all the regular stuff you would normally see in LCK versus LCK. And now we're going to start the posturing. We got 15 seconds, and okay. That's one way to do it. I'm not sure if that's going to be worth it, though. They're going to get into the backline, but Ghost is going to survive. As does Teddy, but in goes Faker just flashing in a frontline TF. And he is at half health still.
Yeah.
Somehow able to get into the back line, start the fight, flash under the turret, and get the kill. And now they're going to pick up that Mountain Drake for themselves.
And I mean, he just got so much value out of that Mountain Drake because he actually does have resistances.
Yeah.
He has the Zhonyas, he has the Merc Treads, he has the natural runes as well that he ended up having. So definitely getting some amplification. And this is really problematic for Damwon. Barrel in no man's land yet again. That is a very bizarre animation when it's like right there, that wind wall.
Yeah.
Really looked like he was stepping into hell or something, trying to get those golems.
I feel the same every time.
And this is the new Ezreal build, by the way, that Ghost has going on.
I want to see how Faker gets this kill on a Ghost.
Well, that is the frontline TF. Ends up flashing away.
Just ignites him and flashes away. That's it.
Showmaker goes down to the Gragas Yasuo combo. And the game has hit the point where the Yasuo is such a menace. He doesn't even have his third core item yet. The Twisted Fate has so much control inside of his items as well. It's really hard for the Ezreal Zoe to do what they want to do And then the problem is that they're being dragged along for the circus ride that is the Kennen and Lee Sin that want to just sort of donk off into the opponents, whereas Ezreal and Zoe would much rather prefer to play a much more controlled team fight, but they can't even really do that because Yasuo and Gragas, they sort of just want to go ham at the backline, being enabled by the Twisted Fate and having the reach of Graves to back them up. So everything is just very disjointed for Damwon's team comp as we enter the mid to late transition. Things will begin to fall apart.
Yeah, and this is what we were highlighting in the pick ban as well, that we were not very impressed by the draft that did come through from Damwon here in their second game. And now T1 are finally taking advantage of it here. We got double Death Stance, multiple defensive shoes built, triple Mercuries, Zhonya's on Faker. Obviously the support is very tanky. This is just going in for it. The cleanse, can it save Ghost? It will for now, as Effort is going to take up so much of that turret and allow them to just sit underneath it, the rest of the team that is. As down will go the turret at the same time. Lichbane gonna help out with that one. And they just, it's only one Mountain Drake, but the amount that they're ahead, plus double Death Stance and a Gragas who's quite tanky, even with just the one Mountain Drake, it feels like nobody on the side of T1 can die.
Yeah, it really just feels as though just way too strong is T1 at this point. Also, the Yasuo win wall makes it so obnoxious for Zoe and Ezreal to try to play this game. Karma doesn't really serve a purpose in this game. I'm not really quite sure what the point of the pick was overall. Rabadon Seth Cap is, oh, you know what time it is. It's the Damwon Baron time.
Let's do the Baron 3.
I think the D in Damwon stands for Dignitas. I actually think that's, you know.
Just throwing some casual shade. I like it. And, well, he's dead. Okay, that's a double cast. We did not see Teddy press his R button. Decided he wanted to wait for a better chance here. As he, okay, Showmaker gonna flash away from that one. This game, it does feel like, okay, well, he's dead. Who else is dead? Exhaust gonna come down, cleanse used by Ghost, and we're just diving. Canyon looks like he will survive for now, but ooh, nearly clipped Canyon in the back there with the cards with the Q. Baker's just frontlining now. Nobody does any damage to him, even the Ezreal. And yeah, let's just walk out of the base now.
They managed.
See ya. Okay. Thanks for the invite. Okay, we'll be going now. Thank you. See ya.
And it looks like Lee Song wants to try to get onto someone, but I don't. Yeah, I think that's the opposite of what is good.
Oh,
hold on, we got a party.
That's a nice little slicing Maelstrom. And T1, oh, Teddy, he's still alive in the back line, but finally he goes down. And Ghost is full health here. And he should be able to chase down that Aatrox eventually. Especially with the Karma shields over the wall.
They need to just go to the yeah, let's go to the objective.
Do the Baron.
They are going to do it, and even though Destiny Gate is going to be available, this is going to go down actually way too fast, but T1 should have a chance to fight over the mountain. And that should mean that T1 are still going to be fine. They were also pooling so much gold.
Yeah.
At the end of this. Let's take a look at how this all transpired. Gold card in. Onto Ghost. Couldn't quite get the kill. Red card immediately selected. Brings down Barrel. You can see Showmaker off on the left-hand side. Doesn't really quite matter. He couldn't join the fray. And at this point, T1 ends up retreating. They could have just backed off here, but you can see Teddy wanted to go back in. They try to lock up Canyon, but the stopwatch, it buys enough time. Nuggery gets in with another fantastic slicing Maelstrom. And this was a very bizarre team fight that went in many different directions. And now, Damwon, they did get the Baron, but here is the follow-up mountain fight, and T1 are still favored at this dance.
Yeah, the Baron is only going to do so much for this team. And you can see that they're already down to half health on the Mountain Drake. Canyon, he's not going to try to just get in there. The seal is not effective. And now that's 2 Mountain Drakes.
9 armor and I believe 6 magic resistance was what was just picked up by... Oh no, that because he had grit really stacked. Never mind. But he did get... Yeah, you know, it's fine.
Okay. Teddy thinking about it. The Baron push finally coming in, and you can see a bit of the poke damage. It feels like the first time in the game where it's had any effectiveness. And that is because T1 stayed a little bit too long. Nuguri had a fantastic engage, and they were able to lock down the Baron. We all know the effectiveness of Zoe Ezreal with Baron and the ability to push, or rather siege. Here's Cannon. In a little bit of a rough spot here. That's going to get on top of Barrel as well. Nuguri trying to go down the front again, but the wind wall is going to deny Ghost any damage. Finally, they killed that Lee Sin in the backside that did have his GA, so all of his lives taken away that time around. That's what was taking so long, as T1 didn't really want to just push past him. So they get the 1 kill, and now they're looking to push down mid.
Yeah, I mean, even though Damwon got the Baron, that's not really enough for them. We knew that they would still be disadvantaged at the follow-up Mountain Dragon fight, and now this means that Mountain Soul is coming in 3.5 minutes, and with Baron dissipating in 30 seconds, I mean, they're going to be back in the same exact spot that they were in prior to the Baron, which is basically in a hole with no way out, and there's no way that they're digging any doors. As this team fight, Lee Sin inside of this also loses his Guardian Angel, which is going to be problematic. It means he's going to be down essentially an item for the next team fight. And T1 are just in such a commanding position right now. Even though the gold score is identical at the top, it is so unimaginable for Damwon to win a team fight, barring some sort of a miracle 4 or 5 man slicing Maelstrom out of Kennen, and that's just not realistic.
Yeah. It's also not the first time Damwon have relied on Nuguri to try to 1v9, as he is desperately trying to do. And it's just, it's not really going to work out against these better teams like T1. They understand their win conditions and what kind of items they do have to build. It feels like everybody on the side of T1 is so tanky right now that it's really hard to break through. You see Kennen has the most damage in the game by far. He's had multiple great slicing Maelstroms. He also had a range versus melee matchup in the lane. Just going to pad those stats a little bit. And as it is LCK versus LCK, we're just gonna sit back, wait a little bit, get some vision down. We got 2 minutes until the Mountain Drake comes up. T1 are considering a little bit of a push down on the bottom side, maybe even a bit of a dive, but immediately Damwon will respond to that. No push, no dive. More LoL state.
You know what? We weren't supposed to have any LoL states here, Valdez, okay? And you know what? I'm not going to let you bring them up, so I'm just going to pretend that you didn't say that. As we have 1.5 minutes until the Mountain Dragon is coming up. And we're just going to probably play ping pong. That is what we do, okay?
So we're back.
We're back.
I thought maybe it was different after the first 2 games. But
you know, the 4th season of 13 Reasons Why comes out in a week.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't see the first one.
I forgot. You're that guy.
Yeah, you'll cast with Atlas later on in the weekend, and you guys can talk about TV shows and, you know, superheroes and comic books and stuff like that.
I just don't even want to talk to you anymore. Bet you don't even know Pokemon's supposed to come out, right? Next month, and the expansion.
Oh, the next game?
I don't. Just get out the desk. 40 seconds till the Mountain Drake is coming up. Yasuo, I think, is going for Guardian Angel as his next item. He has the BF sword. Not sure if he's going to be able to complete it by that team fight, but shouldn't really matter. Damwon or what are they? Hello? What are they?
Well,
they want to be flanked. I get it. It all makes sense.
They caught effort here.
They did.
He's in a really rough spot. He's going to flash away, but it doesn't matter. Down he goes. Spotted out just like that. Faker says, okay, well, I guess I'm just not going to join up then. Let's continue pushing. This will concede the Mountain Drake to the side of Damwon, even on Mountain Soul. Cuz isn't even going to try to go in there and steal it.
And this is a really big throw by T1 at this point in the game. This was so free of a Mountain Soul. Faker doesn't even go for the turret. He's respecting the fog of war around the red side jungle of Damwon.
That's exactly what he was doing. There were so many question pings in exactly that area. He says, well, I have to respect it. Still a ton of damage is getting done, by the way. He built up a massive wave. This is going to kill the turret. Somebody has to respond to it here. Otherwise, that inhibitor is at danger. Or in danger, I guess I should say. Blitzbane, pretty cool item. On TF, you can do about 2,000 damage to the blue buff, apparently, in one go with a blue card. Effort, he's feeling a little bit bashful after that last play. Smack his head into some minions, but that's about it. And the game is going to stabilize outside of the fact that Damwon did pick up that extra Mountain Drake. And perhaps LS, which we all know stands for LoL State. We may just go into one of those once again. Although Faker is coming up here onto Nuggery, says hello. Oh, he's got a ton of damage, dude. It's insane. And, okay, but that should be a Q. Does he time it? Yes, he does. It's perfect. I'm not sure why he took the ult, though. Well, he's got stopwatch. I suppose that's one reason you do allow yourself the ability to make that mistake, as the Cask is going to get Canyon into a bad spot alongside of Effort. And with the TP coming on in, they will say, get away from our support, as Faker essentially alone says, I'm going to take out Nuggery. But again, no objectives for now. They'll just be, well, they do have the Baron available. Not sure if they want to just go for it here. Faker is going to push up the top wave, and in fact, that objective will be incredibly important. After that kill, they've got 30 seconds, even though Nuggery does have the teleport available.
And it looks like they are committing to the Baron. Now, interestingly enough, the teleport on Kennen could be disaster, but the Baron is going to go down before that happens, unless Damwon try to take a very extended team fight. Canyon might try to just go for the steal.
Oh, he gets it! He got it! The Baron is huge for Damwon! Oh, man. And now that's going to be up for a good 15 seconds of right after the Mountain Drake spawns. And that is pretty massive. Nuggery doesn't have to TP either. After this great solo play by Faker, kind of just throw it away.
Faker times the wild cards exactly as then after this, Wind Wall comes in by Teddy, protecting Faker from the True Shot Barrage. Now, interestingly, they knew where Lee Sin was, so when he comes over the pit, the smoke screen has to be there, but it doesn't look like they just wanted a smite fight, ultimately, at the end of the day, and T1 ended up losing it. So now, Damwon, they're going to have the Baron bolstered stats persisting into Mountain Soul, and this is going to be do or die for both of these teams. And honestly, the fact that this game came to this point, with how far ahead T1 is.
It's never supposed to get here.
That's a world ender.
Yeah, this is one way to try to force a fight. They're going to get the teleport out of Kennen, but now with a pretty strong Baron push, T1 going to be forced to back away and respond to it. We still got a minute 20 on the mountain, but this turret should be going down without a fight. And they get the inhibitor as well, easily. It goes down. But Damwon, I'm not sure about sticking around here. Seems like they're okay to do it. Just poke away and disengage. As now they will back off, and that mid inhibitor going down is going to add just that extra amount of pressure. That will be quite annoying for T1 with this Baron, or rather the Mountain Drake, coming up here in 50 seconds.
Well, we'll see. This is going to be it. This is going to be for all the marbles, is this team fight. Because if Damwon gets the Mountain Soul, it makes it very hard for the Aatrox and Yasuo to have a reliable engage. But also, I mean, Ezreal just stacks resistances. And even Zoe now with the Banshee's Veil, going to be going Zanya's next item as well. A lot of resistances on her as well.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what that one was.
We got 10 seconds until Mountain Drake. You can't just eat a paddle start of the face.
Then why did he do that?
I don't know. That's my question. And they should easily be able to burst this down. Mountain Soul will go the way of Damwon. As you said it before, it did not have to get to this situation. This did not have to happen. But T1 decided this is the way it's going to happen. As, okay, see you later, says Faker. There's a nice amount of chunking to that one.
Now the game is going to be reduced to smoke and mirrors, all centered around the Twisted Fate. And having him try to somehow finagle a victory here. And T1, I mean, you really hate to say it, but they did it to themselves. This game with that random team fight in mid where Teddy wrapped around from Wraiths.
Yeah.
And they ended up losing control right there, as well as the botching of the previous Baron that then just led into this Mountain Soul capture. We're 45 minutes deep in this, and you know,
yeah,
you know, I mean it's happening. It's 45. I mean, it's
the game is
44 minutes longer than 1 minute.
Yeah,
you know, so.
True.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have thought about it that way. I would have said like 1 minute longer than 44 minutes, but you got me there.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
yeah. 5 head. Yeah, the push coming in. This is without Baron. But they're trying to force Hana to come back and fight them, essentially. As, well, that Slicing Maelstrom was pretty unfortunate, you would have to say, from Nuguri. Now they do have him in a precarious position. He is just going to get away, though. No ability to lock him down there with a yellow card or anything like that.
They're going to try to stop the back?
Yep, that they will. They don't really have that much poke, you know? They can just have to chase them down. Damwon, though, not going to go for a back.
Whoa!
This should be an inhibitor, I think. Yeah, they're not backing. They're just walking over. They want to wrap around here.
I think he's going to suicide? Oh, is he going to get a Nexus turret?
He had it. Well, with Lichbane, he is going to get a Nexus turret. How about 2? Make it 2. Can you do it? You got stopwatch. Oh, that's so close.
God.
Best split pusher in the game.
Scion who? Like, that's what I'm thinking right now. As, okay, so Smoke and Mirrors will be the game now by T1. And this is such an interesting gear that the team composition is now turned into as, okay, they are committed to this.
I mean, there's no vision here in the jungle for Damwon. They're so disjointed. Everybody's so spread out. Okay, finally, Karma's going to go back. Cuz in a little bit of an awkward spot. There he goes over the wall. He's going to ult to safety. The Q will land, and there's the kick flash. Cuz will go down. With minions in the base, this will force T1 back. They're looking for more.
TF's almost up, though.
They're TPing in. They want to try to push down mid and end the game. TF in 5 seconds. There's the TP.
Wait, TF's up. Huh?
Yeah, TF is up, and this isn't really the same kind of split push they were looking for with the stun onto Faker. He is going to go down at the last second there, and this might just be it as Damwon Gaming are going to group up here. They should be able to take down Teddy. And down he will go, and now 5-on-3, they're pushing on in. Make that 5-on-2, actually. As still Cuz is down, they're looking to push. The inhibitor is going to go down. There's no minions. Can they just tank it up is the question. Nobody on the side of T1 can do enough damage with the Mountain Soul. And Damwon are going to win this game at 47 minutes in a huge upset up against T1. That is not the game we were expecting, as it was very back and forth. T1 going a little bit too aggressive at times.
Well, they threw in equal fashion to Damwon in the sense that the level of throws, I mean, that was definitely a thrown one. you know, if you want to really talk about what the T in T1 stands for. That is absolutely what that was. They were in such convincing game states where it really seemed like you would need the jaws of life or something to pull Damwon back. And yet it happened. So the initial one is the Teddy wrapping around Wraiths, and then them wanting to make that play in mid while all pooling so much gold converts into the Baron. Baron persists into the next Drake. And then even after getting the pick off on Nuguri down in bot lane by Faker, they elect into the 5v4 Baron, but they don't execute a defense to not allow Canyon to get a steal. The steal then converts into the soul itself. So bit of smoke and mirror tried coming out, and then at the very end, you can see that if the Mountain Soul wasn't present, that play that I think Faker made would probably just work every time.
Yeah.
But the added durability and the EHP granted by the Soul, it's just really obnoxious. And, well,
there were just multiple times where T1 was so far ahead, and they did things that were totally unnecessary. Right?
Yeah.
They could have just backed. They could have played it safer. They could have played it LCK style, but instead they were just like, I don't know, just trying to throw their weight around and make a statement when they didn't necessarily have to. And they got punished for it. Damwon proving that they're not just going to be the pushover that a lot of us expected them to be here in this incredibly difficult Group A, as the early game was all T1s.
Yeah. They were just really far ahead. They were utilizing the Twisted Fate very well and getting so much value out of it as well. And right here, I mean, that was another very brutal team fight where Faker did misuse his Destiny Gate, getting locked up. They did manage to bring it back, though, as right here, I mean, this was a phenomenal team fight. They managed to start off, and Faker getting the kill with the Ignite via the Spellbook. This was the attempted kill on the Canyon, but the stopwatch just doing more than enough, and Nuguri with a fantastic slicing Maelstrom on the Cannon. Managed to turn this all around. This converted into Baron.
Yeah, this is the one big fight where you're like, guys, we know you're really far ahead, but guys, and proved to be their demise at the end of it all. Faker, he was trying, man. He,
you know what? He cut himself short. He didn't trust himself, it seems, to land the Destiny Gate.
Yeah.
Or to land the wild cards, and he committed with Destiny Gate. And maybe that changes things up a little bit as well. Faker tried to go for a miracle play to get turrets here. Almost actually raised both Nexus turrets. And then right here, I mean, the added resistances, Karma eventually gets there. Everything just really coming in together to help out. And so now, the standings are sort of all over the place.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 1-1 teams now that we weren't expecting to really be 1-1. We expected T1 2-0 and Damwon 0-2. And that mountainous gold graph, we got towards the lowest peak there on the right, and we fell off of it. As most damage in the game is going to go the way of Nuguri. He had multiple game-saving plays that, again, T1 did allow themselves to get into a position to allow Nuguri to make those plays, but he showed up when he was needed, and he made that Kennen look good in those scenarios. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does pick up the player of the game after that one. But we're going to have to wait and see when the votes get tallied up. And, of course, because we do have the 2 LCK teams here in LoL Park, we're just going to get to hear from one of them down there. I just spoiled myself. I know who the MVP was.
Let's go grab the camera. And
you guys don't yet.
You know, slowly
yeah,
lean
just
it
step
back.
up and pick up that giant thing. Like,
totally, I believe in you.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
I haven't been working out too much recently. I don't think I can lift much. Nuguri, though, can lift his teammates, as he did a bit in that one. 2, 5, and 9 don't tell the story of the small Pikachu that was able to, you know, it's like the little engine that could. Slowly but surely, every team fight. We didn't believe in him. but he made it happen.
Well, he managed to get a lot of miracles slicing Maelstroms off. Obviously, T1 could have played around them much, much, much better, but he still identified them, goes for them, and it managed to save his team at multiple points throughout this game. So, Damwon, now they've stabilized in the group at 1-1. They could have been in 2-0 if they just didn't throw in their first series.
Yeah. But either way, guys, we are going to go over to the interview with Ji-sun and Nuggery.
승리한 담원의 너구리 선수 모셨습니다. 전판 아쉽게 패배하셨는데 이번에는 바로 만회하셨습니다. 승리 소감이 어떠신가요? You guys, even though dropped the game against TES in the earlier series, you guys managed to make a comeback this series. So how do you feel right now?
좀 힘들어요. 좀 모르겠어요. 좀 많이 힘든 것 같아요.
I mean, I don't know. This is really hard. I don't know. I mean, I'm so exhausted. 그럼 이전 경기에서는 TS전에서 조금 정말 아쉽게 패배했는데 그럼 이번 T1전에 바로 연전을 참가하시면서 팀원들과 코치진들 사이에서 이제 어떤 식으로 준비하자라는 얘기를 나눴나요? So you guys have to play right after losing the game against TES. So what kind of feedback went back and forth after losing that game and going right into this game?
들어가서 이제 뱀픽 얘기나 이제 좀 아쉽다라는 다음 경기 바로 연전 경기라 이제 다음 판 또 파이팅해서 하자 이런 말을 했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, we said like, yeah, our draft was not clean and also we have to play another game for 2 games in a row, so we have to kind of cheer up. 그러면 이제 LCK에서는 꽤나 패배 상징이라는 이미지를 갖고 있는 리신을 이번에 픽하셨는데 픽의 계기가 정말 궁금합니다. And Lee Sin is actually a symbol of defeat in LCK, so what was the reason or plan in picking that champion?
일단 건부가 좀 리신을 좀 좋아하는 것 같고 그리고 이제 리신이 이 전판 같은 경우에 좀 좋다고 가기는 좋다고 생각해가지고 뽑아가지고 했던 것 같아요.
First of all, Kenya really prefers that champion, and second, well, we thought that Lee Sin had the best angle in the given situation and the comp. 그러면 사실 경기는 조금 불리하게 흘러가고 있었고 T1이 많이 주도권을 갖고 있었는데 대역전과 함께 승리를 하셨습니다. 경기를 어떻게 풀어 나가셨는지 궁금합니다. Actually, T1 had a lot of lead all throughout the game, but you guys managed to turn the game around. So how did you guys cope with the situation overall?
경기 풀어나갈 때 그냥 저희도 엄청 정신없이 한 것 같은데 그냥 특패 생각을 좀 많이 했고 그리고 이게 사실 좀 이긴 했는데 뭔가 시야나 이럴 때 뭔가 거의 100대 0급으로 엄청 밀렸다는 생각했거든요. 근데 운 좋게 이긴 것 같아요.
I mean, like, everything was happening everywhere, so we tried to keep twisted fate in our mind, and also, even though we secured this victory, I believe that we were, like, so behind in vision and every other things, like, we were 0 to 100, so I think we were lucky to get this win. 그러면 다음 경기는 FPX입니다. 각오 한마디 부탁드려요. And your next opponent will be FPX. How are you going to prepare for that match?
지금 1승 1패고 FPX 전에 좀 많이 중요할 것 같은데 다시 지금 약간 많이 힘들지만 좀 잘 쉬었다가 다음 경기 좀 쉬었다가 다시 열심히 해서 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, I mean, we are so exhausted and tired right now. We will make sure to get a good rest and do our best in our upcoming series. 여기까지가 담원의 너구리 선수였습니다.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for the wonderful translation, interpretation, and interview and everything there with Nuggery. As we do see the current standings, as you mentioned, it all gets mixed up now as Damwon are actually going to take I suppose, a slight head-to-head lead over T1 there in the middle. They're both 1-1 either way, as we will have up next TES, Top Esports up against FPX, Fun Plus Phoenix. This could be 1-1 every way if FPX show up and really bring it to Top Esports.
Yeah, and that's where things get a little bit scary. As T1 now, they're going to have quite a break, actually. They have 2 games off. And so they will have to sort of think about what's going to happen because Top Esports, obviously, many people considered them to be either first or second in the group. And so that is going to be a tough opponent for T1 when they do get back. Damwon, though, fighting back with a little bit of fire. And I don't even know what to expect anymore.
Yeah. It could just all be thrown to the wind, guys. When we come back after the short break, Top Esports up against Fun Plus Phoenix. We'll be right back with that matchup.
카드가 날아와 폼이 꽂힌다.
다른 말로 LOL LOL라쇼 카드가 두둥 카드가 두둥
모바일.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the Midseason Cup 2020. We're halfway through the day. We did 3 games so far. We got 3 more coming up here And it's time for the LPL showdown of the group. We just got through the LCK versus LCK teams there. And now it's time for Fun Plus Phoenix up against Top Esports. You can see on the right side of your screen over there in the LPL arena. We're going to be going head-to-head. And based on what we saw, I mean, Fun Plus Phoenix were very aggressive, very proactive, but a little bit less clean than Top Esports, especially Knight, who essentially was able to solo carry them in the mid-game up against Damwon.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see if they can put on a similar performance. Obviously, that game was a little bit scary in that they were behind against Damwon before Knight sort of put on his best Bruce Wayne impression and managed to bring back the game to a winning state. FPX obviously were very reckless with some of their play, and Crisp was definitely looking very off in their series, so we'll see what they have in store for this game number 2. If they lose here, I mean, that's very doomed if they end up losing. They will be 0-2 in the group. They go up against Damwon and then try to fight back from there.
Yeah, it's not an easy group, just based on the teams that we have here, but also the format. If you even lose one game, you got to win everything else. So you can't go 1-2 and expect to get out of a group. And so if you're on one loss already, you're up against the wall, essentially. And they're up against a great team that they have played against before, that Top Esports has defeated before. And it's just a best of one. As we have mentioned, this format it's not very forgiving. You don't get time to download your opponents or change up drafts or, stuff like that in best of fives. And so really just comes down to one performance, one game. And I have to say, so far, Top Esports did look better. So we are going to go into this game favoring them just on paper. As we're getting ready to jump into the pick and ban here in just a moment.
Well, we'll see what kind of pick-ban approach both of these teams are going to have this time around. Will FPX continue with the same sort of theme that they tried against T1? Obviously no surprises here on the roster yet again. Remaining pretty much the same.
Yep. Con staying in. No game goon. No real mix-ups. Wasn't necessarily Con's fault that they lost the first game there against T1, so I don't mind keeping it all the same. And we were excited about Tian's Kindred pick in game number 1, but it didn't actually turn out to be as effective as we were hoping it would be. So hopefully he comes in here with some new picks. Maybe he'll even pick up the Lee Sin after Canyon perhaps inspired him a little bit in that last game. Sounds funny to say that Canyon inspired Tian on Lee Sin, but in this case, just after he saw the game, perhaps he's re-inspired to pick up his old love of Lee Sin, is what I'm saying.
Well, see if something is going to end up coming out here, as FPX does seem to be in high spirits. As we wait to jump into the pick ban.
Posture check, guys.
Yeah.
By the way, and hydration check. And also, if you've been sitting down for a long time, stand up, walk around, do a little circle. Walk back and forth in your house or your room or whatever. It's good for your legs. You don't want to have that blood just sitting around, potentially clotting up. And what else? What else can we...
What else?
What else is there?
I'm not sure.
That I'm not
what
privy
else
to.
Do you want to advise people to do?
Even though we're in a situation where social distancing is prevalent, you might want to go outside and get some sun anyway, because the vitamin D will be good for your health, as well as your mental health, your well-being, just the way you feel about yourself and stuff. It'll make you feel better. Anyway, guys, we do have League of Legends. We're back here. Dr. Valdez is going to take a seat and cast the game.
All right, finally.
Yeah.
He was getting tired of listening to you right there. You could see on
It's like, oh, God, thank God that's done. I want to hear from Dr. LS to break down this. What do I have after seeing my draft?
Wow. I'll give you the diagnoses right at the very end. As Top Esports is going to ban away Karma first, FPX instantly responding with Varus.
Varus is pretty good. I think we all saw that from Jackie Love in their first game. It's not really, wasn't really the main reason they won, but still, it's just insane the amount of damage he can do.
Italy ends up getting taken away. And Aphelios now going to be banned by FP. Yeah, absolutely lightning fast. Not quite as fast as one of the previous series here, but Top Esports, I mean, it's really hard to really read what anyone is trying to go for here. We're working off of a one-game sample size, pretty much, and the meta is still obviously still pretty up in the air, given that there have been some creative picks coming out. One unique one pretty much every game, and now even one of them is being banned, which is the Nidalee. So that's exciting. Trundle does get banned away, as Graves has already been taken off the table. And what is Top Esports going to end up selecting? Take it away. As the B1 Olaf
Hey,
is
at least it wasn't Renekton, okay? There's definitely worse. How about Response, Renekton Elise? As LS takes a long sip of his water. And, yeah, I mean, Trundle gets banned away as well. One thing that's unique about this, okay, Senna.
Senna can obviously be fasted. Or, well, we could have fasting Senna with a lot of different supports. Don't let me see Tom. Yeah, I was actually just talking this morning with a Korean player about how, wow, it's amazing. Tom has dropped off the face of the planet.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think was the reason behind that?
You know, I don't know. Maybe that it was garbage the whole time. That could be one of it. As Kindred is going to get locked in here again. And this is very nice to see her again. It's good that they didn't just immediately scrap her after losing that initial game. And here is Syndra.
I'm a big fan recently of the Syndra. Where will this go is the question. Okay, great, thanks. Thank you, Top Esports. Oh, okay, thank you. Non-sarcastic thank you comes through. This is actually going to be my first time casting a LPL versus LPL matchup. Because in Rift Rivals, it's always LPL versus LCK, right? In LMS.
Right.
In the past. But yeah, we've never really gotten a chance to do this. This is pretty cool. We've done LCK versus LCK. That was, you know.
Yeah.
We've done that one. But yeah, the Syndra and the Yuumi do come in here once again. Yuumi, Olaf, definitely strong. Alongside of a strong blind pick that I suppose still could be flexed.
Well, we'll see how FPX are going to choose to respond here. It's going to be the Rumble.
Okay.
And so this is interesting in that the mid lane itself, Syndra basically gets to have control at every single point after first recall. And so we'll see what FPX are going to manage to do. Obviously, DoNB is going to have to try to avoid Syndra on the Rumble and try to take the game into the side lanes. So probably we'd expect to see like Predator on this mid Rumble, although it could still be flexed up into top lane. Could even be fasted, although that's probably way less likely to end up happening, as Ezreal has been banned away. Nautilus taken off the table by TES.
What's going to be the follow-up here? Looks like Ornn. Ornn, very popular alongside of Yuumi Olaf. Kind of interestingly, it allows you to scale up and get great engage alongside of the other picks there. The Maokai also going to be denied. Just a couple of things that could have been feasted or fed, I suppose. is the correct word. Set, also another one that you can throw down there into the bottom side.
Set's also really scary because it has synergy now with the Kindred, in that Kindred can cast the ultimate and then Set can carry one of the opponent's champions out of it.
Yeah.
And normally Set is really good against Kindred because you can do that to the Kindred team. So likely gonna be a Set support with the Senna. And this is gonna reserve the Rumble to be allocated to top or mid lane. And so they're still gonna have counter pick available. Corki is locked in, as well as Jace, and so is it going to be Syndra and Yuumi down in bot lane? Mages are very good against Senna, so it could just be Jackie Love piloting Syndra down in bot, and now Wukong
It's
gets
been a long
locked in.
time. It's been a long time for us here at the LCK. See a Wukong there in the window, but he is quite strong nowadays, as you would expect to see that up in the top lane. Should be Khan piloting it. I suppose we still could see a swap between mid and top, especially because it's Stu and B, but kind of doubt it. As, okay, here are your compositions coming on through.
Yep, and 2 seconds remaining. And okay, it will be locked in as Wukong top, Rumble mid, Senna and Set bot lane. And the amount of scaling on the side of FPX is really, really scary. But TS, likewise, they have a very, very powerful mid game, and that's where they're going to look to try to reign supreme. They're going to try to convert Corki and Syndra's pressure in both of those lanes into something meaningful early via dragons, whereas on the flip side, if at any point the Rumble or the Senna Set lane gets any sort of control, everything's just going to spiral completely out of control, and FPX should be sitting pretty.
You'd have to imagine that would be the case, as here we do go, guys. Back into it, FPX up against Top Esports. I suppose I should have said that the opposite way, based on the way they are situated here in this one. As here we go. Just going to jump onto the Rift now for game number 4 of the first day. All right, off we do go. Seeing Grasp here on the Senna, going to be picked up down on the bottom side. And we're just posturing here, you know, we're just lining it up at the level 1. We've seen multiple times now, especially in the first 2 games. Teams go for level 1 invades, try to get ahead in the jungle, but it doesn't look like either side is going to go for that just yet. Not in this one. As we're getting a big zoom in there on Wukong, we all know that it's been a while since we've seen this guy.
And 369 looking to maybe cheese or do something. Level 1 here in this top rush. We'll have to pay attention to the junglers in the early stages and what they're going to end up doing. Senna has Grasp with Bond of Life at Bone Plating as well. Presence of Mind helping her with any monopool issues that she could end up experiencing. Doinb not going to be actually taking the Predator, electing for the Comet instead. And yet again in the bot lane, we see the polarity with the 80 character, the Marksman plus the Yuumi support. One has Scorch and one has Gathering. And Tian goes in there, and what he's hoping to achieve there is that if Olaf starts with the Raptors, maybe he can get there in time to do something to the red. Not going to find it. And I don't believe that they saw what just happened.
Yeah, well, they are pinging it there, that the Kindred was in that position. So we'll see how Top Esports does react to that kind of play. Very curious about the top side. And seeing if 369 on the Jace can actually punish the melee champion that is the Wukong. And that is a very interesting Rumble skin. You don't see that one every day. I know a lot of people are big fans of Super Galaxy Rumble. Do you know the name of this one? I guess
I have no idea.
We play on the Korean client, so.
I have absolutely no idea. Normally I try to sell out skins during the patch rundowns, but...
What?
Oh, speaking of which, the astronaut skins, fantastic.
Oh,
You gotta buy them.
Astronaut Bard, that's all
Oh,
me.
yeah.
That was a really nice dodge there. He is going to have to flash away, though, and the ticking damage is not going to be enough. As the corrupting pot, a little bit too strong. He gets away. And that's double flash for one, so it's actually not so bad. He's going to miss some of those minions after all, but being able to dodge the gank and not give over first blood is very nice there for Khan.
Karsa's going to end up losing the left Scuttle Crab, even going to lose the right one, and that's where the mark is. So Doonby also crashing in this wave. And this is going to give Tien the freedom to move over onto the right-hand side, pick up this Kindred mark.
Yeah, definitely a much better start this game compared to the first game of the day. For the Kindred, he's having a lot more freedom to kind of do whatever he wants. A little bit of, okay, Doonby's just getting in there saying, you're not just going to get a free push-off, buddy.
But he did.
Yeah, well.
A little unfortunate there. As Kindred is going to utilize the reset by the Corki to convert into stealing away some of the Raptors.
Look at this.
And
sidestep.
Khan with a pretty good sidestep against the Undertow. If that had landed, he was 110% dead.
I mean, he reacted incredibly fast.
Yeah.
Like, he had no idea that he was there. There was a ward down and he wasn't spotted at all. So, other than the timing of the jungle pass and just having kind of a sixth sense as a top laner, there was really not much of a way for him to know. So just really good reaction time by Khan, who is now pretty far ahead on CS already. Okay, just gonna go for a bit of a play down here on the bottom side, but not really gonna push on in there.
Not gonna be able to really find anything. Jackie Love comes back in off of teleport, has Sork Pen boots, so really looking to keep the pressure on. Not going for any of the Lost Chapter components. Just wants to have as much damage as possible. Especially as he's approaching level 6. He wants to have that all-in potential available for him.
All right, looking to collapse here is Crisp, and he is just frontlining like crazy. He's got the crit and will go push forward. First blood given over to the Senna. That is the power of this set support with the Aftershock. Are they going to punish him here is the question. Going to go for an early flash to deny it entirely, but keep in mind that TP had to be used by 369 to get down here. Meanwhile, Khan's all by himself in the top side, getting plates, getting farm. And Doonby's down here, thinking about a play, but he's all alone, so not going to go for that one.
Well, FPX, they are up 1,000 gold, and it's only 6 minutes in. So they have to be feeling pretty good about themselves. Khan is going to manage to get himself, I believe, a second turret plate. He does. So 1,500 gold lead here for FPX.
Wow.
At 6.5 minutes in the game is not what Top Esports would like, but they do have the first dragon. And the second one of the game is a Cloud Drake, so we're guaranteed a meaningful soul. As we take a look at how this transpires, and take a look at this Face Breaker. Absolutely beautiful 3-man if you count the Yuumi as attached. And FPX, they pick up a kill. TS trying to get some value there, turning stuff around. As now we cut back into live.
Yeah. And the TP was just kind of desperate at that point. It was a little bit too little too late. After Crisp had landed that insane engage. By the way, Khan's going for this level 6 on level 5. Gets the knockback. There's the second one. Just going to lay down a bit of damage. We have Doonby coming in here. He's got the equalizer. Will he go for it? better bet he does, as then he goes in with the flash, picks up the easy kill, as 369 still did not have his flash available. That's FPX now up 2 kills, as a nice little roam comes in from Doimi.
And the scary thing is that, remember, FPX, they're the ones with the better mid-late game. And TS, they needed to win. They needed to be ahead in some of these areas, and they're just not really finding any success. Also, Syndra even stunting her build a little bit. Double Doran's ranked. And you can see JackeyLove he's trying to do whatever he possibly can, but Senna is so obnoxious at sustaining through when she's already stabilized.
Yeah.
Jerom's Fist plus the Grasp of the Undying. It's very hard to move her.
Yep, good luck with that. She's not nearly as squishy as she looks right now. And so Karsa is going to try to get TS back on the board. He says, okay, let's go for an early play here. As Tian, it looks like he soaked up mid and then maybe took a couple camps and went back. Not quite on the Warrior enchant just yet. It'll be, oh man, they're just staring at each other. This feels like the LPL.
Well, 2,000 gold lead now for FPX. As they're looking to get another turret plate down here in bot lane. They should be able to get it. I mean, there's still 5 minutes on turret plates remaining. Things are looking very disastrous for Top Esports. Olaf just continuing to try to farm up, but I mean, Kindred is fine with this happening.
Yeah. This might be the biggest early game lead we've had all day. We've had some pretty decent early game leads here. This is really early on. It's 9.5 minutes into the game. Trying to kill Doimi, though, with the solo kill. He is going to get it just like that. Doimi with no flash used it up in the top side on the Jace, and he just gets punished for it. Knight once again saying, I'm going to carry this team regardless of how this early game goes.
Yeah. And, oh, Tian up here.
Now we got a bit of a double knock-up. Should come in, Tian waiting on the ultimate. Khan flashing away. Going to have a little bit of help from his friend Senna in the bottom side. Now Tian can kind of just hang around.
Yeah. Karsa just not really there in time, and 369 is really just being bullied around right now. Khan gonna end up shoving in this wave. Should be able to get another turret plate, so that'll be 4 turret plates on this Wukong. And we just take a look at how this transpired. Doinb, he's able to get away with this if Knight has to respect the Kindred, but you can see the vision that Knight had. Basically lets him call Doinb's bluff there and just punish the attempted shove that he was going for. So a bit unfortunate. Miramana is going to be stacking up here by Knight. He already has the Sheen available as well. Still a 2,000 gold lead, though, for FPX, and Dragon is live. Kindred's only at 3 marks right now, though.
Picks up the 4th right there. So that's a very nice little stack to get. 4th pretty important here. As he's moving on in, he's just sidling around, seeing what he can see. See if he tries to get in there for the smite. He will, and he gets it. Tian is in and out in a flash. And meanwhile, Jace is not here again. And so Khan says, I'll just use my teleport for lane. I don't need to use that now. Let me take down the turret at 11.5 minutes.
Yeah, this is one of the worst situations in the world if you're Top Esports here.
Equalizer a little bit funky there, but doesn't end up allowing his team to pick up the kill, as they will disengage.
Wukong has 5 turret plates and first turret gold inside of him. Karsa flashing away.
Yeah, nice Rift Herald, guys.
Yeah, that was a really good Rift Herald. I mean, yeah. It was fine, Valdez.
3 tiers.
So negative.
Jeez. Gotta love it. Top Esports, the only thing that seems to be okay is the bottom lane, where they're getting a little bit of chip damage. They're onto some plates. Other than that, it's not very fun. Khan looking for Even more chip damage on a 369, but there are a lot of teammates nearby. Shakulov gonna throw down the ultimate. Teleport now coming on down, but it's a little bit too little too late, as it feels like action is never stopping here on the Rift.
Yeah, and Oblivion Orb was picked up by Rumble, so with the Sork Pen boost, has the 33 pen, which is really problematic for a lot of these champions right now that are not going to build any magic resistance, because you need Ninja Tabi and just armor against the Wukong Kindred Senna set. So, going to be very difficult to itemize against this Rumble. Taking a look at this replay once again, another very nice pickup by the Kindred, as Infernal Dragon will be the soul of the game. Okay, all right. Well, I mean, Karsa probably gonna maybe be subbed out after the next one. I'm not really sure where his mental is gonna be out at the end of this game.
Yeah, maybe the single most tilting thing so far, even more than anything else in this one, as that was at 1 health. And now they're down 2,500 gold on FPX, who have certainly turned their game around. Blue buff, well, okay. A bit of damage being put down here. We got the TP coming on in, seeing if they can land a stun onto LWX. Crisp in a very wonky spot here, but the Senna gonna keep him alive for a long time. Baits him into the equalizer, but do they have the follow-up damage? Is the question. In goes Khan, gets a double knock up. There's another one. Karsa will be going down. The Yumi's gonna die in transit just for the little bit of extra bonus, as even Knight can't stop them this time. That is 4 kills for FPX, who are the ones who started that fight.
And I just feel like this game is probably over at this point, and I say that because the Wukong is so far ahead.
Look at
I
him.
think he's 2.5 levels up on Jace right now. And remember, he has 5 turret plates, has the solo first turret gold inside of him. Trinity Force into Tabi. I mean, FPX, they're scaling better than their opponents, but they're already so far ahead. So top esports are constantly playing catch up, and they're just never going to be able to stabilize. So this next dragon is also going to go the way of FPX. And when you consider what that means to get an Infernal Dragon on so many champions that are physical damage and have on-hits and things of that nature, it's just such an insane dragon to get this early on. The Syndra, given that she's in bot lane, she doesn't have those base levels, which means that she's hitting her passives on the abilities even later. And so she's going to be stifled in this game even more so. And it's a 5,000 gold lead at 15 minutes.
Yeah. Khan is just laughing at them. I can imagine him cackling at his seat right now as, you know, he forces a TP, he wastes Syndra's time. He's 3-0-3, picks up a Caulfield's Warhammer, and, I mean, there's no way that top esports can fight over this next dragon. It's So I misspoke earlier. I said that FPX started the fight. I meant TES. And it kind of baits themselves into this long, drawn-out chase down fest.
Well, this was just a bit of a slaughter, as 4 of the kills going the way of FPX. And as we come back into live top esports, they're summoning a Rift Child, but it's the second one of the game. There's no turret plates to get. This is going to be an Infernal Dragon going over for free to FPX. And Senna, see what she gets. Oh, I guess not.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. There's no resistances right now for the Corki. No Hex Shrinker. He's trying desperately. Okay, the Equalizer comes down.
Oh!
That's so much burn.
No Leandres.
Ooh. Oh, well,
you know,
there you go.
There it is.
That's what happens when you finish Morello. And, well, this is what happens when you finish 369. Oh, okay. Never mind. That was a nice little flash that Chris failed. Gave us a little thumbs up there. Doinby, he's going to be taken down. Shut down, actually, by the Olaf single-handedly in the top side as LPL action. It never ends. The Yuumi on top here is going to try to interrupt the ultimate of 10 there, but it's not quite going to be enough as they will eventually take out the 2 of them here. In comes LWX just to pretend like he was part of it. As okay, they do get the Kindred at the end of it all. Jackie Love desperately trying to chase him down, but that's not really going to pan out.
So it ends up being a 2-for-1 down in bot lane, but the turret also goes down as well. Meanwhile, Olaf did get a lot of solo farm up in top. And remember, he did get the shutdown onto Doinby. And the Senna's build is very obnoxious for the members on the side of Top Esports to deal with. It's Frozen Mallet. As Doinby, he does just end up going down.
Yeah. It's here, I mean, this is the second time around, right? They're just in it to win it. As Tian, yes, he does feed a kill over tonight. We'll have to wait and see if the Corki can do the same amount of carrying that we saw LeBlanc do in their first game against Damwon for Top Esports.
Well, 3 minutes. Infernal Drake. As at this point, I'm not totally sure what Top Esports can really hope to accomplish, because you can see that even on their item completions, they're still a step behind FPX. And then when you factor in the base levels, things get more problematic there as well. 2 levels still in top lane, 1 level in the jungle, I believe almost 2 levels in the jungle. I think that Tien is very close to hitting level 12. 369 did just ding level 11. Both bot laners level 10, so it's a 2-level gap in bot as well. And base stats are a very underappreciated advantage in League of Legends.
Yeah, certainly it's nothing to ignore. You do have to factor it in. And I'd love to see the Kindred's marks as well, because she got an extra one after the dragon fight that happened earlier on, the 4-for-1, and I think that was number 5 or 6. So she's probably getting close to 7 or even larger at this point. We'll have to take a look in just a bit. So, you know, you were talking about that slow eventual scaling that comes in. I mean, when you're 5,000 gold ahead on top of that, you're going to be having a fun time.
Yeah.
Really fun time.
And the game is looking pretty rough right now. 1.5 minutes until another Infernal Dragon comes up. And it looks like both teams are fine with taking stuff a little bit slow and stable.
Well, this Rumble's in the jungle. Gonna force that Ragnarok to come on down.
Yeah, even forces out one of the smites. Now they're gonna steal away the blue buff, and this actually gives Kindred a mark. And I'm not sure why. What?
Wait, what? It must have been taken already.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Because the mark like remains on the minimap for a little bit.
Yeah.
But I would love to.
I'd love to know.
Click on the Kindred and see exactly how many stacks. That would be helpful. Yeah. So.
Senna's at 56. And we're waiting.
We know about her stacks.
One of these days, we're going to know about Kindred stacks, not Senna's stacks.
Yeah.
That's all that, you know.
Eventually.
Yeah,
Is
soon.
this what an LPL all state is like?
Ooh.
I saw a lot of, like, 22-minute Barons in the, you know, like the semis, the finals, 3rd and 4th place match of the LPL spring. So I was excited for, you know, maybe that could happen here in this game. But Karsa, you can see he was just laying down some vision, not actually going to go for it. Tien here, okay, he's got 8 stacks. 8. It's okay. It's all right.
Fine.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be okay with 8. And it looks like the next mark actually went onto the Baron. So, not going to be on the Dragon just yet. Crispy, you know, he's got adaptive helm. Like, the Cinder doesn't really do anything to him at this point. Especially because it's a set. I mean, he's, you know, even if he takes a bunch of damage, he'll be able to shell it right back in your face. So, we'll see. I mean, what does Top Esports have as a plan? That was a really nice little, I don't even know what you would call it, like a... Okay, well, anyway, I'll be interrupted. That's a Syndra. Doesn't even bother to flash. He's like, okay, I'm dead. You know, just take me with you. I'm ready to play in our last game. As there really was no hope for the Syndra in that case.
Yeah, not really much Jackie Love could do there. And like you were pointing out, the Adaptive Helm, I mean, it's not even just against the Syndra, it's also against Yuumi and Corki.
True.
The item is very good against. 4 minutes until Infernal Soul is going to come up on the map. And FPX, I mean, if you really want to display slow and steady, you can. Because every item completion just makes it that much harder at this point for top esports.
Okay, interesting TP. You're going to have to try to disengage, although Knight is, you can see he's the one member that's really confident on the side of TES. That's a fast. Khan in the back line was considering a flank, and another, okay, everybody's just TPing all over the map. There's a knockup that's going to come on in. 369 says, oh yeah, I'm Jace. Not very tanky, and Jackie Love this time is going to have that flash. That's why you save it for the next fight as Chris, again, the Kindred ultimate reminds me of, you know, big flashbacks back of game number 1. That's a nice little root is going to come down there. They finally trade back some damage, but FPX have to go back home with their tails between their legs.
Yep.
Top Esports not going to go for Baron, but nice little fight back by their team.
And so they managed to gain some ground right now. FPX are still ahead about 5,000 gold, although that's going to dissipate a little bit. Now 4.5, roughly, at the end of it. And that was just Crisp looking for some sort of a miracle flip, but not going to end up getting it. I mean, take a look at this one. This one was pretty simple. Just presses the Q, finds Syndra, presses the R,
yeah,
followed by the E.
And, very good at spelling LS.
Yes.
That's why you're named LS. Just 2 letters. No problem. Yeah.
Wow, that's one of the best compliments I've ever received. Just want to let you know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not, you know, not the best at your sight, but you've got other things going for you.
Well, I think Chris probably not the best at his sight either, as could not quite find an engage there. Was not able to see one.
Yeah.
Ended up just dying for no reason. Minute and a half, or 2 minutes until the Infernal Soul comes up. The Black Cleavers on the Olaf and the Jace. Monomune as well on the Jace, so definitely a little bit bizarre. They're really shredding up the armor so that their teammates that deal magic damage can really make use of it. And
oh,
so
nice.
Just want to point that one out for you.
Great.
At minute and a half until Infernal. Yep. And I think that everyone on the side of FPX, I mean, they must be sitting pretty. I really like the Hex Shrinker being built by Tien.
Yeah.
And it looks like Doinb is probably going to go for Banshee's Veil as his next item. So that'll give him some nice magic resistance as well as the CDR and AP. And this is going to be Top Esports' last stand.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to put up a last stand in the last fight, but that's because we saw Crisp TP into the back line and die and bait his team into a really precarious spot. So I doubt, you know, he doesn't have TP this time, so that's not possible. And they're just going to have to come straight at FPX here into the Infernal Drake. You can see they're, you know, posturing in the mid lane, looking for some kind of angle. They want to fight in open space against especially the Rumble in this case. And they're always threatening. These LPL teams, they really don't care about where the enemy team is. They're like, hey, you don't want to come at us? We're doing Baron. By the way, you are now forced to come at us. We have healing. What are you going to do? But they're bunching up now into a little corridor, and there it is. They're looking for the Syndra and the huge suplex into the front line. It was basically they catch the 2 carries immediately. Nothing that Knight could do. He was CC'd from alive 100% to death. And now FPX will look to end the game as Khan is on the duty of stopping the Max.
Oh, and I think actually he's going to get a kill. Yeah, make it 2.
And make it 2. As Carson says, yeah, just take me with you. I don't care. That's going to be it. That will be the end of their 2 lives as will they try to end? I mean, there's still 10 seconds on the well, they don't really push fast enough. I think they'll just probably take the inhibitor and recall after taking all the gold, and as well as the Infernal Soul, and then regroup for the next push.
And, well, FPX, I mean, they busted the game wide open. It's Infernal Soul. They end up raising a couple of turrets. Teleport's going to come out by Top Esports to maybe try to do a Desperation Baron, but, I mean, they had no business doing this Baron. And that superplex by Chris onto Knight, also delivering a cat as well, so it was definitely a 2-for-1.
Chris is both the LVP and the MVP so far, least and the most. And, I mean, I don't know, just go for the recall there. Maybe just saying, well, I gotta help my teammate, I guess. As no Desperation Baron did take place. And now it's FPX with Infernal Soul and a 6-0-5 Wukong.
Yep.
A incredibly fed team. Like, everybody's super fed. I don't even need to name names right now. As Karsa, he is on the Olaf, so he's not going to die just yet, but he gets pushed away. As FPX do posture for the Baron.
And they're just playing this very reserved right now. They have the super minions in bottom. Okay.
Okay, yeah, they're gonna bait 369 into this one, and down he will go. As I said, everybody's fed, even the set. Is just gonna smash his face in. As the Jace really hasn't been much of a factor in this game just yet,
And
from minute 1.
I believe that the way that super, the way that those minions are, that will raise Nexus turrets.
Yeah.
They are not going in a singular line, so Jackie Love with his teleport, he's going to be on duty to clear them.
Yeah, and FPX say, okay, I mean, we're just going to go ahead and take the Baron now. Knight, he is no stranger to being on Corki and winning 2v4s around the Baron, but this is a little bit of a different scenario compared to the finals. Either way, though, he is going to stop that Baron, as FPX are strangely careful. They say, we're not going to fool around. We're going to play it safe. We want to pick up this win. There's a lot of money on the line, by the way, for this tournament, guys. So you better believe these players are going ham in terms of how they want to play this.
And, I mean, this is just a replay of them getting the kill on 369, but FPX, even with the Infernal Soul, they're playing so reserved and cautious. It's very surprising to see. Because if Top Esports ever tries to fight them, they will just run them over with this Infernal Soul. It's also triple Infernal Drake.
Yeah.
Amplifying the soul, so quite nice.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to, as a team, you can one-shot pretty much any member on the side of Top Esports. I guess they're saying, you know, why take a fight where Knight has room when we can just wait until he gets out of position and do what we did last time. As you can see, the amount of damage they have is going to force the Ragnarok already. And, okay, well, Jan's just going to start it here. Okay, this time we're going to just flash away from that one. Jackie Love not really too healthy there, as now the TP is going to come in from the set. They're going to turn their sights finally onto this Baron. As Khan waits in the wings. I don't think they have any idea he's here, but now they're going to know. As with the TP coming in, Khan, again, just going to play it safe. They're not ready to take the risk.
I'm not totally sure.
Perhaps too many lost games against a fed Corki.
I'm really trying to make sense of what is going on in terms of how cautious they're being. This is going to cause Elder to spawn.
Yeah. And it does mean that, you know, we could have mistakes made, we could have shenanigans, traded buffs. You know, what if FPX choose the Baron? Seen that before. Chris, he's pretty tanky, but he's better at full-on engaging, not getting poked out. So he's got to be careful about just eating free damage. Everybody's backing, as it seems like now we're just going to set our sights on the Elder Drake. The best buff in the current patch of League of Legends. I think that can kind of be fully agreed upon by everyone.
And 35 seconds until it ends up spawning, which now this gives Top Esports actually something to fight towards, and they've been allowed to get some more core items, and this is really scary. Why was this ever allowed to reach this point? They have all of their summoner spells up at some point. You can just go ham with Wukong, just diving in at them. Backed by Equalizer and whatnot. With the Infernal Soul, you just tear them apart. They have no resistances, basically, on any champion.
He's really fast. As Top Esports going to start this one up. And again, you got to be careful about this. You're up against a Rumble, but they're just trying to burst it down. And can they? There's no real vision on this. Finally, it comes in. It's going to come down to the Kindred ultimate to save it for now. But Nico's okay. It is going to go the way of FPX, and that will be the end of the game. It was a little bit too close. As Knight, okay, he's really laying in the damage with that Yuumi. As, okay, with the Elder buff, they are going to continue pushing here. FPX straight down the mid lane.
They're coming down mid. They have Senna for healing. They have a minion wave. And I just can't imagine. Okay.
Oh, Knight's going to dodge it. It's all up to him. But there's just simply not enough building health for him to do anything. GG, FPX win in 35 minutes. As the Nexus will be taken down in the LPL matchup. That does happen here in the mid-season Clash Cup.
So they play it really safe. It comes down to the Infernal, or the Elder, which is honestly a little bit scary. But they end up getting it in the end. The Kindred ultimate keeps it alive, and then Tien winning yet another smite fight. And he really got the ball rolling in a lot of situations that game. He also won the smite fight on the Cloud Drake. He helped out a lot with getting Khan ahead in the early stages. It felt like he just did really good on the Kindred. And it's always a pleasure to see Kindred in competitive play. But that game just really got blown wide open in mid-game, and Top Esports could never really recover with the team comp that they had. Even though it might have looked like the game was a lot closer than it appeared due to how reserved FPX were being around the Baron dance.
Yeah, definitely a game where I feel like even the LPL teams feel it, that they're playing against another LPL team, and so it's like all caution is thrown to the wind, and it almost feels like they're trying to one-up each other, and the amount of aggression they're putting on, it's like, oh, you're going to TP behind my second tier 2 while I'm TPing behind your Nexus. It's like, it's probably not necessary. And then after that, it's like, all of a sudden, it totally flips to the opposite, where it's like, okay, actually, nobody's going to take chances here in this game until Top Esports kind of got backed into a corner there towards the end. So was it the right way to play? I'm not sure, but it definitely was a little bit strange. Also, those early macro plays out of Top Esports, I don't really want to see those again. You know, with the Jace TPing onto like singular dragon fights down in the bottom side, and then just giving Khan just copious amounts of money just for free, basically. Wasn't worth it.
No? Well, we take a look at some of the highlights and what got it all started. And this was Tien and Khan. Karsa misses one undertow and then couldn't make up his mind with what he wanted to do. And so Tien and Khan just managed to make out there. This was the very bizarre one where TES, they take a team fight at the blue side jungle, but the Kindred ultimate just so effective, and it ends up almost becoming an ace.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically, other than the Syndra just walking away, as this was the second return to the under the bottom tier 2 fight, where it was kind of just bullying top esports members. There were little plays here and there that made you wonder, hey, maybe Knight could single-handedly 1v9 this game back. But then you see this play and you're like, well, yeah, actually, probably not.
Yeah. A little bit too much for him to try to do in this game. And now this makes the standings all even.
Yeah.
Right now at the very end. And so we'll see what this means for all of the next upcoming matches, because this is very easily do or die for some of these teams. I don't know the rules on tiebreaker.
Well, it's probably going to be something like head-to-head, and then kills, or, you know, something like that. I doubt we'll go to an extra game or anything like that with the length of these 2 first days, but you never know, as you do see insane amounts of damage coming out there from the Corki.
Yep.
But Doomby actually did a really nice job on the Rumble as well. There was that one hiccup where Knight just kind of called his bluff, shut him down in the solo kill, but the Rumble was actually pretty nice there in the mid lane. Got a bit of roaming down to the top side to just further snowball his Wukong, and was really doing some insane damage once it came down towards the end of that game. Some really key equalizers to close that one out. As, yeah, there you have it. That was the 4th game. We'll have to see who is the player of the game from that one.
I gave it to Tien, but I'm not sure who will end up winning it. I just felt like
Probably
he was...
Khan. I mean, you know,
well, I mean, why not?
6-0-5.
Yeah, of course, no doubt.
Did you see the scoreline, or were you just not paying attention?
All right, here we go. Moment of truth.
Who is it? Give it to us straight. Production.
Nice.
Yeah, it's Khan. 7-0-8. I never thought that it wouldn't be Khan.
Goodbye, Valdez.
Hey, man, 2 solo kills. Wow.
Amazing.
I think those were the 2 kills where he was like 8,000 gold ahead. Remember over here, like on the Tribrush with the Olaf and the Jace that just ran into him? I think those were the 2 quote-unquote solo kills.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless this is it?
Yeah, I think this is it.
I mean, he played really good on the Wukong. Absolutely no doubt.
His Wukong mechanics are good.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, I mean, he would have been my second vote. I just felt like Tien did so much that was so integral to the early mid game.
Yeah.
But obviously the Wukong was very important in the mid to late transition.
Yeah.
And really utilizing his lead and his advantages to enable more for his team. So we'll have to hear what he's thinking at the end of
honestly,
this first series of games.
My first vote would have been Crisp. Like, he had a couple of inting moments, but that's Crisp, right? And other than that, he was dunking on them multiple times and getting the fights done. Either way, guys, we're going to go over to the LPL Arena, listen into the interview.
大家好，我是 FunPlus AGC 林伟翔。
First question I would like to ask, after losing the first game against SKT, so what adjustments did you make to win this matchup against the top esports? 那你们在第一局对战 SKT 的时候失利的情况下，就是你们怎么调整自己的心态来赢下这一局对战 Top 的比赛？
因为我们第一局我觉得我们前期节奏就还行嘛，就是有一波团战，那波小龙团我们沟通的不是很好，导致那波3打4就输了嘛，然后就整场整体的节奏就比较乱那一把后面。
We do think we have very good early tempo on this game, but we just have some communication like mistakes at the team fight around the Dragon Pit, and we like lose the 3v4 team fight. Later on, we just screw up our tempo in the whole game. The second question, the set was banned by like each and every game previously, so what's the strategy behind the set to support this game? 其实万豪一直在之前的比赛当中一直都被ban掉嘛，那这一局你们为什么会拿出来他打，就是万豪辅助呢？
因为能配塞纳的英雄，他们ban了挺多嘛，然后剩个万豪，我们就决定玩这个英雄。
because the other support to pair with the Signet they ban out a lot. So this one is the only one open for us. 那下一个问题 the third one. So can you tell me about the grasp of the undying rune like you play with the Signet? 你为什么会带上不灭之握这一个天赋符文在塞纳的选项？
因为最近挺多人玩这个不灭之握漏塞纳嘛，所以就觉得我昨天也玩一下，觉得挺厉害的，所以今天就用了一下。
Because this rune on Signet is very popular on solo queue, and I played that for Signet yesterday. I think it's very OP right now. So that's next question. How did you like guys to fight around the Elder Dragon Pete, who is the shot caller of that Baron skill? 就是你们在远古龙那一波的时候，是谁去决定去抢那一个远古龙那一波团呢？
那波团战就是，我们打野说他开大宝那条远古龙，然后他后面把那条远古龙抢到了，就团战就直接赢了。
Because our jungler says he still have the ulti on him, so he just went in to try for that still Baron. 那最后一个问题 the last question, you're gonna play against DWG, who just beat SKT in the former game, so are you confident to take them down? 你会不会有信心会战胜刚刚已经战胜了 SKT 的 DWG？
肯定有信心的嘛，就他们输给了 TS， 但我们也赢了 TS。
We definitely have the confidence to take them down because they lose to top esport, but we have beat top esport right now. Okay, thank you very much. 好的，谢谢林伟翔来接受我们的采访，我们赛后采访到此先告一段落。
Great to hear from, I believe that was LWX down there as the AD carry. We know that Khan got the player of the game. That wasn't a mistake. It was just that I think over the LPL they kind of just, whoever wants to go up there and speak, whoever they want to interview, they're going to bring up and talk to them. So there you do have it. Good to hear from the two of them as this is the current state of Group A. So we have 2 games left, guys. Whoever wins is in. Whoever loses is out. It's going to come down to 2 best-of-1s. Will it be FPX or will it be Damwon making it into the next day? And then, will it be T1 or will it be Top Esports making it into the next day? So this means that even T1 can get knocked out by just 1 best-of-1 against Top Esports. Even FPX against Damwon. Anything can happen.
This is a pretty scary turn of events overall.
Yeah.
Everyone's prediction sheet can just go out the window right now.
It doesn't really matter anymore.
Well, it sort of automatically is, right? Because no, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Soon.
All right. Thank you, LS. But guys, we're going to take another very quick break. Don't go anywhere before we do get into Damwon Gaming up against Fun Plus Phoenix. So we'll see you guys in a bit.
카드가 나로 폼이 꽂힌다.
말로 LOL LOL 카드가 두둥 카드가 두둥 LOL
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the 2020 Midseason Cup, and we just got through FunPlus Phoenix up against Top Esports. FunPlus Phoenix coming out on top, and that means our entire group of 4 teams is tied at 1-1, which means with 2 games left, there will be 2 teams that make it up to the next round. Whoever wins stays, whoever loses goes, and it's 2 best-of-1s to decide exactly that. That's all you need to know. We've seen that Damwon are able to pull off upsets up against a team like T1. They can certainly do it here up against FunPlus Phoenix.
Yeah, so we'll see what they have in store in this game, because this is going to be do or die for Damwon, as there's not going to be any changes to their lineup. They're going to be on blue side this time. So we'll see what kind of a draft approach they end up taking. They managed to pull off a pretty big miracle comeback against T1, who really punted that game away. I would honestly, that was a throw. That was a 4-pointer.
Well,
if it
is it a punt or is it a throw?
It's a 4-pointer.
What is that?
It's whatever that game was.
Oh man.
Yeah.
A half-court shot.
Longer than that. Full court shot.
Oh, man.
Well, Damwon. Let's see if they put a barrel on Karma again. That would...
If they do that. That's it. We're done. That's the end of the day. Sorry, guys.
Out,
we just canceled. The League of Legends is canceled for today. Sorry. I mean, at least he didn't die 7 times in the second time he played it.
True.
So, I mean, there's a little bit of improvement there.
So, here's FPX coming immediately off of their game. So, they're going to be warmed up and adjusted. Probably eager to get immediately back into it. Now, interestingly enough, this matchup, I'm curious to see what actually is going to happen, because Khan versus Nuguri and Showmaker in the mid lane is just so scary as a player. But Canyon, can he locate his coin? Can he flip?
Yeah.
Like he knows how to. He knows
Are you
how
saying
to
he's going to play Gangplank?
No, he's going to coin flip. Are you kidding?
Oh.
As if there was any other way.
Yeah. Well, he liked the Lee Sin in game number 2 that he played. Maybe he'll throw it out here again up against Tien. That would be interesting to see. As that's a nice little ring that Doogie's got on. Probably not the only one he owns. As, yeah, just talking about the game here before we do get started. I feel like this, Damwon is definitely like top 3 teams that are similar to LPL teams.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. In the LCK. I don't know who I would say is number 1. Maybe like APK or something. At the LCK. Would be the most like an LPL team.
Maybe, yeah. Actually, interestingly enough.
Yeah. They're a nice little addition. They
Yeah.
add some action into the league, but
Yeah.
we're not at the LCK, we're at the MSC. And that means that we will have Damwon, who is a team that is like an LPL team, but is not quite, up against an LPL team in FunPlus Phoenix here, as they will be starting on the blue side.
Well, see what their ban is going to be on blue. As Rumble gets banned away first. And now FPX is banning away Varus. And again, it's still really hard to try to gauge where their heads are at when it comes to just the initial bans. The Elise now getting banned away as well. FPX going to ban away the Ezreal. So I guess the AD carry pool is getting pinched a little bit. They might be trying to zone in on Ghost as a weak point. Maybe they ban away Aphelios or Senna as their last ban.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind an Aphelios spam, to be honest. That would be pretty nice as well for the fans because it ups the chance that Ghost will play Draven. He's one of the only players that does play the Draven. And speaking of which, that's another 80 carry that gets taken away here. This time by Damwon Gaming. So it's going to be an interesting choice for FPX. Got a nice little smirk there by Khan. I thought maybe we'd see another 80 carry. Why is he smiling like that? Zoe gets taken off the board. That makes sense against Showmaker. I like that final ban. Yeah, Nuguri
Well,
thinking about what he's going to pick for his team here.
Zoe.
Oh boy.
Having been removed, maybe... I was going to say, well, Syndra is actually not going to get picked up immediately by Damwon, as I don't know why they are prioritizing the Karma as heavily as they are, and now Senna is getting hovered. Will she get locked in by FPX? Is the question here. And the answer is yes. So...
Senna set.
Senna set could be on the menu, but Graves is going to get locked in first. So now Damwon have to come up with an answer to the Graves.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll be seeing the Lee Sin this time around. Maybe something like an Olaf is something they could consider with the Karma. It's not a Yumi. And we have been seeing a lot of Olaf, but instead it's just going to be Aphelios Syndra. So it's almost absolutely Aphelios in the bottom lane. So Syndra should be picked up here by Showmaker, you'd have to imagine.
And it looks like Maokai... Now, this is a champion that, again, he can be flexed. He can go top lane or he can go support with the Senna. And things are already looking really good for FPX right now. But one thing is that they're all really short range. They're very heavy emphasis on hard engage, and that does grant Aphelios exactly what he wants. And Syndra is not minding the current setup the way that it is. So now we move into the ban phase here. Trundle gets banned away, but you should... If you're FPX, you should want Damwon to pick Trundle.
Yeah.
The way that your team composition currently is, as well as the dynamic of the jungle matchup. So a very surprising ban there.
They say Trundle strong.
Oh, okay.
We ban Trundle.
So were you speaking like... Were you speaking like, I can't even remember his name. Planet of the Apes, because you were anticipating the Wukong ban?
Yes,
okay.
That must have been. That makes a lot of sense.
It does make sense.
Especially after the last game.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that that's what I was going for, but apparently, thank you for letting me know. Lee Sin gets banned away too, as you would have to imagine that after skipping jungle in the first roundabout, you would see a ton of jungle bans, no doubt.
Well, Lee Song does get kicked to the curb, as Damwon now, they're banning away TF. So I guess not wanting to play against it also is good against the Sandra. Now, Aurelia is still open, as that could be an option, but it doesn't really strike me as a do and be kind of champion. So Galio is being hovered. Now that is a do and be kind of champion.
Yeah.
And he is going to end up getting locked in.
Yeah, Galio comes in here. You mentioned the flexibility. I mean, there is a small chance that, you know, Maokai top, Galio bot, and then they last pick. But they already know they're going up against a Syndra. I don't think there's really too much of a reason to go for that. Save your counter pick for top. As the Olaf is being hovered here. I mentioned this before. All these Asian teams, they love the Olaf, especially the LCK teams. And a Jace. LS ecstatic about this pick. I can See him over there, he's loving it.
So
They didn't lock it in just yet, though.
The thing here is that if Damwon does lock in this chase, they've basically committed themselves to a 2-item life expectancy plan here. As
again,
this is the same exact thing. FPX are basically beating them in every single role when it comes to the scaling. So the Jace has to now win lane. He has to win lane hard. The Syndra has to win lane. She has to win lane hard. The jungler has to get something meaningful, but the problem is that Galio can sort of cheat laning phase against Syndra. Graves can keep up with Olaf. Graves is more valuable than Olaf at basically every point. And Senna Maokai is pretty hard to move. So FPX, not only do their champions pound for pound outscale Damwon's pretty much across the board, it's also super unrealistic to expect that Damwon should just be able to roll over the lanes, even though that's what these champions are intended to do and the jungle matchup would ideally want. We could see a pretty identical mirror to some of the games that we've seen here earlier on tonight, in that bot in mid lane tries to get reliable priority, converts it into 1 or 2 Dragon Souls, and then there starts to be resistance around the third, and then things fall apart. I mean, this is Damwon 101 yet again. So when they lose, they'll go and, it was the draft's fault again.
Yeah.
Just like they did in, the previous series. So
Dom 101. That's what we're seeing here. And that's the good thing about Dom. You always know what you're going to get, basically. It's the same thing over and over and over again. FPX, though, definitely willing to change some things up. See the Galio here in the Camille. Final pick there for Khan. Up there into the Jace. So Telly is comfortable in the matchup. He's going to be looking to get aggressive once again. It's similar to the Wukong in some ways, in the direction that it does go. As we see, we are ready to jump into the game. Let's do it right now. Who is that? Is that Olaf?
you leave him alone.
You're very loud, Olaf.
Showmaker
Simmer
didn't
down.
skill a point yet. As Khan is going to be on the Camille. So mostly what we're paying attention to here is, can Showmaker get something meaningful here against DoinB in mid in the first 10 minutes or so. Now Showmaker's also taking cleanse, which is really unfortunate. Means that he's going to be much more strapped inside of the lane, and DoinB is even more free to play a War of Attrition in an econ game against Showmaker's mana pool. And, alright, he's going to start the lane off just shoving right away. And blow for blow. Doesn't that skin looks like Deoxys, right? You don't even just...
What?
Just don't even think anymore. Just don't even...
Who's that? Is that a superhero?
No one likes you. No one likes you. My PayPal statement didn't come in yet from you. I'm not your friend.
Sorry, Ellis.
Alright, well. Tien is going to be solo starting on the blue side, clearing out his entire jungle. You can see the pings going down by Damwon, notifying the teammates where the Graves could be at.
It looks like Showmaker, did he push a little bit too fast? Do you think he's going for the cheater?
No. He pushed too quickly to actually go for a cheater recall. And also, if he would have gone for a cheater, he probably already would have popped the second corrupting pot. Now, he can still cheater on 4. So if we identify this wave as wave 3, or wave C, then you pop both your corrupting potions and you blow your entire load on the wave 4. You spend all of your mana, everything, on just shoving it as rapidly as possible and then recalling. And if you do that well, you can actually get Boots plus Dark Seal, which is really nice. Whereas if you cheater on wave 3, generally you get Darksteel plus control ward. So there's some difference. It mostly just depends like what you want. However, if we're playing here, what we want is to be locked into a laning phase with a Galio that has teleport while down 2 corrupting potions and not really achieving anything here. So,
oh, is that what we want?
The winning line.
Yeah, well, apparently. Yeah, he doesn't have TP either, so he's going to get into the spot where he runs at a sustain. And Doinby, you know, he's got the Darksteel and the Charm. So he just sits here. He's always going to have more mana. He's always going to have more pushing power.
Yeah.
And Syndra is eventually going to lose out on something.
So because Syndra didn't elect for a cheater recall on wave 3 or 4, she's now in this spot where Galio gets the crash on this wave and then gets the pullback. Now Galio has complete control on the wave, and if you look at the goal that Syndra had, it's the same thing that could have been achieved, but without letting Galio have any sort of a say.
Yeah.
So
he missed so much XP. Also, he's going to be way behind the play. I mean, look at this. They're looking for a dive. But Nuguri and Canyon very expertly trying to stop the dive here, but the burst is too much. Khan with the Beta Reno there saying, well, you got to come at me. And he is going to survive as well. Canyon not quite. I mean, okay, he's going to deny it back for now. It's interesting. He knows that Khan is still in that bush. He's going to keep the wave there. We'll see if Nuguri wants to use that for any kind of freezing shenanigans or anything like that. Looks like he might.
The wave is now still pretty good for Galio. It's going to be piling up now as he returns to the lane.
Yeah.
And he can use that to crash and push into Syndra. So if we take a look at the replay, and all of this is a byproduct of Showmaker's poor mismanagement of the wave. And the reason that there's emphasis on Showmaker here is because Syndra's the one with autonomy. She's the one that gets to decide what's going to actually happen on those initial waves. Galio doesn't get a say. So Doinby capitalizes on the opportunity presented, crashes the wave, makes the roam, makes the good play, and punishes Showmaker's lack thereof of wave management on the first 4 waves. And already the game is off to a really troubling start here for Damwon because their lanes all needed to win. And thus far, you're not really winning. You look at the items that Syndra has versus the items Galio has. I mean, it's the Grand Canyon in mid lane right now.
Yeah, and it's you know, it's a bird versus whatever Syndra is. I think she's a human, and
she's from the Void.
Oh well, you know.
Well,
with human
actually, I don't
as well.
know. She looks like Sindel from Mortal Kombat.
Oh, yeah, of course. I know who that is as well.
You don't know anything. You're so...
Sindel. You probably just, like, made up a random I wouldn't be surprised if you've done that before. You just, like, make up a random character and you just, like, use it to make fun of me. Like, oh, you don't know, like, who Gardon is? Like, what? Come on, Valdez. Lol. It's a great idea, actually. You should probably use that.
Oh, man, yeah.
Ooh,
sounds
okay.
good.
Goes at the cleanse there.
Well, Infernal Dragon's going to be the second one of the game. And this has a lot of action so far.
Whoa, okay.
Okay, here comes Galio. He's a big boy.
Doinby's done this before as, okay, trying to get the knockback on a Doinby. He's going to die. No, he's not, actually. He gets out of dodge there. I thought that last turret hit would have hit him, but it did not. And that means that Damwon Gaming feel forced here now to dive on the bottom side.
Yep.
But it's a much smaller wave. Let's see how they handle it here. Exhaust on LWX. He should be going down. And the Olaf is going to be able to flash to safety. So at least they do get the 1 kill. I think they could probably get Chris, but not quite going to go for it.
The issue is that the Maokai is just so tanky and Chris still has flash available. So with their HP values being the way that it is, it's too risky to try to coordinate a dive. And there's not enough value in getting the kill there. So FPX, I mean, they still make out much better because the Camille's getting ahead of the Jace. Jace is getting put into the grave, and Jace isn't a champion that can be, or that can afford to be in the grave. And take a look at Nuguri. He tries to outplay this by knocking back Doinby, but manages to escape the turret aggro range, and so it swaps to Graves, and he just ends up killing the Jace with the R. So this dive ended up being coordinated by Dom1. They managed to bite back a little bit, but it's not even remotely comparable to the pain that's being inflicted on the top side, because the Camille is just in such a nice spot right now.
Yeah, and we've seen this before. We've talked about this a lot in the LCK rotations for the Rift Herald at 8 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Where the bottom lane is going to lose a lot of XP, and the enemy bottom lane is going to get ahead in XP and gold that from the plates and all this good stuff.
Jace is maybe going to be able to get there to get the cannon, but already there's 3 melees that have already been lost. If he ends up getting zoned out and missing this entire wave, that's 3 waves going into the void. So you subtract the 3 waves plus the turret plates that Senna and Maokai are getting.
Oh, look at Canyon. Just frontlining here, but in goes Khan. Not sure about that one. Maybe if his Q had come right off cooldown, it would have been good enough, but oh, Beryl just gonna get assassinated, but it is a trade in the kills. He says, I'm not going down without a fight, and that was his moment. As we are just splitting the map right now. 1 for 2 kills, though, in favor of Dom1. As, yeah, I was gonna say, they still have the Rift Herald. They were waiting for it, so they're gonna put it down on the top side. Get that full crash down. So lots of gold now in the pockets, especially of Ghost and Showmaker. So it ends up being pretty nice for Dom1.
End up walking out of this so far with a 1.2k gold lead, roughly. Nuguri is still down in the XP department. Still level 7. Khan has been in level 8 for a little while now. The bottom tier 1 turret is still alive. Khan goes in onto Beryl, who has bone plating. And so doesn't take as much damage. Khan tries to cancel with Hextech Ultimatum onto Canyon. Not quite able to find a kill. Tien goes in, trades onto the Karma, knowing that he was dead anyway.
Yeah.
And now coming back into live, FPX, I mean, they're down 1,000 gold, but it's not the end of the world. Graves has all of the kills. The Galio is sitting very comfortable. 1 minute until Infernal Drake.
Yeah, the Drakes are going to be important. It's either going to be Cloud or Mountain Soul that do end up coming out here on this Rift. Got a pretty tanky lineup on the side of FPX, actually, with Maokai. The Galio, of course, could build some tanky items. And even the Graves with his Ninja Tabby. But we'll have to see which one does end up coming out here, as Dom1 Gaming just going to group up in the mid lane. And it doesn't look like they're going to get that plate at the end of the day. Just posturing here for the Infernal Drake that's about to spawn.
Still 2 minutes until turret plates do end up disappearing. Infernal's up, but Graves is on the opposite side of the map, so FPX actually just giving this up for free, and this is a very big turnaround of events, which is very beneficial for Dom1. They want to really roll Mountain here, and they did. So things are starting to brighten up if you are a Dom1 fan. Khan, though, is the ticking time bomb on the side of FPX. He's been sitting on the Sheen for so long. He must have such a big recall in his pocket. And so we'll see what he ends up managing to buy once he touches down on Fountain. Ghost trying to get another turret plate.
There we go. Okay. It's Tabby, Phage. And that's about it for now. You probably shouldn't wait in lane until you can full buy, outside of a Sheen, a Trinity Force. But Yeah, you can see FPX's plan with the Galio. It's like, always threaten top lane, make this Jace into nothing.
Yep.
And they have done a good job of that. They are getting Khan a good amount of farm, a lot of plates up there already, 3 given over to him. And Galio hasn't missed too much at the end of it. You can see the immediate pings that do come in when the Galio does go missing. And now you can see Canyon is coming in here to just try to hard push the lane and force Doinby to stay here.
Well, 3.5 minutes until Mountain is going to end up coming up. Graves trying to make his way to the Black Cleaver as his next item. Senna is continuing on with the Frozen Mallet first item. Showmaker gets the blue buff. Still on the Lost Chapter. And the gold score is very close. It's 500.
Yeah, it's a pretty close game at this point in time. I feel like, you know, there's some nice advantages to Damwon. Obviously, Khan is pretty fed on the side of FPX as that kind of split pushing carry, and you can see a late game where the Jace isn't really going to be able to stand up to her. But this mid game is really going to decide, you know, who's going to get the big advantage coming into this one. If Damwon pick up a Mountain Drake and a couple kills, how much is Khan really going to be able to do? But if FPX start coming back, they get some, you know, nice ganks down with the Galio, then, you know, they can start to get their own Mountain Drakes. They can start to control the map, look for picks with, I mean, you've got Maokai Galio alone, not to mention the Camille, the Senna's even decent at it. I feel like a lot of this game is going to be decided within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Damwon can end up actually getting that Mountain and then forcing such an early soul, things get really scary. Everything just spirals out of control from that point. And this would be the second time today that they're actually bailed out by a Mountain Soul.
Nice flash here. The Senna is going to help out under the turret, and the Galio's there as well. Easy Dunkaroony. That's what I would like to call that one. As they're going to pick up the kill, but they're going to get on in there. Tien able to deny any kind of steal attempt by Canyon at the same time. So FPX getting a kill, a turret, a Rift Herald. Crisp here in a little bit of a sad situation. He doesn't want to flash. He is going to have to there at the end of the day, as FPX get a lot of wins here.
Well, gold score now back in FPX's favor ever so slightly. It's going to be a lethality Jace. He has U-moves. I mean, he's making his way towards the call, which he should be able to complete in the next couple of minutes. But Mountain is in 1 minute. And I'm not sure how close Doinby is actually to getting the Zanya's Hourglass. So Syndra with the Luden's Echo. We'll see if she ends up being able to pick up an Oblivion Orb. No one on the enemy team can really afford to itemize any sort of magic resistance early on, so getting to Oblivion Orb, getting that extra magic pen with the Sork Pen boots, super effective. And then when you consider how much HP stack is on the enemy team, at that point you have to ask yourself the question, well, do I really need wave clear if we're ahead, if we're stable, if we're winning? If the answer is no, then you don't need to go Rabadon's Death Cap, especially because all these fights are so sustained. So all of a sudden, well, take a look at the replay.
Nagari did a fantastic job, given what he was given. If he really wanted to play it safe, he had to back away from the turret. But, you know, it's Nagari. He doesn't like giving away minions or turrets or stuff like that. He'd rather give away his life. And that is exactly what did come through. He had Olaf near the top side of the map, so maybe he was thinking, oh, maybe I could turn this into something. But it was not meant to be. As the Mountain Drake is live now. See both teams posturing up here, but FPX have the advantage because they have this Rift Herald. It's a lot of poke damage going down onto the Senna. Tien is not really going to be able to get in here on time. It's going to go to Doinby as the smite was early from the side of Damwon Gaming. In goes Khan into the backline. That's a huge knockup on a 2. As barely, looks like Beryl is going to get away on the backside. Bit of a thumbs up there from Tien. as FPX are now rolling with a nice little lead.
And that is one of the most unfortunate steals. This could have been Damwon threatening Seoul in just a couple of minutes, and that would give them a lot of value to just all in it, even if it's going to be like a 50-50 or something, because if they get it, they'll probably just win the game. But let's take a look at this one more time. So apparently Galio Q is a pretty nice ability.
Oh, it's Proto Belt.
14.
Nice item.
It's a big belt, you know?
I mean, to put out those ability pulses, whatever those things are, it would have to be a pretty big belt. So it doesn't surprise me. And that's gotta hurt, man.
And the thing is that this ultimately buys FPX 5 more minutes to continue to get items. This was a team fight where Galio did not have Zhonya's Hourglass available yet. Graves did not have the Black Cleaver. Khan was still waiting to complete more items, and now everyone just got 5 minutes for free to scale up even more, and this is very problematic because what is Syndra really going to get that's going to be different for the next fight compared to what the FPX team just got across all of their champions? The answer is probably an Oblivion Orb, because she already had the stopwatch, she had the Amp Tome, so she's going to get some M-Pen. Olaf is going to be the same champion, no doubt about it. Jace is not going to get the next lethality item before that next team fight. He's going to be the same champion, and so is the Karma. So there's not a whole lot of change for Damwon, and this is one of the issues that team compositions that tend to spike around 2 items can end up facing, and that they get stuck against enemy team comps if things are not constantly rolling in their favor.
Speaking of rolling, in goes the Maokai ultimate, the rolling hills of the vines coming in as lots of escape abilities used there by Damwon just to get out of dodge. Nobody going to use too much though, as Khan is looking for a play down there. He was 2 levels up, now he's 1. Decides against it. Maybe thinking about joining up in the mid lane here as we have a little bit of a, I would call it a K round, but FPX are from the LPL. Everybody just kind of idling around the mid side, farming it up. We got 2 minutes until the Mountain Drake. That will be the real next objective.
Well, everyone just continuing to farm. Runan's Hurricane now completed on Ghost on this Aphelios. For the time being, the Infernal Dragon on Damwon is helping a little bit to mitigate the gold advantage that FPX has, but don't forget that they have a Mountain Drake under their belt, and Graves, I mean, he gets so much armor with his grid, as well as having the Ninja Tab eyes. Galio is no stranger to getting a lot of resistances, and Maokai as well, so these dragons are really perfect for FPX because it poses a really big problem. The other thing about that one Mountain Drake is that the minuscule amount of magic resistance on the FPX, just getting slight amplification, makes it that much harder for Syndra. And there's the item that I was referencing earlier when I was stating that the enemy didn't really have MR, but they stack a lot of HP, is that Liandry's Torment, if you don't have a need to wave clear, you don't need Death Cap. And Syndra doesn't have any abilities that grant shields or anything like that, which converts to EHP with your AP, so Liandry's in sustained fights, really fantastic.
Khan trying to 1v2 here, didn't notice the Syndra. That's a nice stun. Showmaker able to pick up the kill. And FPX, they are saying, okay, we don't want to give that up for free, but there's no wave in the mid lane. And so it will just be the kill going the way of Damwon. We do.
20 seconds?
23 seconds on the death timer, 16 on Mountain Drake. So teleport should come up here, though. Speaking of TP, in comes Snuggery. Trying to help out against that Galio's. Now the Galio's on the way out. And, okay, trying to get on top of Tian, but I think it's Stuami that might just be the one to go down here. But the Nimbus Cloak, so good. Able to get him to safety there. As in come the rolling Maokai Hills to try to push them away. And now it's time for Khan to TP.
Oh, man.
Oh, he's going to go for the flank. He says he has enough time. Stun comes down though. That's another TP coming in here. This time it's Doinby. Looking for Barrel on the rest of the team. He's gonna find two. That's a nice amount of Galio burst damage. In goes Khan as well. And Aphelios do it though from behind. They have a good amount of poke and fight back, but it's just not enough. Up against two Mountain Drakes now. FPX is gonna take the kill, the Dragon, and move up to the mid lane.
The issue with this is two Mountain Dragons. I mean, this is 12% amp to armor and magic resistance. So at this point, I mean, the lethality on Jace is just getting hit so hard in terms of the stats. Aphelios, he's not getting any sort of armor pen from the items that he's going to be getting. So this is hurting Damwon so much. Syndra is going to start tickling FPX in a bit here. So more and more pressure just getting added. Nuguri whiffing on the cancel of Galio's ultimate. And then right here, I would have assumed that they would just guarantee the kill onto Doinby and then immediately get the Mountain Dragon. I mean, they just have to get it right here. They can't afford to back off. I have no idea what they were thinking. And they just concede it, but then they stick around to team fight, and it's like, well, do one or the other. As doesn't want to go, ended up having the fight brought to them by FPX. And honestly, I think that this is probably the game-deciding moment, because it's not just that they lose the Mountain Drake, it's that they lose the control over everything, and the resistances stifle them that much more. It's really looking doomed here.
The resistances do a lot against what they're packing, so it's going to mean even that much more. As, yeah, I mean, the teleport out of Doinby turned out to be pretty nice. That's a scary Galio with Nimbus Cloak, the teleport changes. It's a lot of fun. It's good stuff. And it's typical Damwon as well. I mean, this is what we were talking about all day long for this team. It's they just can't seem to make a decision, and when they do, it just seems to be like either they go too far in or they get clawed out or something like this. They're a great team, but this kind of play style, if you can call it that, has plagued them for quite a while. As now Khan with the Galio here trying to get that damage down. Nuguri is just going to get proto-belted to death on the backside of that as long. Okay, we're all just dying here. Under the turret, Canyon not really able to do much. It's really all up to Aphelios. Ghost is going to get the one. Can he get the two is the question. He's flashing forward. He's not going to get the kill go onto Khan as he gets rooted up there. They're not for long enough. Showmaker will come in and help out with the play, but FPX just taking names, taking turrets, making that Jace look even more pitiful in this game.
And I mean, Damwon at this point, the gold score is only 2,000, but if there was a way to accurately describe how far behind, it would be like saying that they're 10K down. Because it's just going to be so hard when FPX can just make plays like this, ignoring turrets, diving completely for free, and their champions just basically get tickled because they're so durable and tanky. Things are just really not looking good. I mean, you have an Olaf too, so Damwon's basically playing 4 versus 5
yeah.
at this point in the game, and we see in live some posturing around Baron. 2,500 gold lead for FPX, another Mountain Dragon coming up in a minute, and they're definitely going to be the decisive victor at that fight as well, and that's 18% amplification to armor and MR. So Olaf is doing nothing with his damage outside of when he lands his true damage. Jace is having his items invalidated. Syndra has no pen right now outside of her Sork pen boots, and then Aphelios is struggling, Karma's tickling them. Everything is just looking really doomed.
Yeah, it's rough, and it's not like it's a team composition that struggles to engage or something like that. Speaking of which, well, that's that's kind of the story of Olaf and Jace up against Camille. I mean, if FPX want to engage, they can flash Maokai, they can taking, you know, the easiest one, sending a Camille with the Galio right behind her. And she's got her stopwatch. I mean, Khan is ready to go anytime, and it seems like that time to go is going to be now on the Mountain Drake for him. This Canyon, he's like trying to somewhat threaten Baron, but FPX knows that's never going to happen.
I really hope that we get a pan to one of the FPX members as this dragon is taken. Okay, 125 armor and 55 magic resist. Oh, okay, yeah, just pan away. Not a big deal. Okay.
Really?
Just remember that, okay? 125 and 55.
Okay.
Next time it goes
Wait,
to
what
Camille.
were the numbers?
Okay, you know what? You're getting real wise here.
Yeah, well, there's, you know, not much else to do in this one. And, yeah, I mean, Khan, he had a fun early game. He had a fun mid-game. He's got a couple items. See, they're, you know, they're sending 2 people bot, but, I mean, it's going to be rough. Even FPX could control around the Baron. They have total control of the map and the game right now. Even though you do look on the left side and you're like, oh, 2-0-2, 2-1-2, maybe, but unless we get a true, you know, 200 years moments, like one of these where he just groups all 5 up and just AoE one-shots everybody, unless that happens, which, you know, doesn't really happen too much anymore. It's looking pretty grim for Dalwon Gaming.
And, well, just having some ping pong happen pretty much across the board right now, as FPX seem to be really just reserved and cautious with their play right now, knowing that, okay, so she got 12 armor and 4 MR off the last Drake.
Yeah.
That's insane. Almost got a cloth armor.
Yeah.
For free.
That seems fair and balanced.
And then with each level up, obviously, it'll get a little bit bigger, but I mean, there's another Mountain Drake coming up in 3 minutes, so quite nice there. Void Staff picked up by Syndra.
Absolutely
So
necessary.
really good itemization, at least, out of Showmaker.
He heard you talking about him in the early game, and he's
Yeah.
like, well, I gotta show LS what's
That
up.
was it, yeah. And not totally sure what Damwon can really do to come back in this game outside of some miracle Syndra multi-man E-stun.
I think it has to come down to the Aphelios, right? Like, here comes Galio, by the way. He's a little bit scary, but they spot it early, so the engage will not work. I'm sure Barrel's just watching the flanks, looking in the fog of war, seeing if there's any teleport set coming down, and keeping track of the timers and all that good stuff. Makes it a little bit easier.
Well, the only thing I think that can bail Damwon out of this game would probably be 200 years. Valdez, that is the only thing I can...
Given that amount of time, right? That's a lot of time. A lot of stuff can happen.
I do believe that that would be probably in their best interest in trying to allow that to happen. But FPX, just like in the previous game, seem very content on just letting the game continue to coast where it's the inevitable end that is the Mountain Soul. Okay.
You just died, buddy. That's actually really awkward. Camille, as I mentioned before, she's one of these champions that opens up fights for FPX. Now that's gone. Just out of seemingly nowhere. The Syndra, yes, she has good itemization, the ability to do that. Let's see what Tan can do. He's up 3 levels. Barrel here, trying his best to get a fight going, but he's a Karma. He forgot he's not Alistair. Okay, trying to tip away at this. They have the vision, but Doimbi with the stopwatch, they stopped all damage on the Baron. Showmaker gonna pick up that kill, and that means that FPX will have to back away. And will their passivity come back to bite them as Dalwon come in and say, no, we're gonna be proactive. We're gonna look for picks. They get one. seemingly against the grain of this entire game, and it's huge.
A look at this. Wow, I think that's max range by Showmaker, and then Leandri Tick getting a lot of value there. 3,100 gold in the shop as FPX felt a little bit desperate to try to contest this Baron, but not able to do anything. And now Damwon, just like in the T1 series, getting a bit of a Hail Mary here to keep things afloat.
And that feels like right down Damwon's alley. Just going in for it. You know, who knows what happens. Maybe we'll get the mechanical outplay. That's why their two solo laners are often mentioned on, you know, top 5, top 10 lists. Showmaker able to pull it off for his team. And you could tell that Khan did not expect it. I mean, he still got flash. There's just nothing he could do in that situation once he get hit by the stun. Now the push is coming in with the Baron. That's definitely going to be at least one inhibitor as they pick up a Mountain Drake of their own. They are going to back away with this one. We still got a minute and a half on the Baron, but it's a huge gold swing. You can see Damwon ahead, 3,000 gold now. And the game, all of a sudden, is no longer seemingly decided as FPX struggled to finish their games.
Well, 4 minutes until the next mountain will end up spawning. And game's probably going to end up coming down to that. I mean, obviously, in the event of a normal team fight taking place, FPX should still be favored. Baron gonna dissipate in about 45 seconds, so it looks like Damwon want to go for one more push, try to get a couple more turrets, as Khan is split pushing up in top lane.
Yeah, there is a ward behind them. I don't know if FPX feel confident to take a fight right now. They're just gonna let the Baron push happen.
Huh?
And they're going for it. They're going for the Nexus right now. Khan is gonna TP, but there is a big engage by Doom, and a lot of AoE damage coming in. The flash by Chris to try to get into that back line, as Doime is barely gonna survive against the Jays. And they get a couple here. As Damwon Gaming, FPX, they call their bluff immediately, saying, oh, you want to go for our Nexus? Really? And I think Showmaker is in a lot of trouble here. Doing be able to teleport up to the top side, so they're getting so many objectives while this is going on. They dodge the unlimited power, and in we go. The inhibitors are going down. If they can deny the backs, I think Doimbe can end the game by himself.
Oh. Well, Crisp is just going to stop the back of Ghost.
That's
how
scary
many years?
To carry.
Barrel almost there. Another TP.
All they got to do is deny the back. And Ghost knows it.
Yep.
He's like trying desperately to fight, but he's just going to get stunned. He's going to Zhonya's. He's going to look cool as FPX will take the game. Barrel here, well, this is the story of Damwon. They're trying to auto, though. It's a little bit awkward. Do they have the autos? The rest of the team is barreling down bot, and this game is actually not yet over.
Wait, Crisp is living in eternity.
All they need to do is auto the Nexus here. There's LWX and Khan in the backside. They finally do it, as it looked like it was going to happen. FPX do take the victory in a wonky final 5 minutes of that game.
Well, that is going to be all they wrote, or all she wrote for Damwon. And yeah.
Feels bad. That's we saw it, we said it before the game started. Whoever wins goes up to the next knockout stage on Saturday. Whoever loses goes down. Damwon nearly fought that one back. You can see Showmaker is like, oh man, so close. But it did feel like, again, kind of, you know, they weren't going to absolutely win the game from that position, but there was that, again, that last decision. Okay, we're going for the Nexus with Khan with TP. And just that one decision gets them in an awkward spot where they get engaged upon and lose the team fight. And that was why the game ended from there.
Well, they managed to take one game, and in that game versus FPX, they almost managed to actually bring it back from the jaws of defeat, which was very surprising. And so they almost pulled it off twice.
Yeah.
That kind of a comeback, but they always just seemingly get ahead of themselves and manage to throw a half-court shot. I don't really know where to go with that one.
I don't know how they keep doing it. It seems to be, something that plagues the team for so many splits now. This isn't like just one game or 1 year or
they
anything
also
like that.
pretty consistently set themselves up for failure in the drafts. I don't know how many times they walk away from every game, and it feels like in I don't want to say post-game interviews, but like post-content, when stuff comes out later, they'll always blame the draft after a loss, but if they win, they're like, oh, the draft was good, and it's like, no, that's not how that works. Like, sometimes you lose with the winning draft, and sometimes you win with...
Maybe they don't give themselves enough credit.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, it must have been the draft. And maybe they don't blame themselves enough either when the games are lost, which,
Well, for instance, the immediate thing that comes to mind this game is it's not the Jace going 0-4. It's not the end game play. And the thing I worry about is that that's the immediate thing that's brought up in review, right? The first thing that crosses everyone's mind, oh, we shouldn't have pushed the base. Oh, Jace shouldn't have gone 0-4. No, you shouldn't have drafted Jace in the first place. Like, let's start right there.
Yeah.
Showmaker shouldn't have just fumbled wave 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Right? Is this ever going to get brought up? The answer is probably no. The reality is that it won't be brought up. So the assessment of what is really going on inside of the game is probably just not going to be there, and it creates this endless cycle of just really confusing mistakes that just will continue to plague them. I mean, it's been like this now for over a year. Damwon has had the same problems, and changing the AD carry, Ghost does grant them a lot more freedom and definitely some more power, but it doesn't fix the core underlying problem that it's still the Showmaker Nuggery show, and they either show up or they don't, and that's all there really is to it. Everything else is sort of like shooting bullets in the dark, and they had some surprising games here today.
Yeah, they did. I mean, Ghost, he felt bad after the game, but I mean, we saw a lot of these team fights. He's actually doing a lot of work. Probably had a pretty nice damage number, even against the insane engage on the side of FPX, who, by the way, we should give some credit. They make it on to the next stage. And what's funny is that the one team that Damwon defeated was T1.
Yeah.
They could actually be the ones that knocked T1 out of the tournaments. With, they take them down with them, essentially. And
down with the ship.
Yeah, down with the ship. You go to the ship, you're going down with the ship. That's the way it goes. And this is this last decision where it's like, okay, you're all going to group up for a ton of AoE damage. You're desperately trying to push in. But you force the TP, you got to disengage.
What if this is the ship?
Yeah.
The mid-season cup is the ship.
Oh, this is the ship.
This is it. They were letting us know the entire
they
time.
went to the ship.
Yeah.
All these guys are at the ship now.
It makes sense now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well,
we thought maybe here for just one moment that, we'd have a crazy 26 HP Nexus or something like that. Didn't end up happening. You can see, like I was saying, Ghost did a lot of damage, and so did Showmaker, and even the Jace, who got super far behind, as Nuggery does, but it just wasn't enough. It wasn't a game that was decided by damage. Damage is, it's kind of just a number you flash to your friends.
The thing that's a little bit worrisome for FPX, though, is how reserved they were in some of their games was definitely a bit startling relative to their lead. And while you can definitely err on the side of caution, at some points they just fumble it. Like, obviously, with Khan dying randomly. Now, obviously, didn't expect it from the Syndra. That was very, very close. And Showmaker also did just, I think, land everything pretty much at max rate. Well, landed the initial stun at max range.
Yeah. Then
with
she pressed R.
Yeah.
And Q. Q as well, I mean, you
yeah.
know, on a stun target.
True.
But it was good. As Doinby is going to pick up the player of the game here on the Galio, he was really the one making the early plays with the roaming Galio. He got multiple teleport plays. And even towards the end, there were multiple times where he was able to shore up some of the fights that were close, weren't necessarily in FPX's favor.
Yep.
So I do agree with this one.
He was a really big factor in slowing down the Jace in the early stages and helping the Camille actually get ahead, so it was really good there. So much value on the Galio, also punishing the wave mismanagement by Showmaker in the first couple of waves. And all of this aside, I mean, I gave him player of the game. I don't know what the other votes ended up being. But, yeah, FPX comes out on top. And I predicted them to win after the draft. Well, on the desk we did.
Yeah.
But it was much closer of a game between these two. And how it came down to that final Baron push against the Nexus and then the turnaround Nexus race is very surprising.
Yeah, absolutely. And FPX, they do a lot of things right. I mean, I love their early pressure. I like their compositions that they draft as well. They really try to get in your face. Even Chris, as sometimes he looks like he's inting, but at other times it's like really pog engages. Like they have a really nice lineup, and I think they will do pretty well in the semifinals. But again, ending their games, that seems to be one obvious sticking point that we have noticed from the 3 games we watched today. And maybe it's a little bit too safe when they are so far ahead. And we saw that was the one time Damwon nearly proved that they, if they do play that safe, there are some weaknesses that can happen, especially against pick champions like the Syndra that, can pull off plays like Showmaker did. So I believe we're just waiting for the interview with probably, it can be anyone from the team, as we learned from the last interview. So maybe it can be Khan this time, but probably going to be Doinby. And yeah, just waiting to hear from him over at the LPL Arena.
Would you say that game was kind of like a Pog Champ or like a Pog U? Or do you think it was a Poggers?
I think Pog Champ is probably the most accurate, right? I wasn't like face against the screen like a Pog U.
Okay.
And I don't think it was as crazy as a Poggers is. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, that would be my official analysis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Great.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
That was very astute analysis, Valdez.
Yes, that's why I'm here.
I can tell.
I don't know much about Dioxys or whatever.
Deoxys. You have to look it up during the break.
Okay,
yeah.
I will. Yeah.
Do you know about Joe?
Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's my good friend. We had the music stop. I thought we were cutting to the interview, but I guess that's not the case. They're just like trying to make this even a little bit more awkward. Like just remove all the background noise, just like the Korean casters stop talking. They all just like turn around and stare at us. Yeah. Yeah. Well,
shouldn't have said you knew about Joe.
Huh?
Nothing.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah,
no, that's
okay.
It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We have one more game tonight.
We do.
This has been very interesting, by the way.
Speed run.
This is a gauntlet.
Yeah.
That I've never 3-minute breaks or something. 3 minute.
There was a lot of eating
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。那我们今天邀请，
那
我们今天邀请到的是Doinby来接受我们的采访。Could you say hello to our audience？
大家好，我是FunPlus中单Doinby。
好的，欢迎Doinby。那首先第一个问题，因为现在已经是锁定了半决赛，然后半决赛我们的赛制比较有趣一点，是第一局盲选模式嘛？那你会不会觉得比较期待那个盲选模式呢？
我是很期待我们就 BO5的半决赛的第一把，是因为盲选模式是我职业生涯是第一把打的，就是我这比赛。但我觉得其实这个对我们来说有点亏，因为 LCK 的选手有些选手是打过这种盲选，因为之前有这种规则嘛。但我觉得还行，因为 我们的 PACE 这个战队啊，就英雄池，大家的英雄池都比较深，尤其是我，所以我觉得还行吧，比较期待这次半决赛。
The first question, you just secured a semifinal, so are you excited to play the blind pick format? And the Doing B's answer is that I'm very excited and looking forward to play the blind pick format because this is very first time of my entire professional life, and also I don't think this is very advantage for us because the LCK players they did play that before, so they may be very experienced, and also I think we have a very large champion pool, especially me, so we can deal with that kind of situation. 下一个问题，因为刚刚这一把嘛，你就是有做到非常非常棒的一点，就是 TP 绕后。当时为什么会直接决定去偷家呢 ？So the second question, actually you just teleport on the top side of the map and to backdoor them. So why did you choose to backdoor them?
那不是这样的，因为前面情况是这样的，我先让那个可汗推上路线，是因为我们下路那个高地被推了嘛，然后我们是劣势方，他们正常来说等一下要推我们的中路，然后这样就算我们在高地那里就是打了一波完美的团，他对面那个5个人被我们团灭了，兵线是很差，我们是一波不了，所以前面我让那个可汗推一波线，不要让他回来，然后他们想推我们中路高地或者那个主堡的时候就让他那个踢回来，然后后面是因为他们被我们追，然后我就让他们跟他们说打断他们那个回程，然后我就 TP 了，因为我们那波我记得大水有 TP 嘛，后来大水踢过来了。
Actually, at that time we have very bad situation because they have the minion advantage in their favor, in bot side and also in the mid side. So if they can have the very good team fight, so they can head into the mid lane to push in the mid. But we did a very good job on the team fight, and then I just asked Kang to keep split pushing on the top side of the map and to stop them, don't let them back to the base. Then I just teleport to the top side and backdoor their enemy team. 下一个问题，因为我知道今天是已经跟 LCK 的2个中路选手非常有名的选手交手过了，所以你觉得交手之后感觉怎么样呢 ？So you went up against the LCK Millionaires, Faker and the Showmaker. So what's the experience to play against them?
其实今天压力挺大的，因为今天我们这次 MSC 的对手都很厉害嘛，每个队的中单都很厉害。但其实之前我平时都打训练赛，跟 LCK 战队打训练赛的时候，每一把都被单杀，在塔下就等队友这种。但今天是虽然比赛没有被单杀，但单杀我的好像是奈德被奈德单杀了，没办法，大家都很厉害的，除了我。
Actually, I'm under a lot of pressure to play against the LCK Millionaires because they are super strong. And in the scrims, I'm kind of smashed by all the Millionaires of LCK teams. I kind of got solo killed every time, and I sit and wait for my teammates in the mid lane tower. But this time, I'm very luckily didn't get killed by the Millionaires, got solo killed by them, but I just got solo killed by Knight. It's very unfortunately. 那最后一个问题，因为网上有传言说你们的这个 CEO 建议你们团建要去戈壁徒步，是真的吗 ？So there's a saying that the CEO of FunPlus Phoenix recommend you guys to travel through the Gobi Desert. Is that true?
我这边选手们是没有听过这个消息，我不知道是其他人听到还是没有，反正我是没有听到过这个消息。
Actually, actually, I don't know about that. Because I never heard about that kind of saying. 所以最后，如果说你们真的有去这样的一个戈壁徒步的话，你觉得谁能够幸存下来的 ？So who can survive if you have actually this kind of trip to the Gobi Desert?
好像都活不下来，我们这边。
No one survives. OK, thank you. 谢谢杜一菲来接受采访，我们的赛后采访到此先告一段落。
Thank you very much, Candice and Doingby. That was a challenging interview, I can imagine, for Candice. A shout out to her for translating everything that the very talkative Doingby had to say in that one. Very much appreciated. And I'm sure FPX are feeling pretty good about themselves right now as they get the 2-1 and they move on to the knockout stage. We don't know if they're going to be second or first. We'll have to take a closer look at tiebreakers after the win, you know, depending on who does win this one. And of course, that will change seeding once we do get into the knockout stage. But more importantly than that, we do have to decide which team is going to be the last one to make it into the top side. And it's, I would say, according to the predictions, the top 2 teams here in the group, at least in the minds of most of the casters before the day started.
You know what's pretty interesting? Red side has almost won every game.
Yeah.
Today, except for the throw. the
T1 down one, then?
The top esports down one.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh.
So that's pretty interesting. So red side is looking a little strong here.
Yeah.
In tonight's series, and T1 is they end up losing. I think that's really just going to shock everyone, as well as just flip everyone's predictions completely around.
For sure. They were the favorites coming into this one. But guys, quick commercial break. When we come back, the final game of the night.
흔들리지 말아요. 함께 뛰는 시작.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the MSC once again for the final matchup of the night. It all comes down to this to decide who's going to be the final team to make it into the knockout stage starting Saturday. It is going to be T1 from the LCK versus Top Esports from the LPL. There's only one team that can make it up, as it has been a surprisingly close group today, as we weren't exactly expecting this to, to be 1-1 for 4 teams in a row. As T1 is here, you can see their lineup once again. No changes here, of course, for the side of T1, as they really do. And speaking of that, LS is a little bit delayed. He'll be back here in just a minute. We've had very short breaks here, guys. We're trying to bring you all the action very, very quickly, so I will be here alone for just a bit. It's the Valdez solo cast. I'll be both the Pog Valdez play-by-play and at the same time the Valdanalyst. So I'm not going to do 2 separate voices, but I'm sure you guys can separate them yourselves in your head. As going into this one, I am expecting T1 to win. I think the game against Damwon was, I don't want to call it a fluke, but it kind of was, it was a throw. Like, there's no denying that they went in there, they got cocky in their play, and they just went too ham against Damwon Gaming. Now, I would also say at the same time that Top Esports is a much better team. They're a lot more consistent, and I think that Knight himself is a hard carry, even better than the likes of Nuguri, of Showmaker. And so it is going to be a greater challenge for T1, even though I am, predicting them to win. And also, we got a pretty hype matchup as well in the mid lane. I'm sure this is one everybody has been waiting for. It's Faker up against Knight in the mid lane. Knight has already shown that he almost single-handedly carried his team in the first game for himself against Damwon Gaming. And to Faker, definitely another mid laner that has done that many times before for his own team. So just getting a look here at the different players that are here. Obviously a lot of pressure. We mentioned it before, but this isn't any kind of, just random for fun tournament. Like, the winner of this tournament, guys, wins 600 grand. So there's a lot on the line. And it's not just about money, it's about pride. These two regions have been butting heads in international tournaments for years, in Worlds, in MSIs, in Rift Rivals as well when that was around. And they're doing it once again here at the MSC. They, Top Esports wants to prove that, it wasn't just a fluke that they made it to the LPL finals. Wasn't just a fluke that, they were able to defeat teams like IG, like FPX in the LPL in the past. But I would have to say still that they have their most difficult opponent yet. So we're going to be jumping into Big Ban. Perhaps for this I could do my best LS impression. Don't really need to give you guys a Valdanalyst for this one. As T1 is on blue, which will be quite interesting. Knight has shown that he's not scared to go for blind picks and still carry the game. He showed that with his LeBlanc in the first time around. The Corki is pretty safe as a counter pick or a blind pick even. So I wonder if they're just going to save their counter pick for the top side or something like that. We'll have to wait and see what Top Esports does want to do. As Syndra taken off the board, I feel like after that last game, a lot of people are going to be saying, well, Syndra can nearly win your team the game when you're down multiple dragons, barons, doesn't matter, as her damage and her pick is quite impressive. Yumi and Graves also taken off the board here by T1, as lots of AD carries are taken down here by Top Esports, but not Twitch. Twitch is still available. It's good to know. Maybe someday we'll see Twitch again. Now, this is a champion that I was talking about all day long and was very surprised that we didn't see. We saw a bit of bans. I think we saw 2 or 3 Trundle bans, but we hadn't seen any picks up until this moment as the auto lock Lee Sin coming in from Karsa. wants to take the fight to Kana as, okay, just going to one-up them. We talked about how this is really good against the Ezreal in the bottom side when Damwon did pick that kind of Zoe Ezreal composition. And I believe this is the same kind of comp, at least with the bottom laners, that T1 did lose with towards the end, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll have to wait and see what else they do want to go along with this. Of course, the pillar from Trundle can be another knock-up. So if you guys, maybe you're not familiar with the combos you can do with the Yasuo, it's definitely a lot of fun when you add in more and more knockups to make that engage the last breath of the Yasuo extremely reliable. As Braum gets picked up here, that's kind of an interesting one. I believe that can block the cask from the support Gragas. As something's really funny on the side of Top Esports. Maybe they heard about the plight of LS, and they're having a little bit of fun with that. LS just had a little bit of a tummy ache. He'll be back in just a moment, guys. Don't worry. We've had very short breaks here, and he almost made it, but it wasn't meant to be. As Ornn gets banned at the right side. Ornn, another fantastic engage knock-up champion that could have been added to the lineup. The Corki was one that I mentioned by Knight, or about Knight playing it. And that means that Knight is going to have to play something new, something different here. Also keep in mind that the Yasuo can be flexed. It's not too likely. I mean, it is possible with a jungle like Trundle, but we'll have to wait and see how they want to flex that pick. Not much flexibility on the side of Top Esports. Everybody knows where those champions are going. Mordekaiser taken away too. As I suppose it should be mentioned as well that the Mordekaiser is another source of AP damage that you can put up in the top side if you're lacking it, if you've only got the Gragas and you want to pick some kind of AD mid laner. As Wukong, this is going to be the first time that T1 go up against this, as Khan is the only one to play it today. Up against Top Esports, actually, in that top side. So we'll see how they handle it, if they can handle it any better than Top Esports do. Thinking about an Azir, it's Faker's most picked from 2020 spring. That is going to be the lock-in. Yet, again, another knockup that can be put into the repertoire of the team that T1 is building right now. I feel like if I were LS, I'd be watching this and I'd be rubbing my hands together. I don't know about that Akali, though. This is kind of interesting. We haven't seen too much Akali. Sylas, I don't mind the Sylas. You get another great engage. You have the ability to steal multiple, knock up. You look at the Lee Sin, you look at the Wukong, even the Braum if you're desperate. Other ways to go ahead and mix in with your composition, as it is going to be Kana on the Sylas. For you LCK fans, you might remember Kana's Sylas performance in the LCK finals. Wasn't the prettiest, to say the least. I mean, he didn't feed incredibly on it or anything like that, but it definitely didn't look super comfortable on the champion, maybe just a bit of nerves. As the final pick there for the side of Top Esports was the Echo. So this is, you see Echo into stuff like Syndra, like champions that have kind of like a one combo R press that can really just end your day. And that is similar for the Azir. If you get Shurima shuffled into an Emperor's Divide, you're probably not going to have a good day. But if you can Chrono Break, you can go back and you can live. And it's pretty interesting to see him pick up kind of a assassin-y type of champion here once again in the mid lane. I'm sure all eyes are going to be on that mid lane matchup. Whereas I'm also going to be looking down in this bottom side to see if Teddy and Effort can actually recreate the success they had against Damwon in the early game with this combo. They had a Graves that ganked early into the bottom side to help get the summoners away from the enemy Karma Ezreal, but Trundle can do even better than that, a little bit better at the ganks there. But guys, looks like the game is ready to go. Let's hop onto the Rift.
환영합니다.
Here we go, guys. We are back on the Rift here. As we'll take a look at some of the rune choices. If we do get a closer look, just looking at the major runes that these guys have taken, doesn't look like anything is too surprising. See the Electrocute from Knight. He's looking for those combos where you can just dash in, auto, Q, and you will be proccing that. A lot of movements, actually, as there's pings going on to Knight going up to the top side. And at the end of the day, they're just going to back away. Looks like LS has returned. He's getting situated. I wonder what he's going to think about these comps that we just put together here on the side. You're right on time for the League of Legends, the important part. Mr. Larry Seinfeld. As okay, how's it going?
I'm back.
You're back. You feel better?
I am. I'm here.
Okay.
All right.
You're present.
Yes.
We'll say you're present.
I remain. All right.
Okay. So what do you think?
So this draft, I mean, this is definitely interesting. I mean, we do have some exciting stuff going on. I am shaking my head as to why Lee Sin is here.
That got auto-locked second pick.
Okay, so R2?
Yeah, R2
okay.
After the Ezreal. In response to Trundle first pick.
So B1 Trundle, R1 Ezreal, R2 Lee Sin.
Yes.
Okay.
And then immediate Yasuo Gragas.
Yasuo Gragas,
yeah.
B2, B3. Okay, great, fantastic. What was R4? R4 must have been, I'm assuming, Braum, right? Or
no, the Braum was R3.
Oh, okay.
And Wukong was R4.
Great. Well, we are here.
Yeah.
Infernal Dragon is going to be the first one of the game. So far, Silas is starting off a little bit rough. And the dynamic of what's going on here is that Echo is going to outscale the Azir, but then the Yasuo is actually going to be really effective in the later stages. And the Azir is going to be very effective against all the other champions that isn't Echo, pretty much. So there's some interesting stuff going on here inside of the draft. Both teams do have scaling components. I would say that because of the Lee Sin and the Braum, the edge would go to T1 the longer that the game goes. And so that can obviously get a little bit scary also depending on like what dragons can come up, because interestingly enough, Top Esports doesn't even really mind Cloud all that much with Echo being in there.
Yeah, it's going to get ultimates one after the other. It's going to be a pretty fun time. We had Knight go for a back. And actually, Karsa, you were talking about this.
So when you actually bump into a minion like that, if the enemy laner is actually paying attention, he can notice a slight deviation in the minion's pathing and maybe actually deduce that you're there. Typically, this can actually happen a lot in mid lane. When the junglers are pathing from wolves to wraiths very early on, the mid laner can actually notice that some of the minions were interrupted, even if they didn't outright see the enemy jungler, and they can actually ping it out that way. So, unsure if Kana maybe communicated that, but I didn't really see the minion deviate too much from its normal path, but definitely something to point out, as it doesn't get to happen all that often.
Yeah. And it was actually spotted out, whether or not he was actually seen, or it was because of the minions. He was pinged in the bush, and it seemed like Kana had a pretty good idea that he was there. So nice to get that kind of information, as they're trying to get Knight before he is level 6. He doesn't want to have to flash, but I think he is going to have to there as the follow-up comes in from top. Karsa goes in. That was a bit. Okay, he had to W up. Push actually goes the way of a Knight. Just going to go ahead and go for a back now. Did have to flash at the end of the day, but Cuz did as well.
And both of these laners in mid still have teleport available. Faker does have the better end of the CS department, but Knight is the one that gets the first teleport off. And Faker is going to manage to escape. Parallel convergence, but they're going to look to convert this pressure into a dragon capture, and this is a really nice pickup.
Yeah, it's really early on. I mean, it's pretty much right after 5 minutes. Able to hop on in. Doesn't look like T1 are privy to this at all. So it will just go down. Next is a Cloud, so it'll be Ocean or Mountain Soul in this game.
And not too much is really going down. So Ocean would be very exciting, because both of these team compositions with Ocean, it becomes near impossible to fight. Mountain's also very nice, but T1 still has, I guess, ways to fight against Mountain if Top Esports gets it. Whereas if T1 gets Mountain, it's pretty much all she wrote. I think, so.
Yeah.
Just the way that I think the team comps will end up colliding in the later stages, but not a whole lot of action happening so far.
See, Karsa, he's been trying to make stuff happen. He's going to come down to the bottom side, but immediately just backs. Wearing the FPX Tian skin. Just a little bit of a shout out to his fellow LPL team that is in this tournament with them. Gonna hand over the blue to Faker. There were no early ganks that really went down onto the bottom side by the Trundle, so all summoners available. It's not like the other side. And now we actually have the Braum coming up top side. It's a little bit of a trade here by Kana. Even gonna land the full amount of damage from his Q, so nicely done. It's 369. He's got Karsa nearby, and I think he was just going for the bait. The Q is going to miss as, okay, nearly going to kill 369, but he just barely is not going to go down. And Kana even gets away for now, but he is being chased down. He dodges two. Can he get away from the Echo? And he's like, probably not. There you go. First blood as 4 members of TES were in the top lane, putting that kill down.
Yeah, and so this is going to cost them a little bit. Some minions are being lost in the other lanes, and now Cuz knows that they are starting the Rift Herald Knight. Meanwhile, going to get some minions as well as a plate up there in top. Teleport was used by 369 in mid. And everyone is grouping for this. Here comes Yasuo.
Yeah.
And I think that Top Esports is just going to end up giving over the leash, but maybe no. And this is going to be very advantageous for T1.
They get the pillar down, but look at Karsa. He lands that Q. He's not going to go in for it, though, as Smite comes down. Cuz collects the Shelly. And not much action, actually, on the back of that. It was just good posturing from the side of T1. Top Esports weren't really able to respond. So it's going to be the only objective for now. That does go their way. Wouldn't mind seeing, you know, a bunch of that gold just dumped into the pockets of Faker. And you keep your mid lane turrets so healthy, too, because it's already so hard against Azir. As here is that play against Kana.
Yeah. Almost managed to get the kill onto 369. And had he done so, that would have been pretty phenomenal, especially with how much aggro he drew. Really nice parallel convergence there by Knight at the very end.
Oh, double kick. Ooh, that was kind of cool. You don't get to see that all too often, especially not in the LCK. We don't see Lee Sin anymore.
Well, when well cast there by Teddy. And so far, I mean, Faker and Teddy doing really good in the CS department. Kana struggling a little bit, and also when you consider that 369 also has a call to boot, things do feel a little bit bad. Now, Teddy, in effort, probably just want to raise this down to 3 turret plates and then summon the Rift Herald. Karsa is here, but now they know about Faker. Faker unaware that he's on a ward right now, so there's the Rift Herald, and they're getting Teddy really far ahead with this play. All 5 of the turret plates, well, a couple of them are spread between Cuz and Teddy. And you can just see the gold discrepancy between Ezreal and Yasuo right now in this game. And it looks like T1, they could just give up this Cloud Dragon, and it would be fine.
Oh. Faker forcing an ult there, as Knight says, well, you got my dash. I'm just going to back away from this one. But Knight actually gets the better of the trade, and he has more sustain, keep in mind. He's got the Corrupting Pod ticks. He has Dark Seal as well with 2 stacks, by the way. After picking up the kill, Faker doesn't have any of that. He doesn't have any sustain. As now they're going to look for it. The Echo ultimate is down, and that is an easy kill. Just straight from the jungle, as Knight maybe a little bit, you know, he got too close to the fire. Thought he'd be able to get out of there with his flash, but didn't end up going for it as the kick comes in, and that's going to be the kill. The solo in front of Cuz by Karsa. But it looks like he is going to face the same fate. As down he will go as well.
And so that will end up paying off more for T1 in the end. As 369 now trying to make his way down here into mid lane on the Wukong. Teddy looking like he was maybe hoping for some sort of an opening, but not going to find it. And just consumes the entire mid wave. As we take a look at how this transpired, Knight, he knows what was coming for the most part, but there was just no real way for him to get out. He doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash, doesn't have any real way to try to escape this. And Faker right here, there's not really much room for him to react to what could happen.
I like the fadeaway E. As the Azir is in mid-flight, you cast the E. Gives you that last bit of damage to have him tick down through the red smite. As that's actually going to be the Cloud Drake, and Ocean Soul will be on the Rift here in this game. Haven't seen too much of that today.
And, well, blue side jungle being stolen away. Kana is down quite a bit in EXP, I believe, to 369, so that's something he's going to have to pay attention to. And this is also entering into the part of the game where the Echo starts to become somewhat of a nuisance for the enemy team, but as long as T1 stabilizes, everything should be pretty fine, because the Yasuo is very accelerated, and that's going to be a really key part in making sure that T1's team composition is always able to basically go toe-to-toe. And the fact that they are blue team grants them a lot of luxury, because blue typically has the best options to defensively scale up against Baron threats by the enemy team.
Yeah. And you see Teddy still just farming up here in the mid lane. He has the most CS. He's got the 1-0-1 scoreline right now. And he's going to be looking to take names once he finishes off that second item here. Just wait and see. You can see they're even giving him Raptors. They're really just trying to essentially funnel the Yasuo right now. As everybody else is just kind of, safe farming, trying not to die. As Knight here looking to take a bit of a trade. Took that turret shot and didn't want any more of it. He already won. And he is up a level, but still just going to back away from this one.
Looks like 369 is just going to end up coming up here, clearing out the wave. 3 minutes until Ocean. Looks like everyone is really content to just play ping pong in the lanes as it is.
Yeah. Although Karsa is going to come down here and just show his face, essentially. This sparks T1 to ping towards the Rift Herald. It is just a Shirley, but you know, maybe you can try to trade back a turret of your own that is going to be given over to the side of top esports down here. Especially, you know, I was about to say the mid turret, they ping the mid turret. It would be nice to get a bit of extra damage down onto that important objective. Look at where Effort's got himself. Not sure if he saw that one ward that spots him right now. That would be a little bit unfortunate if he didn't know he was seen the whole way into the enemy jungle.
Yep. Faker just clearing out the top tier 1 turret. Not a whole lot going on. It's only a 400 gold lead, but top esports has the Infernal Dragon. Ezreal, we'll have to see what item path he's electing to go into, because he still just has the Sheen. Obviously, Iceborne Gauntlet into Death Stance has been sort of the flavor of the month, because Ezreal just gets so tanky with that itemization path. And then if your team lacks magic damage, you can actually go Liandry's as the follow-up item, because Ezreal has AP ratios on every single ability, and it's not that bad of an item because he stacks the madness, and combined with Iceborne, you get the slow for the amplified burn. So,
yeah, I mean, no doubt.
That's an option.
It's a good item. We'll see if he decides to build into that one this time around. He's gotten the CDR boots so far, so he's really just trying to shell out as much damage as possible here.
Lichbane second for Echo, so not going to be going for any sort of Zhonya's utility, as he's electing more for just burst scenarios. And this is interesting because T1...
Ooh. Okay. They're going to try to punish Karsa here, but he goes right over the wall. So now Knight is threatening it, just trying to make space for this Ocean Drake that's coming up in 20 seconds. You can see both the Echo and the Lee Sin are just incredibly mobile, able to lock down onto you at a moment's notice. So Faker has got to be careful about just kind of idly running through the jungle, even if it does feel like it's secured with teammates nearby.
Ocean Drake is finally alive, but given that this doesn't bring top esports to Soul Point, it would be completely fine for T1 to just ignore it in favor of letting the Sylas and friends just continue to scale up more and giving it over to the opponent. And it might just be what they do elect to do, although they're moving into the river. Karsa is on top of it right now. Yeah, and I think that they're just going to give it up. They're going to continue to scale up. They think there's no real purpose to take a team fight right now when Azir is so close to his second core item. You have Trundle that's really close to his second core item. Sylas even just continuing to farm up. So there's no sense of urgency. So we are in store for a LoL state, and I know how excited you are about that.
Yeah. Well, at least we got 4 kills in this one. It's not like it was the first game of the LPL finals where JDG and Top Esports went, it was like 26 minutes with no kill, no action. So it's a little bit better than that. But we do have a lot of scaling in this game, so it's not too surprising, at least. And as we talked about before, there's a lot on the line. And I feel like whenever that's the case, teams are more likely to just take it slow, try not to make any mistakes. Especially Korean teams who are so used to doing it for, you know, how many years now? A unlimited amount of years, basically.
Well, this is the tournament where they can try to reclaim international relevancy. And T1 winning here and advancing to the semifinals would be really important. So lots of posturing does benefit them due to the nature of the team compositions, and also the fact that Echo is going for the damage is going to actually work against him because it puts more pressure on him inside of the team fights. He's going to have less options available and infinitely less forgiveness with trying to find openings and angles. Not even going to bring up the F word, freezing. That's just, we're not even gonna, we're not going to go there.
Hold back, Ellis.
Yeah.
Hold back.
Just going to play ping pong instead.
Yeah. It's our favorite sport. Mentioned it many times. Ping pong, racket sports, badminton. It's also pretty fun.
True.
Actually, nowadays the weather in Korea is really nice.
It is.
And because a lot of the factories are, slowing down or shutting down, there's a lot less pollution as well. So some really nice weather nowadays. And if you go down to the river, you'll see a lot of people playing badminton just for fun. Just hitting it back and forth. Kind of feels like what we're doing now. Kana trying to go into this one. Look at where that stun was placed by Knight, but he's not gonna. He senses something up. Teddy is coming down here. Oh, and okay, that's the GLP onto the Silas, as that is actually gonna lock down the kill here, just like that. And with the TP coming in, 369. I don't know about that, buddy. You're gonna you're gonna get the double knockup. Trying to get on top of Teddy here. As Effort takes the long way around. He took the scenic route. And looks like, 369 flashing. He's really trying to outplay this, but was never really going to happen as we get one, and then it's like a 1+1. You go down to the convenience store, it's like a special deal. You get the one and then the +1.
Okay.
From, very thanks to the generous guys over at Top Esports, as I'm not sure why he TP'd in there. I think, well, maybe it was before he saw Effort,
I think
but
he
even
thought
so,
that Knight would live longer.
Yeah.
And if that would end up happening, then they could definitely turn that around with an Echo ultimate. And then Echo just getting his abilities off. Because you saw that he had enough damage to force Yasuo to flash almost immediately. So if we take a look at this, the GLP 800 bullets come out and slow him, and then Knight couldn't quite get his ultimate off even when he landed.
Yeah.
So had he gotten the ultimate off, Wukong comes out like this, with this kind of damage. Yasuo is flashing defensively.
Karsa, nice kick and then flash away. Not the kick flash we're used to. He's still going to die here as Faker. He's going to get the one. How about the two? The Echo ultimate comes in, but it's for naught. There's a lot of Ezreal damage does come through, but it's still going to be 2 more kills. Just like that, into the pockets of T1, and it's right before the Ocean Drake spawns. I mean, this is Top Esports getting out of position, and T1, it's almost like they lulled them into a sense of security. And then immediately just clap down hard. And they're even looking at Baron. They say, okay, we get the jungler, we get the mid laner. Mid laner though has TP. Gotta be careful about that. Ultimate's still down though on the Echo. They're just gonna go ahead and start it here.
They
23
do it
and
so
a half
quickly.
minutes.
There's no way for Lee Song to get there. And he's going to sing a song at the very end. It's going to be one of sadness, yeah.
You just got to get that smite down, and it does go the way of Trundle. Waited until pretty late to get that one, but it still goes down. 369 surviving for a long time. Knight doing work in the back line. The cast is going to go wide as Knight goes in onto Faker and is going to survive here. T1 just desperately trying to keep their Barons alive. And they do get this Baron and keep 2 of them, but the Ocean Drake's still available, which would put Top on Ocean Soul.
I'm really surprised that Top isn't just running over to it immediately. They're actually just running with the Lee Sin and the Braum, so Trundle can actually buy enough time, and then Kana will teleport in. Now, JackeyLove does have teleport himself, though, so I suppose JackeyLove will recall here and then teleport down into the Dragon. And Kana's going to teleport from the north, come in with the Trundle, I think. I
think TPs are about to fly.
Yeah, TPs are definitely flying here. Here comes the pillar, and Smite Fight goes the way of
Q. Oh, it's
Lee.
going to go the way of Lee. Nicely done by Karsa. But what is going to be the damage on the backside? The rest of Top Esports pretty slow to get in here. Nice cast, and they should be able to feed this. Okay, Karsa still on the run. Doesn't really have a good Q target, so he is going to go down. They feed that kill to Kana. think they would have liked that a little bit better onto the Yasuo, onto Teddy.
Yeah. And now it's a bit of an uncomfortable situation though, because now Top Esports is at Soul Point, and so it does get very scary if T1 can't manage to accumulate a sizable enough advantage to just sort of lean on their opponent and let gravity kill them at that point. So this is the Echo just getting caught out after the initial Lee Sin dying. And right here, T1 a little bit slow on the pull. Faker could have just gotten out of there, but actually elects to stay. Gets locked up by Knight, uses Shurima Shuffle. Karsa finally arrives to the fight. Now they're pushing down bot lane.
Oh, Faker. Oh, he was in a little bit of trouble there, but I think their sixth sense is beginning to tingle, because immediately Top Esports just all runs straight at them. It's a little bit suspicious, and T1 is going to fully back away from that one. Some pings went down on the Wukong, saying, where did he come from?
Well, the Baron power play in the end seems to be a negative one.
Yeah.
So, a very unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah, this is still a close game. I feel like it could go either way at this point. Although, we do have a nice amount of scaling on T1's side. We've seen a lot of these games be thrown back and forth, so I don't want to, I don't want to make any decisions subconsciously in my mind, as it really is going to be big fights over the next potentially 3 Drakes.
Yep.
In this game, that's really going to be the focal point in this one.
And, well, Top Esports managing to stay alive. Echo not electing for Zhonya's at all, actually. Just goes the needlessly large Rod. And I guess he's going to try to aim for Death Cap, but that's going to grant him a lot less survivability in the team fights. Now, if you get Ocean Soul, yeah, you just win the game. Congratulations. But definitely a little bit more risky.
Bit of an awkward cast there from Efforts. He and Cuz eating damage on the way out at the same time. As, I mean, both sides have some pretty good wave clear. So at the end of the day, it's not going to be easy to push many of these turrets, even if T1 are looking for small advantages. The Azir turret.
And now T1 trying to shove in mid. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to raise that turret. Now Karsa is looking for an opening on Lee Sin here. But interestingly enough, I mean, this is the stuff that we talk about all the time on the broadcast, where Lee requires opponents to make mistakes. And if they don't make mistakes, he ends up looking like a headless horseman. He doesn't know what to really do. They might try to say this is the time.
Yeah, I mean, the TPs are coming in there. Faker takes a lot of damage. Knight having to ult out of that one, but here comes 369 Kana to the rescue. Pushing him away, but Effort is going to be the first death here as 369 gets him on the backside. That is right before this Ocean Drake comes up, but I think there's going to be about 14 seconds, 15 seconds that Effort has to make it back. So they're just going to use this little advantage to get the mid-tier 1. Maybe even a bit more here in the mid lane.
No, they're definitely going to get a little bit more. Now, Effort will be up for the Ocean Drake fight. And Knight is certainly going to recall here. Baker's going to have Zhonya's. Luden's not yet completed on the Sylas. Not sure how far away he was from it. Knight's Vow going to be the next item, it seems, on Cuz. Death Dance, Stopwatch available for Teddy in this next team fight. This is definitely going to be dicey. Now, Knight has teleport available, but he's not recalling. I think he's really trying to get to the Rabadon's death cap before the fight, but not going to be able to in the end. So
they're just going to give it away.
Yeah, this is going to be a Dragon reset. And so now, even if Top Esports somehow wins the Baron fight, it's not the end of the game. We're going to have another song and a dance. This game should be going at least another 12 minutes. We're looking at like a 41-minute finish here.
Yeah, you think so?
41 minutes.
I'm going to go ahead and one-up you on that one. I think I'm going to go with 48.
Okay, why would you do that?
You know it's possible.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Karsa is just, he's really trying to cosplay the ninja this game. He's looking for all the sneaky brush.
And you can see what the intention was. Lee Sin to go in from behind, find a kick, 369 follows up, and then everything would be pretty much sitting pretty. And now T1, what the, okay.
Okay, that's going to be a lot of AoE damage even coming in from the Ezreal. Faker in the pit is just going to get burst down. He trades back, though, onto the jungler, which is huge. Knight going to get exhausted, and a 3-man knockup, I believe, from the Silas stolen Wukong ultimate. But still, the damage advantage is going to go the way of Top Esports, but importantly, Cuz does survive. Effort's still on the run. He is going to get away. And with Smite available and no jungler on the side of Top Esports.
Things definitely get scary. Cuz is regioning a lot of HP as well. And Top Esports are getting quite low. You can see Teddy trying to get vision.
They had the Scryer's Bloom there. Teddy trying to get in there and go 1v4. Well, he's got a stopwatch. It's a good item, but it's not that good. And that's going to be, should be the Baron here going their way. I don't think Cuz is going to flash in just yet. The TP's now coming in. Effort goes down. And Faker can't do it alone. The Baron will be Top Esports at the end.
And you can see the look on Teddy's face as the camera pans to him. Feels like he thinks it might be over. This Baron leads exactly into the Ocean Soul for Top Esports, and that's obviously really scary if you're T1. Why on earth were you starting the Baron is completely beyond me. Faker never gets to Zanya's, doesn't get to flash or anything. Really unfortunate, and you just have to wonder what is going through their minds trying to start it. Because the onus isn't on them to really start it at this point in the game. Teddy tries to go for a hero play, takes the Baron Nashor knockup, but he was debated. Baron Nashor playing for Top Esports in this one.
Yeah. Enjoying the beatdown, seemingly. Yep. Top Esports is given to him. And, yeah, doesn't look like anyone was caught out here or anything like that. Doesn't look like we missed any action. So the Baron buff is going to end right at about the time that the Ocean Drake spawns.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see if Top Esports can put on the pressure to also try to secure the Ocean Soul. And with the lead that they have already, the Ezreal is just ginormous right now.
Yeah, I mean it's super obnoxious, his itemization. It's such a nice itemization path. He's so tanky, he's so durable. And then once he gets Conqueror going with Death Stance, with the Scimitar healing as well, things just pan out so well for him.
Yeah. You can frontline as long as you're not getting CC'd, which of course Scimitar does help with. You're so incredibly mobile at the same time. Nobody really needs an introduction to Ezreal. As, yeah, they're just trying to make as much of the Baron as possible. Trying to pick up whatever lost gold coins are out there on the map in outer and inner turrets, extra jungle.
Faker actually picked up a Void Staff. He has the Sork Pen boots as well. So, getting real close to true damage on a few of these targets. As pretty unlikely that he's going to be able to get to another item before this fight. This is going to be it. This is going to be the last stand for T1.
Okana.
Okana, yeah. Kana.
Oh, that was max range. I don't think he wanted that to hit. He was running away.
Yeah. And he wants to probably just hit that honey fruit, eat a little bit of that. And Ezreal is just Ezreal's a really nice
Look
champ.
at Knight. He's getting in the backline. The double stun in the backline. They get Faker. And Top Esports, just like that, are going to put them in the grave. There's only this one guy who's left here. It is going to be Teddy with the GA. Everybody else just running away. The TPs are coming in as Top Esports. They don't need an Ocean Soul to win the game. They just need to take down your Nexus.
And so that's going to be it. T1, there's no way for them to hold on here.
Yeah.
The minions are plentiful.
Look at that, flashing the emotes as well. Kana and Effort desperate to stop this one, but it is not going to. No matter what they do, they're just going to have the emotes flash in their face over and over. Knight just dunked their lives in the back line once again and will pick up the win for Top Esports and move on to the knockout round. That is 2 LPL teams from Group A moving on to the next stage. And deservedly so. They were more consistent when it came down to this long day of games, and they will pick up that slot.
And, well, this ended up being Damwon dragging T1 down with him to the ship in the end.
Yeah. That's, you know, it's not Rift Rivals. It's not like you're fighting for your region, but at the same time, it's funny the way that happens.
Yep.
That one team was able to drag down the other, but, I mean, it's T1's problem as well. Why are you playing overconfidently against Damwon? They're still a good team.
Yeah, they did it against Damwon, and they did it here again against Top Esports, where they were pushing needlessly despite having big item spikes around the corner. The Baron start is one of the most bewildering things, I guess. I gotta, I'm gonna dig deep into my,
peculiar,
my,
bizarre.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta dig deep for those.
That's the 3.
And Top Esports, I mean, they just capitalized really well on the collapses. And I mean, T1 made it very easy for them with the way that they were playing. And I think Teddy's face basically said it all at the Baron throw, or not the Baron throw, but his desperation play and then failure to do so to salvage the game state. And then also, there was a couple of those fights where Faker on his ear just couldn't do anything. He got deleted before being able to add any influence. So, very bizarre. Obviously, Kana just not really having a great day here today.
Yeah.
Pretty much all around.
A couple of Silas games again.
Yeah, the Silas is...
What do you think about GLP Silas? What wasn't your thing? Maybe you forgot your holy water.
I certainly did.
That's probably why
I'll bring it tomorrow, for sure.
And yeah, I mean, there were some moments here where you're like, hey, I mean, Baker's fed. You got T1. There were
absolutely.
Two double kills in a row.
They conducted the team comp in a way that they shouldn't have to. They're constantly starting the objectives first or posturing first when they can utilize Azir's range to force the enemy's hand. I mean, we saw how useless Lee Sin was throughout basically all stages of the game because he can't ever really find openings. Like, even in a moment like this, it's so difficult for him to do anything. And if you just constantly keep positioning with Azir and playing front to back, then things get successful. But when you allow the enemy to consistently keep flanking you, when you start the objectives first, I mean, you're just asking to get clown bombed. And that's exactly what just ended up happening. And the repositioning and mobility of Ezreal and Echo is not to be understated.
Yeah, I mean, those two together, and this is part of why Top Esports are having a lot of success now. You know, it's not only Knight, they have, again, Jackie Love in the back line just going, perfect KDA with this really obnoxious Ezreal build. It's, they are a great team, and they absolutely deserve this win. I feel like if I had to give, player of the day to one player, I would absolutely have to give it to Knight. I think he was able to solo carry multiple times, and he just looked really on point, more so than any other player, more consistent than any other player. And so I'm really happy that they do make it into the next day, and I just can't wait to see what else he's going to pull out. As, the damage was pretty obnoxious towards the end. The two of them, bigger than anything, even faker on the side of T1. So in 35 minutes, we were both wrong, as T1 decided, you know, that it was getting a little bit late, so they're like, maybe we'll just do Baron.
Makes sense.
Maybe we'll just, we died. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
This was a very unique kind of day.
Yeah.
6 games in a row, 3-minute breaks.
It felt like a speed run.
My voice is gone.
Yeah.
Almost. I can feel it.
Well, you have 1 day break, and then you'll be back.
Thank you. Great.
So that's at least longer than the 3-minute breaks there. So
true.
Yes. And this is interesting too. I mean, this is setting a narrative now for the tournament. I mean, first group, 2 LPL teams get out. A lot of people were saying, oh no, even myself, I'm like, oh, T1's the favorite by far. They're going to make it through. They're probably going to win the entire
LPL
thing.
casters thought pretty much
of course.
the same,
Yeah.
that T1 would escape in first. And had they won this, they would have, because of the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of funny the way that goes.
Best of ones are an interesting beast. And tomorrow, obviously, we'll see Genji and DRX, who I think both are better than Damwon.
Yes.
But we'll see. But we're going to pass it over to the player of the game interview.
We're looking at the POG first, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's night.
It's going to be night.
Yeah, you could say that, hey, probably, Jackie Love might be in the talks for it. He had a very absolutely pristine game of Ezreal. Definitely deserves to be mentioned. But Knight was kind of the one doing the game-changing plays over and over and over. He is a playmaker, more so than anyone really here at the LCK.
Managed to find a lot of openings that T1 provided for him. Very quick to capitalize on it. And it's nice to see him playing.
Look at this play.
Especially against the LCK mid laners. And this was just really good as well. Finds an opening, completely eviscerates Faker. And these are the kind of angled fights that it's just going to be really hard for T1 to reliably take. So they end up losing here. And I can already see the T1 fans are going to blame it on Teddy not being on a traditional AD carry. That's the problem, not the horrible mispositioning and atrocious decision making.
Yeah, there's many different ways to lose a game. Sometimes it's the drafts, sometimes it's the way you play. And this time around, it was kind of just the way they played in that game. Like, they had ways to win with the draft that they had. It just wasn't played out in that best of one.
It was very non-T1-esque.
Yeah, and they did it twice, too.
Yeah, they did it twice.
The Yasuo Gragas.
Yeah.
They were really trying to make that work. And against an Ezreal, I mean, we saw it have a lot of success against Damwon, and even in the mid game, we saw multiple times they were able to secure kills and get the Yasuo very far ahead, but then 1 or 2 mistakes later in the mid to late game, you're toast. You're toast immediately. Against that fed of an Ezreal and a quite fed Echo on the back of that, you got to be careful. It's the best of one. A couple mistakes and you're out. So just like that, they are out. And guys, we are going to hand it over to Candice and Jackie Love for the interview.
大家好，我是滔博的 AD Jackie Love。
好的，欢迎阿水。那首先第一个问题呢，现在是战胜了 SKT 之后，你现在有没有觉得很激动呢 ？So, how does it feel to beat SKT? Will you be excited about that?
赢了 SKT 的话是非常开心的。
We were very happy to take them down. 那下一个问题想问到就是今天呢，其实跟 FunPlus 2支 LPL 的队伍都能够携手进入到半决赛，你觉得今天 LPL 整体表现怎么样 ？So how are you rating the performance of LPL as a whole? Because you guys just successfully get into the semifinal together.
今天就是 A 组 LPL 战队，我觉得打得非常好。
I just think both our LPL team perform at their level. 下一个问题，你今天跟 LCK 交手，因为之前你说就是想要跟他们学习一些东西嘛，你今天觉得学到了什么呢 ？So what did you learn from the LCK team today?
因为就是 LCK 的那边风格就是他们基本很少犯失误，但是就是我们自己觉得我们打到中后期打团的话，我们应该会赢下来。所以说就是我们后面转换的风格就是前期尽量也跟他们平稳发育，然后等就是中后期靠我们个人实力赢下来。
Actually, I do think they make a few mistakes in the early game, and we believe in ourselves. We have the better team fight skills, so we avoid to fight against them in the early game and just play the macro. So I think we have the we have do this fully today。那下一个问题，因为今天这一局打得非常的激烈嘛，那你们是怎么样一直保持非常的冷静，找 Faker， 然后可能在团战里面找到他，然后把他击杀的呢 ？So this game is so intense. So how did you guys maintain composure to like keep firing or aim at the Faker all the time?
因为就是我们中野打得比较好，就是技能丢得比较准，也是机会找得比较好，然后就感觉就机会找得好，所以感觉杀他的比较容易吧。
I think our mid laner and jungler just find a very good opportunity to land their abilities on Faker, so I think they just do their job very good. 那接下来最后一个问题，你会觉得在这一个可能 MSC 当中有没有什么选手会让你想要跟他碰一下或者交个手的吗 ？Is there any specific player you'd like to facing against in this mid-season cup?
说实话也没有那种特别想交手的，因为就剩下的队伍觉得都大部分都是挺熟悉的，也都打过。
I don't think there will be a very like specially player I would like to play against because I'm very familiar with other players in this tournament. 好的，谢谢阿水接受我们的采访，我们的赛后采访到此先告一段落。
Great to hear from Candace and from Jackie Love on their thoughts on their victory over T1. And there you have it. Take a picture. It is FPX and Top Esports moving on to the knockout stage on Saturday. Damwon and T1. A very surprising result here, especially the T1 loss, leaving all of us casters and our predictions in the dust. Now is your time to throw out all the Keck W's and the LoL W's and the hahas, because this is the way it went. You know, and we talked about best of ones. We talked about who was playing better on the day. I feel like FPX and TES definitely deserve it based on their play in the 3 games. I think T1 was a little bit shaky today. Their play, especially in that game 3, you know, they need to take a long look at themselves as everybody was touting them as the top team, and then they go ahead and go 1-2. And either way, guys, we do have another day. We do have the group stage, day 2 coming in here. It is going to be the other 4 teams.
Yep.
It is JDG and IG, first and fourth from the LPL, and Gen.G and DRX, second and third from the LCK. That will be going all together, head-to-head, in one big group. 6 matches once again. That's going to be brought to you by Atlas and Wadid tomorrow. So make sure you guys are tuning in for more of those games because, as we saw today, really anything can happen. And it's really setting the narrative now that 2 LPL teams have made it through. The LCK really needs to fight for themselves, even if, again, it's not, you know, Rift Rivals fighting for your region. It's fighting for the pride of like, oh, you know, Korea's supposed to be better this year. Well, not if 4 LPL teams get out. So, very curious about the results tomorrow, Ellis.
Yeah, I am as well. I'm curious to see how DRX is going to manage to actually fare, because I know that when I talked about it on the POG state, I was a pretty big supporter of DRX in this format. And I'm just looking forward to, obviously, seeing Chovy and Deft perform, so looking forward to that, you know.
I hope, you know, maybe you can send in your predictions from home.
Give
us some Chovy predictions, even when they're not playing. But it's been a bit of a speed run today. Lots of League of Legends. I want to thank you guys for joining me. Thank you, LS, for casting with me once again and fighting through everything that you had to deal with. But either way, guys, thank you once again for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with more of the Mid-Season Cup. We'll see you then.